Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to Brighter Shores. So today, of course, day 44. So what are we prioritizing today? Given that we have the double fulls, I figured one of the grinds that we still been poking at that I really want to try to get on stream instead of off stream is our first ever 4-star drop from an enemy. We are so close to getting there. Because we need to be like 218, 219, 220 or so for the 219 raids. But I wanted to see if we can get a 4-star along the way. We have not gotten a single one post 200, where it gets about 4 times rare. I want to see if we get our first one today. However, even if we don't, there is a alternative route as well. We did yesterday get something pretty interesting. A 211 Guardian weapon. Basically, if we get any Hammer Mage weapon from this thing, of the high level variety, which all of them would be if we're killing this, we will end up getting a 4-star through alternative means. Because we'd be able to combine the 211 with like the, let's say 212, and then we just use our smithing skill to combine the rest. Which is one of the reasons why I was training smithing yesterday. Because if that is the scenario that happens, the lowest or the highest our 2-hand can be is whatever our smithing level is, which is currently 202, which is not particularly high. So that is pretty much the game plan. Is ideally just get a straight up 4-star, or as a backup plan, any 4-star, doesn't matter what it is. Ideally a good one, but, any 4-star. And the backup plan is if we get any Hammer Mage weapon, we will also still have a 4-star. It'll just require a little bit more work, and will be a little bit of a lower level. But it's still technically a 4-star. Not quite as a direct drop, but, it's close enough. It's close enough. Same difference. Not quite the same, but it will probably serve a better purpose, because the random 4-star we get is probably weaker than just crafting like a 210 longsword. So if we do end up getting that, yeah, it's still pretty nice. Just not the most ideal scenario. The most ideal scenario is like a 4-star longsword drop or 4-star chest plate for the tankiness. But that's pretty much our game plan today. Not the whole day, obviously. But we're going to give it a good shot today. As today's basically the last day I need to prep for the raids. So, yeah, if we don't get it today, we're not getting it for a very, very, very long time. As we're not really going particularly combat focused until, of course, all the combat rework and everything. So we're in like a weird in-between where we kind of still need to do a little bit of combat to go get to the AFK raids. But also the combat system is not ideal at the moment, as it is pretty luck-based. Knowledge, what do I want to put knowledge on? Our gather thing's getting pretty close. I need 66 to move on the bone spike. And then Stonemason needs, you know what, let's go get the, I'm going to get the other one actually. Let me go finish out Gatherer real quick. And then once we finish out Gatherer to 66, we'll work on Stonemason up. So hopefully later today, 48 hour again. I've seen him a lot lately. But, and then from there we'll go into, actually be able to do Stonemason. As we do need, what, 12 knowledge, 11 knowledge into that in order to get it operational. But anyways, hello everyone. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful week so far. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But that's pretty much the game plan for today. How well we'll go over, who knows? We could get in 1 kill, we could do 5 hours and get nothing. How long we're going to do this, I also don't know. Technically, we only need like 218-ish, 219-ish. By which point we're at a good enough level where it's like, yeah, we'll probably just stay there. We'll be going over the new 8.4 Gems of War update with the return of the Guild War later tonight. Oh! I did see the little thing. Wait, is it already 8.4? They were just talking about it for later, right? I did see it briefly earlier. I probably won't be doing it tonight, but I definitely will be including it in the Monday video. I don't think we're going to do a separate thing for it tonight. But yeah, I did see that briefly the other day. But 8.4 is not out right now, right? I think it was just them talking about Guild War. So is it going to do it on Monday? Because it's going to be after the holidays before it even comes out. Because they're not doing any more updates before the end of the year, I'm pretty sure. It's going to be like the first update of next year, most likely. But it's not actually like out yet. But yeah, I was mostly going to go over that in the Monday video, I think. Like Monday video, both the stream and the video. That way all the people who just watch the video will be able to see it as well. Because if I just do it on a stream, then not as many people are going to see it. Compared if we also cover it in the Monday video. But yeah, we'll still be able to go over that then. I looked at it very briefly, and it looked pretty cool. But a lot of the details we don't really know, I don't believe, fully until, it comes out. It's kind of just like the roadmap for what they were kind of planning for it. Yeah, I definitely got to go over it. Because our guild was the first to ever win Guild Wars back in the day. The very first Guild War, like 100-something Guild Wars ago. Our guild was actually the very, very first to win. We kind of went downhill from there, but we did win the very, very, very first one ever. We tried very hard for that victory. But we kind of stopped trying by like the 20th, 30th Guild War. It became a lot more casual with it. Just because it became too annoying to keep kicking people based on bad performance in Guild War. And based on the thing, it seems like they're making it a lot more skill-based, so it'll be interesting to see how it works out. The funniest thing that I saw there when I was skimming it is they're going to try to make it non-pay-to-win. Which Guild War before was like the most pay-to-win thing ever. So how on earth they plan to do that, I have no clue. It was probably like the premier pay-to-win area in the game. So, yeah, we'll see exactly what they do to change it to make it not pay-to-win. This is like a draft system or something, but even then, that could get annoying. Because arena draft system's not the greatest. I don't know, we'll see what they do with it. But I haven't fully gone over. I just kind of skimmed it when I saw it earlier. But it will be probably on both the 2 Monday thingies. I said, hello, Lofty! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. I still can't believe how close the holidays are getting around the corner. It does not feel like the 20th December today at all. Yeah, Christmas next week already. Midway next week. Already have pretty much everything prepared for it, though. Where's your hello? I already said hello to you, Isabel, but hello, Isabel. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Lofty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Or I thought I did. My bad. But hope the upcoming holidays been going well. Not your name. Oh yeah, have you been getting a lot of snow, by the way? How's the snow been this year? Because you're in an area that's probably getting a lot of it. Oh, you didn't get any snow? Oh no. At least you don't have to shovel any snow. Which is a nice benefit. Yeah, maybe they'll come by Christmas. Yeah, I never expect snow in this area because it never snows here. You're gonna have to get absurdly cold for it to snow here, and even then it likes to hail or something else. Or more like a slush than a snow. You never shovel? That's the landlord's job? Nice. Oh gosh, I hate to have the shovel. Especially for my grandma and everything. Of course, I didn't mind doing it for her and everything, but gosh. Having to do that much area. This is so backbreaking. Like, you spend like almost half the day just shoveling snow. Like, it's a good like solid 4, 6, 8 hours depending on how much snow there is. Especially when you get over a foot. I don't think anyone likes shoveling snow. Like, it's one of those things you have to do, but it's like so annoying. Yeah, it's nice that you don't need to. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you, Isabel. Used to shovel a lot in Philly. Yeah, Philly also gets a lot of snow. The whole area. Like, anywhere's kind of in, like, that northeastern area. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you haven't gotten snow yet. Because I know it's been pretty cold here lately. Not like, you know, winter cold, but colder relative to this area cold. Good old global warring. It's been 60 degrees for you most of the week? Oh, wow. It's not too bad then for winter, especially in that area. Let's see. Can I even check what temperature it is around here? I always thought Windows had like a really annoying thing that kept popping up the temperature in this corner. Like the 1 second I want to go see it, I can't even see it. I want to say it's like high 60, low 70 something right now, based on how it feels outside. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's 53. According to little Windows 11 thingy. Not sure how accurate it is, because it does feel a little warmer than that. Probably because there's no like wind chill. It's like 53, but it's like a non-wind 53. So it feels a lot warmer than it is. Am I fighting this tiger for armor drops? Yes. The main thing I'm trying to find today is my first ever 4-star 200 plus drop. Will we get it? Will we not? I have no clue. But one thing that we're also doing is trying to farm up for the 219 raid dens. And these things can drop up to 218 because they're 218s. So yeah, a bit of both. But I wanted to try to on stream get our first ever 4-star as a drop. We haven't gotten one yet. Obviously we've gotten 4 stars pre 200, but post 200 they get 4 times rare. And we still haven't found our first one yet. And I'm hoping that we can get it on stream because I don't want it to happen off stream. If I can help it. If it does happen as well, it should help out a lot with the raid den as long as it's not like a useless weapon. Even if it's just an armor piece, that armor piece will still go a long way. Ideally, the best thing that it could be is a 4-star rapier, a 4-star longsword, or a 4-star of an armor piece that gets a lot more durability, like chest plate or legs. Alright, we'll see what we get. But there's no guarantee we actually get one today. I don't want to do it the whole stream. I do want to do a decent chunk of it, but I'm not going to be doing it for like, you know, 10 hours straight. Not sure how long I plan to do it, but it's definitely not going to be the entire stream. So if we get to a certain point, like let's say like 218 combat and we haven't gotten it yet, it'll probably be around the give up point. It's not a panther. It says tiger, but it's colored like a panther. Because they have a bunch of different colorations. Based on what tier they are. It says tiger. It does look a little bit more panther-like due to it being black. But it has a bunch of different color variants. This one looks a little more panther-like. Yeah, a lot of cats today. Because I can't do the 210s. I mean the 200s, because we're out of range. And the 237s will absolutely obliterate us. Which I'm probably even just completely skipping them for the 265 way down the line. It's one of the reasons why we need such a good weapon now. Because whatever we get now, we're honestly stuck with to like level 270. When we can consistently kill the wasps. He sets the game plan anyways. How's leagues going? I actually am not AFKing it today. I went back to the Redwood AFK. If we show it right here. We got the Redwood AFK. He's back. But yeah, I have him back in the main game for now. I'm mostly running out of things to AFK in leagues instead of like actively playing, and I haven't had time to actively play. So I'm just AFKing back in the main game. I do still want to finish Dragon Rank in leagues. I still haven't done that yet. Oh, a big drop. Nice. I still need to go finish that later. I just haven't had the time. He's obviously like 80-90% of our free time has been, probably 90-something percent, has been going to Brighter Shores. Then a little bit still goes to do Gems of War dailies. And then whatever free time I still have left, I play leagues. But that is like so little. We're talking like half an hour a day, not even. As far as like actively playing it. Because I've had like 0 free time to go do it. I do need to before it ends, but we still got plenty of time. I think it's still going for like over 3 weeks. I can finish everything I need to do in like a week or 2. Probably even closer to a week. Problem, some of them are RNG grinds, so you don't know how long it takes. It's the only problem with a couple of them. Like the ones that are really static, we'll know exactly how long they take. But there are a handful of them that is just pure RNG. Where it could take like 10 minutes, could take like 10 hours. Kind of like what we're doing right now. Where we could get the drop in this next kill, or it could be 178 tigers from now. I just realized I didn't bring healing pots with me. I'm eventually going to run out. I got to go grab them when I went to the potion thingy. Probably because I didn't bother going to the potion thingy. I just kind of walked past it. I meant to, but then forgot. Because we're basically inevitably going to die the second this potion stack hits 0. Because we're not tanky enough to get past the RNG field. Yeah, we'll be finishing Dragon ranks in League. I'm not sure if I could do it as a separate stream, just so we focus on it more, or what the plan is, but, yeah, I do need to do that sometime after the holidays. Like, early January. Or even maybe, late December. Just because Brighter Shores isn't probably getting an update till next year. And if that is the case, then, that would actually be a good time to go finish out Leagues. Since Brighter Shores doesn't have as much going on. There's still a lot of grinds I need to get done in Brighter Shores, but, you know, as far as new content, I don't think it's getting anything until early January. Which would be a good time to bring out the double screen Leagues again. Potentially just for a few streams just to finish out whatever we need to go do. Not sure yet, but we might. Just so I don't have to worry about finishing Leagues last minute in like the final week. Because I do want to secure a Dragon rank for it. I plan to every year they do it. Just for the fun of it. Just this year we're a lot busier than normal as far as what we were allocating our free time to. No one's prioritizing gear when we have 16 slots? Yeah. That's kind of funny on the poll right now. I know we only have like 10 votes in because the stream just started. But, yeah, 50%. Oh, yeah, I didn't even mention the poll at all. I forgot. So we have a poll going on for today, as we normally do, most streams. And today's poll is on... actually, let me heal real quick so I don't need to worry about the fight. There we go. Today's poll is, what type of resource are you prioritizing most in Brighter Shores right now? Question mark. Currently in first place is gold at 50%, and honestly, so am I. I'm definitely on that little bit of that gold pivot, as I need that to go get all my gathering tools. At 0% is gear, which is rather ironic, because that's what we're doing today. Just because I want to get the first one ever on stream. But after that, we're honestly doing so little combat after today. Because the only thing we'll really have is AFK raid dens, and maybe the slightest amount of mines in Batubin. But that's really funny. Gear's at 0%. Oh, someone voted for gear. Oh, someone voted for gear. Gear got 1 vote. But yeah, gear's nearly at 0%. Like, it does make sense to minimize on gear. The main reason being, like, you do still want to prioritize gear in the sense of, you know, getting your crafting skills up. Because I would consider that gear. I'm not sure if people are voting based on that. But if you're trying to get 200 Bonerite, Blacksmith, and Stonemason, I would say that you're prioritizing gear. Compared to if you were getting like 200 alchemy, 200 like gathering skills, stuff like that. In which case you're prioritizing like material and supplies or so in that situation. Or if you're doing like merchant, leatherworker, stuff like that, you're probably prioritizing gold. But, or if you're going for 500 combat, oddly enough, you could be prioritizing gold more than you're prioritizing gear in that situation. But, yeah, I would say I'm doing a little bit of all right now. However, I would say the main priority, even though I'm going for gear pretty heavily today, is gold. If I was to pick only one, I would say I am definitely prioritizing gold, which makes sense why it's #1 right now by about half. There's about 18% on mats and material, supplies, which is like potions, you know, these hides, you know, just various raw material, you know, a bunch of bars queued up, bunch of stones queued up, bones queued up, bunch of leather banked for, you know, armor maker, stuff like that kind of prep. And then, yeah, about a little bit of everything seems to be about a 4 for people. Which, yeah, I would say I'm either in the gold or the bit of everything category, which is where the 2 highest voting categories are right now. As far as the current state of the poll. But it could change up at any point. Still really early in the day. But yeah, the 2 that are winning right now is basically the exact 2 categories I would say I'm in right now. Even though I'm doing gear right now, but this is an outlier. This is probably the last time we're ever gearing. That's why I want to go a little bit hard on it right now. Because honestly, today's probably the last day we're doing serious combat. Until the combat rework. Like, today's, like, the last day of combat. I know it's not in, like, the title somewheres. But this is pretty much the last day of combat. For, like, a month. Not that we won't be doing any combat the next month. But in the sense of, it's kind of just waiting for special attacks and combat rework. The only reason I'm doing it now is I need to prep for the AFK 219 raids. Or, you know, passive AFK. Whatever you want to call it. I mean, active AFK. Like, you know, not AFK, but, you know, like 2-3 minutes downtime kind of thing. Because right now, it's the best downtime activity until queuable actions come out. So I want to utilize it now, because once queuable actions come out, we'll likely be using on other things, like production skills, leather maker, gathering, and we won't be prioritizing as much for raid dens because they're not as useful once we get queuable actions. We'll have to wait and see. But queuable actions will almost kill doing the raid dens. Not that we would never do them again, but there would be less of a need to do them if we were looking for a very passive activity to do all multitasking. Because right now it's just the best one to do. But that's not going to be the case in probably a month from now. So it's good to get them done now rather than later, even though it's somewhat combat related. Just because it's better value to do it now than to do it later. Not because the value of it has changed, but because the value of other things have increased. As far as how AFK you can end up doing them. But the main one I'm really looking forward to is if you can queue up a whole inventory of leather maker. That's going to be really, really, really strong. I'm curious to see exactly how that ends up panning out. Because if you can do that, I can't wait to go do that so badly. Hello, Sanaka. Hello, B. Good evening. Who voted gear? Oh, no. One person changed their vote or voted for? I'm not sure. Throw him in jail. Hello, Stefan. Who else is uprighting their shores? Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm still as addicted as day one. Send help. 44 days straight. Oh, good. We're tanky enough that we're not dying. Though we are going to run out of healing pots soon, though. In which case we will die. Luckily, it's around the time we need a bank, so it kind of works out. Also, we're still under leveled, by the way. They're 218. We're 216. You're slowing down a bit? Yeah, I think that's happening to a lot of people with Brighter Shores. Honestly, I haven't really slowed down at all. I haven't really felt it yet. Definitely seems like a lot of people are kind of in that category where they're kind of just waiting for content. Just kind of moved on to other things. It also makes sense because of the holidays and everything. I'm not that busy this holiday. I will be on Christmas Day. But beyond that, my holiday's pretty tame this time around. So I have a lot of free time just to do whatever. And what better thing than Brighter Shores? But yeah, we are in a bit of a content drought right now, but honestly, I can keep farming these for easily months, years. I'm perfectly fine with this. There's still so many objectives we need every single day that I don't even know which one to go for a lot of days. Obviously, today I prioritized to see if we can get our first 4-star 200 plus. We'll be doing more than just that, but that is like our priority. The biggest issue with it is it's really luck-based. We could have it in the next hour, we could have it in like 10 hours. We're not going to be doing it that long today, though. But, I think my cutoff point is 218. It's either 218 or 219. If by one of those numbers we don't have it, we're probably calling it. I want to say 218, but if we still feel like doing a little bit more combat, maybe 219. But one of those two levels, if we're 219 at any point in the stream, we are not killing a single unit the rest of the stream, I assure you. I might just cut it off at 218 though. We'll see. Because every single level is like 4 levels. So if we were to go to 218, it's basically getting 6 combat levels. Whereas the other one would be like getting about 10 combat levels. You've only gotten 1 epic at 210 scout. Well, that's not too bad. We're 216 and still don't have our first. Don't know for some of those were AFK raid dens, so maybe we have done about the same amount. I still haven't seen one yet. Still fishing for it. We are about at drop rate, though. We're like at drop rate or slightly dry, currently. As far as how many killed relative to its drop rate. I don't know the exact percent, but based on approximately what it was pre-200, and assuming it's exactly 4 times higher, we should be just slightly dry right now. Because I think we've gone through like 4.5 times as many units. Which means we're like 1.3 dry, or 1.25 dry. Do I want gear or weapon? Ideally gear, because there's only like 2 weapons that would be even remotely relevant. And 4-star rapier and 4-star 2-hand, particularly 4-star 2-hand. So I'm almost wanting a good armor piece more than a weapon, just because the chance that it rolls a good weapon is very unlikely. Because every ranged weapon is useless to us, because we'd be AFKing the raid den. A lot of weapons are just too slow to bother using, unless they're just substantially better than 2-hand. But the problem with that is, then they'll basically just break even. It basically has to be 2-hand or rapier to even be worth it. As everything else will barely break even, and it's almost just like the same thing as a 2-hand at that point. So armor piece is definitely like the biggest one. Unless we get the absolute best drop that we could get is a 4-star longsword. The second best is probably a 4-star rapier. And then the next category would be all the good armor pieces. Most notably a body or a leg piece. Because we don't really need a shield since our shield's already pretty solid. But a plate body or a leg piece would be pretty solid. Or honestly, any of these. Anything here that isn't shield would be kind of fine. But the biggest reward would be a 4-star longsword. It is absurdly unlikely. There is a way I can craft my own, though. If I get a 3-star... oh, I'm out of potion, I just realized. I'm about to die. Well, we need a bank soon anyway, so it kind of works out. If we get a 3-star hammer mage weapon, we can craft our own, like, 210 longsword. Which is probably better than almost any other drop we can even get. Other than a 4-star longsword. So that's honestly, like, the second best drop we could get. And it's actually less... I don't know, is it less rare or more rare? I'm actually not sure based on how the rarity works, if that's less or more rare. To get specifically a non-your class weapon for a specific class. Because the second hammer mage one won't do us any good. It has to be specifically a guardian 3-star weapon. It has to be a weapon, it can't be a shield, it can't be an armor piece. But if we do happen to roll that, that gets us a 4-star longsword at around 210. Ah, we're about to die here. We're about to die. I kind of forgot to go bring heal pots, but it's a good time to go buy them. Because I'm pretty sure I have, like, so few banked. Alright, let me go get them. Let's go burn our cash stack. Oh, yeah, we got 10 gold, by the way. We're about to not have 10 gold, but we currently have 10 gold. We need, what, 18 for our next upgrade? For, you know, tool upgrade. Alright, oh, let's go sell all this. Do that over there, boom. Alright, let me go buy some potions. Because I forgot how many I banked. I do want to just peek at the bank. But I'm not sure if I'm actually going to grab any. I want to say we have like 80 something left. So maybe I'll grab some. Or all of them. Just so we know what our stock is currently at. Yeah, we got, okay. We got 74. A bit more than I thought. I'll buy a little bit more than that, though. Because we're going to be here for a little bit. Alright, let's see. Probably do want... Did I bet the wrong one? Oh, wait, that was my weaker one. Wait, what? Do we have none, then? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait. I accidentally equipped the weaker one. They're both like the same, so it's hard to tell. Oh yeah, wait, I had none left. Oh wow. These are the weaker 20% ones, which you can use on like idle enemies kind of thing. We might need a little more than 100 then. I thought we'd have like around 200 then. Alright, let's keep burning money. Luckily, these things actually profit, technically. As long as we're using 1 potion, we profit. If we use 2, we break even. If we have to use 3 for some reason, we do lose money. But on average, we should be 1 or 2, which means we'll be slowly making money on these things. But I think the amount we have right now should be okay. That guy's called Dead Game. Yeah, he's still playing the game. That's funny. That's a pretty high level for someone called Dead Game. They're like 700 something. 700 or something doesn't take a short amount of time. That's still like 100, 200 hours or something. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm going to that place. But no, I still have very high confidence in Andrew Gower with the future of this game. Curious to see what happens with over the next upcoming months and everything. And even if nothing happens, I'm perfectly content just playing the current state of the game. Ooh, is that a 500 hammer mage? Is that 500? No, it's missing the last piece. He's 200 something. Which makes sense. He's getting there, though. But yeah, hammer mages have a nice advantage here. One thing that's kind of annoying about these things is they're immune to blue. But they're weak to yellow. But it's not worth me going on my way to make a mace just to kill them. Compared to using a two-hand. Wait, is he killing the same range I am? Interesting. Maybe he's prepping for the raid den or something as well. Because this is like the last one you would do before the 219 raid. So that's almost guaranteed the objective he's currently going for. Also, forget if I mentioned it earlier. I plan on getting 66 Guardian first with boosting, which is why we have the Hope Forest one. But then we're going to be... There's someone smoking outside for sure. But, gosh. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. And then we're going to do the 138 Stonemason. Just hate when the neighbors smoke. Like, so easy to tell when they are. That's one bad thing about this area. The houses are, like, literally on top of each other. Like, if I open my window, I can literally touch the house next to me. Is that close together? Cooking is motivating you? That's funny. Yeah, cooking is fun in this game. I do enjoy cooking. Does fishing and cooking have a weird synergy where their only purpose is money right now? That will change in the future, of course, or I would sure assume it would. It's the same issue Detective has right now. In that it has no value beyond its initial utility. Because fishing stops having utility by 25, Chef at 61, and Detective at 83. It's nearly pointless to get them up beyond that. The only reason people still go for something like Detective is because they can AFK the combat while getting free XP for a skill that isn't really worth training directly. Oops, I almost over encumbered. Actually, I think I did. Whoops. Alright, let's put this into Gatherer. Gatherer number 1. Gatherer number 2. Alright, one more double like that, and we should be able to do bone spikes. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later stream. We'll see. I did want to do a little bit more of a smithing stonemason priority today. However, gathering is still bone rate XP. We'd be getting the 66 tier 2 bone spike if we do. The only reason I'm probably not going to do it today is if I do it, I kind of want to get a whole level. And with my current plans, I'm not sure if we're going to go get a whole level. And by a whole level, I mean 66 to 79. You know, like a whole tier of bone when I say a whole level. So if we do it, it's just going to be touching it for like a few levels or something. Because I don't think we're going to do it long enough to get it all the way to 79 today from 66. Or technically from 64, given that we're acknowledging it. You're level 70 fishing, 68 cooking, 208 forager, and 129 gatherer? Nice. Wait, what's your alchemy level? You have pretty good alchemy with that then as well. Or at least a lot of supplies banked, if not using it. Is that something I've really been neglecting that we need to get around to? It's one of those... Oh, nice, 190. It's one of those utility skills that just affects everything that I've really been neglecting. We're only at 64. Making a potion that I don't even need. Because I don't even need plus 60 Arboret. The next really good one for us is 77 for the blue. And then beyond that, what even is our next good one? Like one that actually matters. Not like good XP, but I mean like actually need to use category. Because 9-minute fear probably isn't worth it. Maybe to make for XP, but not to use. I guess 131 is the next really, really big one. Because that allows us to get smithing, bone right, and stonemason up easier. I don't really need this for mining, but I need this for the 3 production skills in the mines of Matubin. It's a pivot definitely worth considering pivoting to. The only problem is if we hard pivoted to it, it would take a good solid like 3 days to get to that level. But I believe you could do it purely off of just profit-only potions, which I'll probably just dump into the shop. I'll be keeping all the plus 60 blues, but I'm probably just selling the other ones to the shop. Even though they'll be worth keeping for when trading comes out, I'm probably just going to dump them. Particularly the green ones. Though I don't think the yellow ones are even profit. The yellow ones are a bit more useful to me. But I believe you lose money on them, like a lot. I need to go double check. That would just forge the supplies later down the line if we ever need them. That's the only thing that kind of is keeping me from doing alchemy though. Is realistically to do alchemy. I want like 200 forager, 200 gatherer, 200 maybe minefighter even. Definitely at least 200 gatherer and forager. But the problem is my tools aren't even remotely there. My next tool upgrade is going to be sickle, because that gives us some good alchemy supplies. Most notably the plus 60 and plus 80 items that we need for alchemy, or you know, for the blue potions. Already got a bunch of the plus 60 ones, but now later down the line we'll get plus 80 off it, as well as a 7 and 10% boost potion for the area, which is pretty nice, because that allows us to skip carpentry some, which is the main thing that convinced me to go get it. But after getting sickle, I think I go and max out all the zone 1 gathering tools. I think that's my next plan. Get all 3 of these to 25, and do the gathering pivot into alchemy slowly. Because I need alchemy to be higher. But I don't want to do alchemy without doing foraging and gatherer first. Maybe even a little bit of minefighter. Minefighter's less needed, but does help it. And merchant's already done if I need any supplies from merchant. That's already good to go. Don't need to worry about that one. $200 gather, 200 forager, 200 merchant, 200 minefighter, and 200 identified zone 5. Yeah, there's a lot of things you need for alchemy. Some other things that also help is 500 guard, 200 guard, 200 scout. I'm not gonna bother with 200 base combat though. If I was to do any combat to 200, it'd be minefighter, just because of how much alchemy supplies it drops, particularly in the next tier of monsters. The current tier we're on is pretty bad for it. But the next tier will be giving us tier 2 minefighter supplies. Or alchemy supplies. Which makes a 7% mining potion. It makes one other thing that's really good. Oh yeah, the heal potions. The best healing potions in the game. That's a really big one at 170. The best healing potions in the game actually are sourced from minefighter. Which is actually huge. I believe it's the next tier of goblin and tongue beast thing. Ends up doing that. And we already saw from the other day that we can actually synergize Gatherer with Tongue Beast thingy. And the next tier up gives us the really good max healing potion Tongue. Yeah, not these two right now, but the tier after these two, I believe, drop the best healing potion supplies in the entire game right now. At least currently. Which is going to be really important down the line. You need 170 to be able to use them, though. But once you do, yeah, they're best healing pots in the game right now. Really good for whenever bossing comes out, or PvP, or anything at all. But we're going to need like a minefighter of like 130, 40, 50 before we can really take them on. Because right now we can't even fight them if we wanted to. This is the tier below. It's the next tier up that starts giving it. Do you start at 105? Oh gosh. The problem is both of them are hard for me to kill. One of them's immune to blue, the Tongue Beast. And then the other one, I would need a good yellow weapon. But I'm not sure it's worth going out of the way for just for a mace. Especially pre-special attack. It's my only concern with doing them. It's like pre-evolution of combat in this game. I'm not sure if it's worth it. It's one of the reasons I'll probably skip Mind Fighter on my 200 alchemy grind. The only problem with that is when I do the 200 Mind Fighter grind, I'm going to get so many supplies I'm not going to need anymore. Or not need as much. I don't know, would those be worth doing at that level range? Maybe. But it's even my goal for alchemy if I was to get it high. Like, what's our target goal? The thing is, if my target goal is to get 131 for the Mind Fighter thing, I would have to go get Mind Fighter up. Because you get some supplies from Mind Fighter. Like, obviously you could buy from the shop and they're not that expensive. But if we're just going to get it from Mind Fighter later, we might as well just get it from Mind Fighter now. Or, you know, not now, but, you know, now before you would do that. That's the only reason I've been putting off the alchemy grind. You gotta train like 4 skills realistically to go get it up. At least 3 in the current state of the game. Forager, Gatherer, and Mind Fighter. Technically also Guard and Scout help towards it, but not as much as Mind Fighter does. Buy the under or silver bank when it's dropping worth 10. But hitting cryo is more important. And the plus 40 helps. Oh yeah, I could be using the plus 40 boost when doing them. But the problem is I can only do it on one or the other. It's the same reason we're not boosting on this guy. He's immune to blue. And one of the 2 ingredients you need for the heal pot is also immune to blue. A little bit unfortunate for Cryo Knights in those 2 regards. Like, everything I need to fight right now that's important is immune to blue. Which is not ideal. Oh, that guy was named Tulin. That's from, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, I never really cared too much for Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Both of them were, like, decent games. And had a few really good characters. Like Revali from the Breath of the Wild. But I don't know. It's something about open world games just never really caught me as much. Like, they give you so much freedom that it seems pointless any objective you do. They were good fun, though. Yeah, 170 is the highest healing pot. But you need Mind Fighter to get the supplies, unless you're buying it. Oh, wait, the cockroach and slime are actually the EXP? Oh, yeah, the other 2 are for the healing pot. Oh, true, true. I forgot about that, because that's why I killed the first time to get them. Wait, those are actually easy to kill. Ooh, I already have the slimes banked as well. Hold up. I already have a lot of those banked. Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, that changes things. Yeah, that was that one really weird supply that we kept getting that we couldn't use. But would be able to at 131. But yeah, I should have a lot of that banked already then. Not like all of it. Not enough to go, you know, like 10, 20 levels, but... You know, we got a couple hundred pots banked, if not more. If that's what they are. Ooh, that's not too bad then. Yeah, slimes we were killing a lot of earlier. Cockroaches I haven't done as much of, though. I'm definitely missing more cockroach than I am slime. When's the next time I can even kill cockroaches in a viable enemy? The problem with cockroaches is right after... Oh, that's why I haven't killed that many. Oh, I'm about to die. There's not enough time to do a heal pot. No! But, yeah, I see why I have killed, like, almost none of them. They're in between 2 good enemies to kill. Fire Toad and the guy who you could just step under. With the really high attack speed that could be completely cheesed by step undering him every time. But, yeah, that's why I didn't end up doing it. Is he's right by 2 enemies that are so free to kill. So I'm almost never killing cockroaches. I guess I'll just get a bunch of slime material and just buy the cockroach material, because it's actually not worth doing cockroach. Because before cockroach, I have toad. And then after cockroach, you have the walk under guy. So there's never a level range where I'd be killing cockroach. Maybe like post 200. But pre 200, I would never actually need to kill cockroach for like mass killing them. Because I have no good way of killing them quickly. Whereas the thing before and after are really free for our class. Well, for every class, the one after, but the fire toads are one of the easier ones to kill in that area. As well as the slime. So it's way better just to kill only the slime. And then just buy the cockroach material from the shop. So while I'm here, we're talking about it. Let me go check how much supplies I have. Because we were just talking about the mining boost potion. Which is decently relevant. But let me go check the... hey, Chino's here. Speaking of alchemy grinds. No, not potion. I want to check my supplies. Yeah, this is the cockroach mandible. I have 236. Which is a little low. Because I'm guarantee I have way more slime. I have 999 slime. Can we confirm that it goes to 1,000 stack? Because it's the second time now for Mines of Matubin. I've gotten exactly 999. And it drives me crazy because it keeps thinking I'm deleting some of my stack. But I am almost 95% certain it goes above 1,000. But this is the second time now I've gotten exactly a 999 stack. And it's bothering me. But yeah, we got 999. I don't believe that's max stack. I'm pretty sure it goes higher. It was just the second time in a row we coincidentally got 999. Yeah, I know for sure they go above 1,000. I just find it really funny that this is the second time now. The same thing happened with the teeth. When I end up getting these teeth, I know it doesn't say any right now. It says 0 because I don't have any because we used them all. But when we had the teeth, we had exactly 999 as well. I just find it really funny. We also have 999 slime. They do go higher. It's just a pure coincidence that it happened. But, yeah, we need more of them. Or, you know, more of the cockroach mandible thing. That's a later issue. Anyways, what are we doing? Banking real quick. And then back to the grind. See if we can get anything. But I think 218 is going to be the cutoff point. If we don't get a 4-star or the other item we need by 218, we're definitely not doing any more combat this stream. 218 will be the cutoff number. Hey, Meadows here. They're level 2,960 using this bank. They're really good deposit bank. 2,960, 2,960. Let's see, where are they on leaderboard? They are... Oh, we're still 18. They are currently... Let's see, 2,960. Yeah, they're second place right now. Though we don't know if Yip's number has been updated or not. Because Meadows' number is, because we just looked at it in physical space. But we don't know if Meadows... I mean, Yips has updated. But if it has, then yeah, he's 6 levels ahead right now. Meadow compared to Yips. The only thing is we don't know if Yips is actually level 2954 if it just hasn't updated for a little bit. And here we are just chilling down here. Better player keeps getting more levels than me though. Not sure what they're up to lately. Looks like they're going pretty heavy on Chef. They probably got a lot of supplies from Guard as well. Like all the potato and everything. They did 200 all combat already. 100 alchemy. What else have they been grinding? I guess it's a little bit of Chronopolis. Which is what we're doing right now. They went really heavy on combat for some reason. They're 238 Chronopolis. They were 216, 216. They kind of stopped doing the raid dens and just went all in on watch person apparently. So hello MK Jets, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the thumbs up. Greatly appreciated. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Hey, there's Orion again. Wait, why is he back on these? Did he give up on the Hags? Wait, is that the same Orion that I think it is? He said he was going to go on to Hags, and then he did. And I saw him when I was on my bird account last night doing, I was progressing it to go do a couple of the things in Chronopolis. And he was still killing the Hags. The only reason he would have to go kill these is he's gotten tired of Hags. Oh, that's funny. I already see the arc of what happened here. He got so RNG'd by Hags that he moved back down to this. This is why I'm skipping Hags, by the way. That's why I keep saying after this we won't be doing combat for a very, very, very long time. Other than if we do Mindfighter. Because once we get to the AFK raid dens at 219, we are completely skipping 237. I'm skipping 237 all the way to 265 with the raid dens. Because I refuse to go do Hags again. I swear absolutely, absolutely forced to at like level 400 something or something. Or 300 something. I will. But I am skipping at this level range because we could perfectly skip it with the raid dead. Which is a little unfortunate because that means whatever weapon I get now is even more important. Because I won't be getting an upgrade for it till like level 265. So whatever weapon we make, whether it be a 199 or 200 something or 4-star or 3-star, whatever it is what we're stuck with till 265 because I refuse to go kill the hags. They're just so RNG heavy. You could be like 20 levels above them and probably still die to them. As hello, more zombies! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this is pretty much our last day of combat unless we decide to do some Mind Fighter. Not for forever, obviously, but for the next few weeks. Just until combat rework, special attacks, or whatever else happens. This is our last really, really big combat push. But of course, we're not abandoning combat. I'm just kind of waiting for the rework, special attacks, all that stuff. A lot of what everyone's waiting for in that regard. I just really want to get our first 4-star on stream. And hopefully we'll get it today. Also, the second we get it, we stop, by the way. Even if we get it like this next kill or 100 something kills from now, the second we get it, we stop doing combat. I just want to see it. Hopefully it's a good one. But honestly, I'll take anything. Ideally, preferably a good one, but I'll take literally any 4-star. Even the trashiest one that we're just going to like literally sell it so bad. I'll still keep it because we'll use it for special attack when it comes out. As hello, more zombies! You broke into top 500 for the only meaningful skill in Brighter Shores. Cooking? Nice! What cooking level are you that you broke top 500? Because my cooking rank is still, like, nothing, I believe. I'm currently ranked, yeah, 789. Which means you're probably around level 100 cook, then. Give or take, like, 10. Yeah, what is our lowest ranked skill right now? It looks like it's Scout at 3005 because I only have level 50. I think a lot of people get level 60 or something for the quest. We did at level 30 for the quest. And the reason it's at 50 is because we were going for base 50 the other day. But for no other reason than that. Also, after our smithing grind yesterday... No way you high rolled. After our smithing grind yesterday, smithing is actually our highest skill now. Not counting total rank, smithing is our highest individual rank. Unless you count mines and Matubin. As far as like individual skill, it's or profession, our highest one is... I have no gear. How did I die that quick? I didn't get anything. Wait, we got literally just cash drops. What? Every single thing we did that inventory was only cash. We didn't get deer hide nor an item piece. Go figure. How'd that happen? You watch yourself go past me? Nice. Yeah, the main ones we have really low are all of our free-to-play ones. I wonder what our lowest non-free-to-play is. Like, chapter 3 or 4. Like, which skills are our lowest in one of those two? I assume it's one of ours in chapter 3. If I had to guess, before I even check, it's Mind Fighter. I'm gonna make a bet Mind Fighter is our lowest member skill. Let's see. Yep, it is. Mind Fighter at 518. Our second lowest is Bone Rate at 191, mostly because of Guardians getting it. And our highest 2 is Blacksmith at 31, mostly due to our grind yesterday. And Mining at 39. And for Chronopolis, our lowest is oddly enough what we're doing right now. Because a lot of people like going into combat. But yeah, our Watch Person at 151 is our lowest. And oddly enough, despite being our lowest level, Leatherworker at 174 is our highest? That's so weird. Yeah, despite it being the lowest level in this chapter, it's the highest on leaderboard. Because not as many people bother doing Leatherworker. Because unless you want to print money, it doesn't really have a secondary purpose at the moment. So a bit less people have done it. Because Armor Maker doesn't exist till chapter 5. So unless you're pre-getting hides or just want to run the money printer, it's a little bit less useful. Because there's no immediate use case for it. It's just for printing money if you want to use it now. Which I guess is why it has a lot less people doing it overall. As its immediate usefulness is just a lot lower. Yeah, carpenters at 1,138. I still find that crazy. There are 1,138 people in this game who have done more carpentry than this. I can't even imagine that with how much carpentry we've done. Like, it makes sense because of guardians and everything. But I still find that crazy. Like, think of all the carpentry we've done up to this point. Over 1,000 people have done more than that. Unless they use knowledge for it. Which could be the case. But around 1,000 people have done more carpentry than this. And I think back to how much carpentry we've done, and I get PTSD. And 1,000 people have done more than that. You remember the day when you said I was going to do some cooking and then you said no? Well, one day we went really heavy. It was for the Branolf inheritance though. And then after that I started doing like the little daily thingies. But I haven't touched a daily thingy for it in like 3 to 4 days now. I'm still on the same task list since like Monday. And it's like, what, Friday right now? So I haven't touched cooking in like 5 days. The main reason is we're kind of in a dead zone for cooking right now. I basically would have to do like level 63 stew. Because all my bounty board stuff is really horrible to do without fishing or forager right now. Unless I go do a 200 forager fishing grind. Though I do plan to kind of go to 200 forager sometime soon. It's actually one of the small pivots I do want to go do. Once we get our weapon and get these raids set up. One of our other side goals beyond just, you know, Mine to Matubin grind and AFKing these before we get queuable actions is, I want to start working towards 200 forager and 200 gatherer. I'll probably be doing 200 Gatherer first because it feeds into Bone Right. And Bone Right has more immediacy than Alchemy, I would say, right now. Even though they're both really useful. But, yeah, I still want to go prioritize, both. But, Gatherer is definitely going to be first for Bone Right. Because once we hit 200 Stonemason, I'm going to have to knowledge into Bone Right. And to be able to knowledge into Bone Right, I want to have my bones preemptively. Like, I pretty much want to have 200 Gather by the time I have 200 Stonemason. Which sounds like a bit of a stretch, but I think we can do it. As long as a few days a week we go all-in Gatherer. And go from bone to bone and Gatherer. At least like 3 to 4 days out of a week. Which we already did once this week so far, you know, the other day. But as long as we do that, we should be good to go. Even right now I'm getting into Gatherer so we can get to the next bone. Or, you know, finishing the grind that we did earlier. I don't think I'm actually going to be doing any Gatherer today. I want to get it, like, set up for when we do. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. These days are going to be really combat heavy. And then also whatever spare time, probably Stonemason. Because by then we should have 138 Stonemason, which means we can go back to training it directly again. We're going for the Gatherer one first, but after that I'm dumping all into Stonemason. And I don't need, what, 11 knowledge points or so? So I have 11 knowledge point, we should be good to go on it. Yeah, I do plan on doing 200 Forager because of the knowledge points and everything. Oddly enough, I think I want to put it into Alchemy. I would say Cooking because it's in such a dead zone. But the only reason it's in a dead zone because I'm ignoring Fishing and Forager. If it wasn't for that, it's actually a pretty easy zone, like any zone in Cooking. Like, all zones are basically the same in Cooking if you have Foraging and Fishing. The problem is when you don't. Like, if you had, like, really low Foraging Fishing, then Chef at high certain level ranges is really, really bad to do. As far as, like, the message board or the ones that you can mass produce. It basically comes down to if there's, like, a good mass-producible one where you could buy it from the shop at a given level range. When there isn't, you have a bad time without Forager and Gatherer. I mean, Fisher and Forager. And we're kind of in that strait right now. We're in a pretty bad zone for doing Cooking without having the corresponding levels to go with it. Because doing it off of just pure cooking supplies that you could buy is not viable at this level range. But yeah, whenever we do 200 Forager grind, I need to make sure to get my Alchemy up a little bit more. I don't know, what's the deadest zone for Alchemy up to 131? Does anyone know? I forget what all the profitable potions are. But does anyone who's gone Alchemy know, like, the deadest zone? Because at some point we'd want to go and alchemize through that. And the exact time we'd want to do that is exactly when we do the 200 forager grind. I guess it would technically be the fear potions. Because even if those are profitable, it's not like you need them. We need to go look into that more later. Because I know everything becomes a dead zone after 131 without the corresponding levels. But I'm mostly trying to get to that level. Oh, of course, 200 something. Actually, let me see. If I was to go to 200, is there a reason to? I want to check. What is our main priority there? Oh, yeah, we'd want to have 158 before next chapter. 7% for next chapter is kind of interesting. Problem is we don't have any supplies gathered because we can't. It's physically impossible. 170 is pretty huge for the heal. 10% hope port for 185 is actually kind of interesting. What do I dump that into, though? Because ironically, I think you use alchemy to go dump that into alchemy. Because what skill is more relevant in that area other than alchemy? It's pretty much just alchemy. Like foraging for tower eventually, but it's pretty low priority. Unless they put something absurd for the 490. But, yeah, you'd mostly use the 10% hope port on alchemy. Like, almost exclusively only on alchemy. Because it's not worth doing on foraging because the knowledge rate is so good. It's okay to use on Fisher, but it's such a useless skill at the moment. Chef you can just do yourself, and Guard you just do yourself. So yeah, it'd definitely be alchemy then. The only other one is maybe fishing at some level ranges if you're at like a really bad area for it. It's just the use case of fishing is just so bad right now. But yeah, once you get to that point, you would just throw it into even more alchemy. So you'd use alchemy in order to get more alchemy, basically. Use it for cooking bounties. Yeah, cooking bounties could be good as well if you want to speed up cooking. I was trying to see, why am I getting alchemy up? I still think it's 131 then. The 7% mining potion, which by proxy would also give us the 116 Hope Farce potion, are the main two I seek out of doing this grind. 143 Chronopolis we don't really care about. The one for Hope Port we don't really care about either. I guess we could use on alchemy itself. So yeah, I guess that's like our end goal then, 143. Does anyone know, what does the 143 potion even use? Is that even worth mass making? I don't think that's the pearl one, which is a problem. I think it's one of those weird ones where you can't actually use merchant to get it up. Because you have to use the venture. Which means that potion is probably not worth making. Let me double check. So I wouldn't even need that alchemy level then. But I'm pretty sure the 143 uses like grape plus something. And that means it's not worth making. Mostly because you're daily locked out of it. As far as how many you can get for cheap. Red cabbage and cinnamon stick. Yeah, your cinnamon sticked out of it. You'd have to a cinnamon stick venture, which is not worth it. How much do they cost to buy cinnamon sticks, though? Like, to buy it from a shop. 7? Okay, anyways, we're not doing that. 7? 7. Oh, so how did you not die? He just 69'd us. But, never mind. That's a potion we're never making. 7 silver? For a cinnamon stick? Gosh, I can go to Costco's and get one for 1 silver. Actually, does Costco still do that? I haven't had a Costco membership in like a decade. Do Costco still have like those dollar churro thingies? Or the cinnamon stick things? Because that's still a thing. $62, 68, 89, 95, 104. Okay, he's giving me a bunch of numbers. The King of Alchemy is giving us info. You can get them at sell price. You can get them and sell them for price. I know what you're trying to say. You profit from them. Let's see. Alright, those are the good ones then. So there's not really a dead area then. At least until post 200. And I'm trying to think, if I was to go really high alchemy, like what's the end goal? Like what level are we aiming for that we need in the immediate future? Because I think the highest we need is 131. Because the main thing I care about is the 7% Hope Forest for carpentry. And the 7%, whatever the other one was. Brain processing as I'm clicking. Yeah, the 7% for Hope Forest and the 7% for mine. Because I need 7% for Hope Forest for carpentry, and I need 7% for mine for bone right. So 131's as high as we really need to go. And then I just need all the corresponding skills that synergize with it. But those are the only two we really care about then. So yeah, we only need to double our alchemy level. That's not bad. We should focus on that here and there then. Maybe even today. Maybe we go from 62 to 77. I say casually as if that's going to be a short grind. But, wait, they don't have churros anymore? Really? Did they really get rid of their churros? How could they? That was like the whole reason you went to Costco. I remember that so much as a kid. Getting like the $1 churros there or the $1 hot dog, whatever they have. And you get all the discounted bulk food. But yeah, I haven't had a, they have cookies now? Aw. That's not the same though. A cookie's just a cookie. You can like get that whenever. A churro though, or a cinnamon stick, whatever you want to call it. Like those are more unique. If you really want to, you can bake cookies at home. You can't really easily bake churros at home. Like you can, but the process is more annoying. It's not as straightforward as a cookie. Especially if you're buying a pre-made mix for a cookie. Oh, are they $1.99 now? Oh gosh, inflation. Inflation's even hitting the dollar hot dog. Gosh, you cannot get anything for $1 these days. I thought Costco was going to keep it that way, just as like principle kind of thing. Because they would make so much from their memberships, so it wouldn't really matter. As long as they limit it like one per customer or something. I'm not sure. I haven't been into Costco in like a decade. I don't have any of those places near me. A lot of times when I go food shopping, I go someplace in walking distance, like the Walmart or something. Not because I support Walmart, but they're conveniently literally everywhere, including at the corner of my street. So I kind of have to, sometimes. It's literally in walking distance, so if I need a few pickups real quick, it's just right there. Yeah, I have Costco's in my area, but they're not like remotely close. I think the closest Costco to me is like a 20-30 minute drive. Whereas the closest food supplying shop is literally like less than half a mile walk away. And the only reason it's even that wrong is I live in an area that's kind of like really weird to walk through. Where I have to walk for a fourth of a mile just to get to the road. Panic at the Disco celebrates 25 years since their first album, or you mean 20 years? Oh gosh, that's getting high. Yeah, that was one thing I realized the other day too. There's not too many bands I follow or anything, but when 21 Pilots played at the Game Awards, it reminded me like how long time has gone by. Because I first found out about them, I think in like 2013. And I was looking at some of the videos that they released back then, and I just realized like, oh, it's been 11 years. And it just kind of hit me like, wow, so much time has gone by. Like, insane amount of time. But yeah, their performance at the Game Awards, I saw that, and then I was like checking some of their older stuff that I used to watch when it came out. And it's like, wow, it's been 11 years? No way it's been that long. Oh, that guy's dead again. Rip. That's like the third time he's died. Yeah, these things are kind of vicious. He's just quick traveling to the infirmary? True, true. He's getting that insta-telly over there. He's working on his number of deaths rank. Hello, Surveillian! What are we working on right now? We're currently trying to get our first ever 4-star item from an enemy. Or a 3-star Hammer Mage item so we can make our first post 200 4-star. Either or. But we're giving up after 218, I think. If we don't have it by 218, we're going to literally anything that is in combat. But 218 is the cutting point. Either a 4-star, a 3-star Hammer Mage weapon, or 218 level will be our stopping point. 218 Hammer Mage allows us to make around a 210 two-hand for when we go do 219 raids. The 4-star is the 4-star that we're seeking. And hitting 218 is when we're giving up. If we don't have either by then. Just so we're not doing this all stream. So hello, Krydek. Hello, Surveillian. Hello, more zombies. Hello, Stefan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, we're getting a lot more votes in on the poll. The distribution is spreading, though still in the lead. 38% at gold and 29% at even amount of everything. Even though it looks like we're going for gear right now, and technically we are at this exact moment in time, I would say our main priority is gold right now. This happens to be a pretty gear-heavy stream, at least for the first couple hours. Alright, this should be Bone Spike, so if we do want to go do Gather at any point, we have now re-unlocked the Gathering skill. Oh wait, no we haven't. I'm gonna be a little short, aren't I? Oh no, we got it. But yeah, Gathering skill has been re-unlocked. We can now do Bone Spike. The pop-up hasn't come up yet, but we can indeed do the Doppeled Bone Spike. But yeah, we're gonna be definitely doing that. Maybe not this stream, but I might poke them a little bit since we did unlock them. Not like right now, but at some point might do them for like an hour. Get like one gathering level. It'll be a different day that we do the whole 66 to 79 grind. But Bone Spike's a really good one, so I don't want to knowledge at all. So whenever we do that grind, it will take a little bit longer. Just because I will be knowledging like Stonemason or something. Or you know what, maybe I'll even knowledge Carpentry. Ooh. We could go down the knowledge Carpentry route. It's so tempting. Being where you're at, you're currently in the monument, or a moment prioritizing getting gear to do 51 raids. Nice. You're real focused on the general skilling rather than any particular resource. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty much doing that too, general skilling. Though my focus is definitely on making, I would almost say gear in that regard, because one of my focuses is to get 200 Bone Rate, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. And doing that is technically a gear priority. And the main reason I'm doing that is I want to be as prepared as possible when 4-star weapons come out. Or, you know, special attack weapons come out, I mean. I want to be able to make up to 199 for any special attack weapon we ever want. Which means at some point, yes, we'll have to do the woodcutting and handsaw grind within the next month, probably. Into the carpentry grind. Which that sounds like a ton of fun. Are you guys ready for the 24-hour carpentry stream? I wish I was joking, but there might actually legitimately be a day where I do 12 hours of carpentry. Just so we have one dead stream, so people can either not watch or watch if they want to. But I'm going to do one stream of literally just carpentry. Not because we want to, but because we have to. It'll just be 12 hours straight of nothing but carpentry. No time soon, but it will happen. So any carpentry enjoyers out there, or want to see us suffer, I will be doing a 12-hour carpentry stream probably in like 3 weeks from now. Because at some point when I get wood cutting up, I'm going to need to do carpentry. I just want to get it all done at once, so I can't try to stop. If I commit myself to a full stream, I can't possibly get distracted by any other funner piece of content. Yeah, that guy's speedrunning number of deaths right now. It's at least his 4th death since I've been here. Oh, there's the Bone Spike pop-up. There it is. Bone Spike! Don't worry, Bone Spike. We'll be coming for you eventually. This is not today. Or maybe we will today. But not a lot today if we do. Probably like a few hundred if we do. It sounds like a lot, but it's literally on top of a bank. They're actually pretty quick. I think it's actually the easiest resource in the entire game to bank. That and the Suave logs. Because the route that you do to go get them is literally passing a tile of a bank. I'm not aware of any other resource that's like that. I guess technically the other tree in the corner, but you have to go so many up-downs, it's not worth cutting. I think juniper trees are kind of like that. But the problem with juniper trees is they're so slow to cut that you basically skip them unless you need the material. Like, that's one you purely do because you need it for like, Bone Right, I believe. I'm not sure if anything other than Bone Right uses it. We need to check it later. But I know Bone Right has at least one weapon that uses it. That's like the only reason you even do it. So unless you're a Guardian, I'm not sure if you even need to touch a juniper tree. Other than for maybe like the first time bonuses or something. Or if you're in a really dead area post 200 carpentry where you might need it. But honestly, post 200 carpentry, I plan to do almost exclusively off of AFK activities. Doing the AFK woodcutting into AFK carpentry. The only problem with that is that's a double AFK. If trading's out by then, I might just buy the AFK for carpentry. And worst comes to worst, I could buy it from the shop. You'll lose money, but you shouldn't lose that much money. We did the math for smithing earlier. And if you don't do the mining component and just buy the smithing component, the 206 activity is only losing like 136 silver an hour. I mean, sorry, a night, not even an hour. Per hour is only losing like, what, 13, 14? But like per night that we'd be doing it, like per effective level, we would only be losing like 100. No, I think it was 186. Eventually up to like 200, low 200 something. You'd obviously need more XP per level. But, yeah, I was only burning through roughly 200 silver a night. Like per level, which isn't too bad. Which would burn through a little over 2 gold then by the time we use it for 20 levels. But it's not too bad to skip the whole mining component. I'll probably have a lot in the mining component already. But I assume carpentry scaled pretty similarly based on what I've seen at the low level range. Where you're spending like 200-300 silver per level if you AFK it. And that's from buying supplies, not even woodcutting AFKing them. If you woodcut it, you actually profit. But if you buy it from the shop, it shouldn't be burning that much money. You'll definitely burn money, but honestly, almost everything in carpentry, you're going to be burning money if you don't do the woodcutting component. So it's not really that bad. Yeah, when did we get our first good activity for it? We can stop doing carpentry at level 208. At 208, you have finished carpentry. The skill is then level 500. Because you go from 208 to 224 AFK to 233 AFK to 249 and so on and so forth forever. The problem is getting to 208 is a nightmare and a half. Once you get there, you're basically done with the skill if you want to AFK it all the way to 500. It would take forever, but it is possible. That's one thing that's kind of funny with a lot of skills in this game. Is there's basically 3 level thresholds. You have tutorial, which is everything below 20. Like, there's 3 as in, you know, the below 20, the 20 to 200. Or, you know, yeah, the 20 to 200 and the post 200. But there's basically 3 other categories. The pre-20, where you don't have any knowledge, because you can't put knowledge into them, nor do AFK activities. Then you have the 20 to 200, which is the actual game. But then after 200, a really interesting thing happens. Where you could basically just ignore that a skill exists. As soon as you reach the AFK after 200. Which basically unlocks you skill completion. You just have to AFK for a very, very, very long time. It's an interesting mechanic in that after 200, where you have like the main level range that the game expects you to do, you know, 20 to 200. But beyond that, you can just kind of just chill and just never do the skill again and still get it max. You just have to get their AFK activity that is first beyond that point. So for carpentry, that's something like 208, where you can finally start doing it. For like something like smithing, which we're getting close to, is 206, which we really desperately need. Is one of the things we're probably trying to get today as well. And I don't think it's in the title directly, but I really want to start moving to 206 smithing, so we can start doing it as an AFK option. Because I should only have to AFK detective for another day or 2. Oh, so by the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned it yet. Our AFK of choice last night was detective. But I'm trying to get to the 219 raid dens and everything. But after that, I'm considering the smithing AFK. Because I can't do the mining AFK till I get to 215. And the mining AFK feeds into 226 smithing AFK, which I can't even do until, you know, 226 smithing. So our best target is actually the 206 smithing AFK. And just get free smithing XP by doing nothing. But we're still 3.5 levels short. Or 3 3/4. There's one thing I was working on at the end of last stream, and I want to keep working on it at some point today. We're probably not going to reach 206 today. That'll probably be tomorrow. But I want to work towards getting 206. But I want to try finishing it by tomorrow. So by the time I finish the detective to 219, I'll be able to go straight into this blacksmith for 206. I'll be good to go. Also, so far we did get an upgrade today. We did get 205 legs. That is absolutely the only thing we've gotten so far, though. This is 1 2-star. No 3 stars, no 4-star. Yeah, post 200 is brutal rarity-wise. It makes sense because they want people using crafting and everything. Just a little hard without an armor-making skill until next chapter. But yeah, 218s are cut off. We're at 217 now. If we get to 218 without it, then we're giving up on combat for today. And honestly, probably until the rework. The only exception is maybe a little bit of Mind Fighter. But even that's up in the air. His main priorities right now is 131 Alchemy. Get Gatherer to bigger number. Ideally, maybe Forger, Woodcutting, and Carpenter do higher level. But those are more in question. But it's mostly Alchemy, Gatherer, everything in Mines of Matubin but combat, though maybe eventually some combat too. And I guess finishing out the Merchant Leatherworker grind. And by that I mean 222 Merchant into 200 Leatherworker. Or sorry, 210 Leatherworker. That will print all the money we need for every tool we have pretty much. And I would also feel comfortable being basically quote-unquote done with Chronopolis at that point. Because we would have hit every single grind we wanted to do before the grind wall. And then anything we ever do in Chronopolis is AFK in the raid den basically the rest of the time. Or gearing up for the next one if we somehow hit the next one. But we don't have to gear up for a long while. Next raid den is until 343. So the combat rework would already be in place by the time, honestly, we get there. Because unless I rush it, we are not getting there anytime soon. Like 343 or whatever it is miles away. 344. But yeah, 344 is miles away. We're talking like, at current rate, probably like a month and a half. Even 2 months. By then he should have done some amount of combat rework. If not everything. Because by then we should have special attacks. By then we should have whatever on Earth he's doing to nuke combat. And rework it and structure it and everything. But that's the only thing I'm doing beyond 222 Merchant and 210 Leatherworker. Then I'm basically done with Chronopolis. Not done forever, obviously, but done as in, like, every goal we would need to reach has been reached by that point. And that also funds us all the gold we need for pretty much everything. And even if we're a little short, it's, you know, the other skills still make money. Like, you know, when we're doing smithing, stonemason, bone rate, all that kind of stuff. It's not like they make negative. There are ways that you can do it to make negative if you're doing, like, post 200. Blacksmith will be making negative. But, you know, when we're actually producing our ore into bars, into product, that will always make money. There's not a single point where that will ever be negative. And actually, quite a bit of money. We were making 1.3 gold an hour last night when we were doing all the bars. If we already have them barred, the full process is probably close to like 400 silver an hour. If you count the mining process, then the smithing process, then the production process, then the, you know, go sell it all process. But if you're counting just the final step, it was about 1.3 gold an hour, which is where all this gold came from. Or not all of it, but most of it. The 9 gold we have. Then I'm trying to get geared for the 219 raid, which we're getting pretty close to, but still a little ways to go. Good, he didn't high roll. Oh yeah, we still get hats. I keep forgetting about those. I need to go remember to go finish them on the 2 alt accounts. Yeah, how's our hat stash looking? What's our highest hat right now? Is this still purple? Yeah, purple's still in the lead at 41. So hey, Red Santa's catching up. But yeah, first place is Purple Elf, and second place is Blue Elf. And there's a big dip off then until the multi-way tie at 36. Where we have Red Santa and Black Santa. Pudding Cup's doing pretty bad though. Not sure why I'm getting so few Pudding Cups. Gain the most for, I guess, Elf these days? I think Tree might still have a higher total. And now we're almost over encumbered. We haven't died for so long that I'm actually gonna need a bank for banking purposes. This hasn't happened in a while. Gonna need a bank normally, instead of through Death Warp. That's the problem now that we have more durability. We don't ever actually get to die as often. But it means we don't get our free teleport. Alright, we're out here. Telly over to Hopeport. I also gotta switch out my potion that I have right now. Because it's time to go to the mining potion. Because I'm gonna be putting that into Stonemason. Because at 1:30 it's Stonemason this stream. I'm probably pivoting to Stonemason regardless of what we're doing at the time. We still got a little ways to go. Because we'll need 10 more knowledge points than what we have right now. Well, technically 11, but you know, that 1% is pretty much there. But in 10 more knowledge points, we'll be able to... Oh, what am I doing? Meant to sell while I'm here. But in 10 more knowledge point, we'll be able to go and get back to Stonemason a little bit. Oh, we're almost at 10 gold. We're getting close. I think my next tool is going to be Sickle. Hey, I found the Dragon Impling again. Oh, Source Central's doing alchemy as well. Oops, that's not where that goes. Wait, what did I come here for? Oh yeah, I came to switch out my potion. And Zerite Jewel's also here. Got a whole little party in here. I should join them. Go on the alchemy grind. I'll join them later. I want to finish the combat grind first. Let's see. You got a whole little party going on over here. Even Zan is here as well. Alright, teleport to, where am I even going? Over here. I found Zebek. That's one of the raid bosses in Old School. I believe the Crocodile? Pretty sure it's the Crocodile. I haven't done that much Tombs of a Masket. Which I've done it more in League than I've done it in the main game. Because as soon as I got threat on the hardcore, I just stopped doing it. Though I was going to do it some again when our membership was running low. So maybe that's a stream I'll do at some point. See if we go do some hardcore Tombs of Amascut. Or just do it in our own time. Because I was waiting till my membership got low because I buy it 1 year at a time. Because it has a weird mechanic where if you disconnect during it, if you don't let your membership expire, you will auto die. So around this time would actually be the best time to do it because I think I only have like a month of membership left. So if I do disconnect in it for whatever reason, instead of auto dying, I can just let the membership expire, so it doesn't kill the hardcore. Yeah, it's the most recent raid that they added to that game. I definitely find it the most enjoyable out of any of the three. Only members can be hardcore? No. Basically what happens is there's a really dumb mechanic where if you're in a raid and you disconnect and then you log back in, instead of putting you back in the raid or, you know, moving you to a safe area or whatever else, it just auto kills you instead. So the only way for it not to auto kill you is to wait till your entire membership expires. And then it will teleport you safely to free-to-play starting zone, like in Lumbridge, but without a death. But if you log in after disconnecting in a raid, it just auto-kills your account. Why? I don't know. Why they haven't changed that. But it's been like that for forever now, and it is exceedingly dumb. And the problem is I buy membership 1 year at a time because it's way cheaper. But it's really bad to do in a hardcore because if you disconnect in a raid when you have like 11 months left of membership, you either have to wait out 11 months of membership and not play the account for basically a year, while also wasting all your money, or you have to let your hardcore insta-die the second you log in. Those are your two choices currently in the current state of the game. So I've kind of been waiting on doing any raiding until the membership was running low. That way we do disconnect, it's only wasting like a month of membership rather than like a year. But yeah, it's a really dumb mechanic that they need to change. I'm not sure why it's still like that. The only reason I feel like they haven't changed it is so more people would buy the 1 month membership. Because I think 1 year is like 80 bucks or so. But 1 month is like $14. Which makes like no sense why there's that big of a disparity between the two. Like if you're playing long term, there's no reason you should be paying 1 month at a time compared to a year at a time. It's almost like double the price to pay a month at a time. No, I never really gave raiding in old school too big of a shot yet. I found it okay, the little bit I have tried it. I know in World of Warcraft I never cared for raiding, just because of how it was set up. But in old school RuneScape, it's been okay. I haven't like extremely liked it or hated it. I feel like is the amount of time that it requires from you is the problem. Like I think every raid's on average like 600 hours to complete them or something. If you're doing it in average gear and not like absolute best in slot, being carried by like a team or something. Or if you're doing like solo Tombs of Amascut, solo Chambers of Xeric with like average gear. I'm pretty sure both of them are like a 400, 500, 600 hour grind to finish everything in the raid. There's currently 3 of them. One of them's not soloable, though. Or not realistically soloable. It was during League. We did a solo Theater of Blood, but that one in the main game is realistically not soloable. It's technically possible to, but the loot per hour isn't worth it to solo. It also was never designed to be solo, even though you technically can. I haven't really seen too many people using that weapon. Is that a good weapon on Hammer Mage? It's definitely a yellow weapon, which makes sense. I haven't seen too many people using the one-hand yellow weapon, though. Anytime I ever see a Hammer Mage, I feel like they're using the two-hand yellow. Isn't the two-hand yellow better than the one-hand yellow? Because it looks like it's hitting a little slow. I guess you get the shield benefit. You can profit from the 143 potion at 2,180 silver. Ooh, that's not bad. But I am curious if we're still going to get any patches before the end of this year at this point. Because at this point, it seems like he might be done for the holiday. Which is perfectly fine. Just going to have to find things to go fill the grind hole. I think we already have enough queued up to last us till like the end of February. We'll definitely start doing updates again by early January. You're doing alchemy different and for your own enjoyment, trading off cryo and hammer pots though. Wait, what do you mean by different? Yeah, honestly, I do enjoy alchemy. I like the little minigame it has. The little, like, active minigame for alchemy. I wish it was harder, but it is pretty relaxing. I wish there was a harder variant of it, though. Oh, you're not mass selling and you're doing it for XP? Ooh. So you're saving for trading, then. I'm going to be saving most of my pots after the 62 potents. I do think I'm going to sell all my ones from green. But everything else I'm probably keeping and using. I just don't really see a situation where with only Arboray Bow, I'll be using the green pots. And cashing them out for 2.8 silver each is a lot more useful now than whatever I'm going to get for them later. Oh, another Black Santa. Oh, Black Santa just took the lead. Black Santa has overtaken our Red Santa. It's 5:30 a.m. by you? Oh gosh. I'll get you later. We might still be around when you wake up. Have a good night. We're going for about another... oh gosh, it's already been an hour and a half. Time needs to slow down a little while we're playing. What happened? We like just started the click stream button. It's been an hour and a half already. It felt like it's been like 10 minutes. But, yeah, we need to, or yeah, we'll be going for about another 10 hours. Have a good night. Yeah, how's it already been an hour and a half? Literally felt like last inventory. I just hit the click stream button. Yeah, shopkeeping is pretty bad in the game. Having to constantly go to shops and everything. Luckily, I've been doing it as minimal as possible by doing gathering, or, you know, doing the gathering skills. Not gather specifically, though we do need to go do that. But the actual gathering skills in order to supply it. Like the mining to go do blacksmith and stonemason. The gather to go do bone right as of recently. Eventually doing forager and gather to go feed into alchemy. So I don't have to buy everything from the shop. Whenever I do buy from the shop, though, I do buy cells. Which means I actually need to go do forager and or gatherer before I do. Because I want to go get out all my buy cells in. Alright, let me go bank all this. Oh, what am I doing? I dropped the wrong thing. Or did I? Did I? Oh, does it matter which one I drop? Oh, you know what? Drop the heal pot. Big brain play. Drop the one you don't need to do anything with. There should have been the obvious choice. I'm not sure why I didn't bother. Drop the one that you don't actually need at the moment. I say as we despawn those healing pots when we come back. Gonna lose like a gold worth of healing pots. But no, they'll still be there when we get back there. Unless I forget about them. Alright, I guess all this junk. Let's go grab the bank. Wonder if we'll see Meadow again. Because whatever Meadow's doing, they seem to be doing this bank to go bank everything. Which makes sense. This is currently the closest bank in the game to a teleport. Imagine a stuff update that makes dropped items despawn in 3 minutes. Even if it was, I'd be able to get there quick enough. It's on the ground for like what, 2 minutes? Not even? I'm curious if he's ever going to adjust the timer, because 10 minutes is a lot of time. Like a lot of time. Or does anyone know, what is the floor timer in RuneScape 3? Have they adjusted it? Because I forget what it was back in like OG RuneScape. Like the Andrew Gower days. But, where are all the tigers? This place is too crowded. But, I know in the current state of the game, it's 2 to 3 minutes unless in an instance. It's 2 minutes for an enemy drop, and 3 minutes if you drop an item. But like an enemy's drop like this, whatever he drops would be 2 minutes on the ground. And if we drop something on the ground, it'd be 3 minutes on the ground. Instances have like a weird timer where they last for like 200 minutes or something. But aside from that, it's a 2 or 3 minute timer. Oh, this could be rough. Oh no. Okay, good. If you didn't do lethal there, that would have been us dying. Is our two-hand the best for combat? Yes. The two-hand longsworders are best if we're not potting up for anything. It's the best DPS we have. Like, compared to, like, this other 199, for example. Like, this is 245. I think our rapier is, like, a 246 or 7. But then our two-hand is a 271. It doesn't do any elemental damage, but these things are immune to blue, so I can't really be doing elemental damage anyways. Because my yellow mace is too slow to bother using. Still using the yellow throwing axe because I already had it made for when I was doing the previous enemy, and it wasn't worth doing a different one. Plus they're weak to it. But it's not worth making a yellow mace as its attack speed's too slow without a special attack. So against pretty much anything that isn't blue weak, especially blue immune enemies, two-hand is almost like our weapon of choice for everything. It has a higher base damage than any other weapon, and has max attack speed. So you use two-hand longsword a lot on Cryo Knight. It's pretty much anything that isn't a blue weak enemy, you just use it. And even blue weak enemies, you can still use it on them. It's just less DPS than using, you know, blue potions and everything. In that case, Rapier with shield is our best option. As you may notice, I'm not wearing a one-hand. Ever since we got the 199 Rapier, for whatever reason, it keeps wanting to prioritize using the Rapier rather than my two-hand. So the reason I have no weapon attached right now is it keeps wanting to prioritize Rapier for some reason. Even though these things are immune to blue. Yeah, we're almost at 218. But yeah, 218's when we're calling it. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. But 218 will be the line. And by that point, we would have done combat for like, what, 2.5 hours? Almost 3 hours? I don't know. Should we go for the 219? As I was saying earlier, it'd be either a 218 or a 219 cutoff. If we do 219, it'd be like an extra hour, hour and a half. I just really want to get that 4-star. But I want to have a cutoff point in case we get like completely RNG'd. We're definitely not going any higher than 219, I'm sure of that though. It's really if we should cut off at 218 or 219. I'm mostly just doing that so we don't get RNG'd forever. Because we could technically do a 12-hour stream of just combat and still not get one. Which is not what we're doing today. It's supposed to be part of the stream, not the entire stream though. They're doing 10 skills, but not guard, watch person, carpentry, and all the mine weapons. I'm not sure what our focus is, or quote-unquote focus. We kind of been doing just a little bit of everything. I know the main ones I'm not doing are guard, scout, chef, fisher, maybe woodcutter, carpenter on the not do, and I think that's it. Even woodcutter, carpenter, I really should. They're really the only ones on my completely not do list, other than maybe occasionally cooking contracts. But the only things really on our not do list right now is guard, chef, fisherman, scout. And I think that's it. Because forager, I eventually need to feed to alchemy. Gather, I need to feed to alchemy and to go get our bones for bone right. Woodcutting and carpentry might be skips. But I do eventually need them for making all the weapons for Chapter 3. They're not required, but they save so much money in the long run. And it's grinds we're going to have to eventually do anyway, so might as well. They're like on the lowest priority of any of these skills, though. And then the one that's up in the air is Minefighter. Minefighter is basically Gather or Forager for Chapter 3 to feed into Alchemy. So I might still do it some. I just kind of want to wait for the combat rework. $15-minute fears and 35 heals. Yeah, the 35 heals is like the big one. That's like the whole reason we would get Minefighter up. Is for best in slot healing. The only problem is in the near immediacy, we don't really need it. But in the long term, when Boston comes out and PvP comes out and anything else comes out that requires any amount of like high-end combat, we're basically required to have to use them. Like, if you have to use potions in PvP, you basically have to use 35%. You don't really have a choice. It's, like, literally required. Assuming you do consume them in PvP. High-level bossing is probably a little bit more optional. But it would definitely be very useful. Especially if the boss has multiple tiers and you want to try getting to the next tier. And it's like level 400, but you're only level like 300 something. You might need those 35% to be able to kill the boss properly. There's a lot of the grinds in Brighter Shores right now is literally just prepping for the future. Like, why would you get 200 all in Mind of Matubin? You're prepping for special attack weapons. Why would you get, like, you know, super high alchemy? You're probably prepping for trading. And a lot of other things like that. We're pretty much, there's like 3 things you could be prepping for right now. PvP, if you're really into PvP. Trading, or bossing. Those like the 3 big ones. Though we don't currently know if there's going to be a single boss prior to 1.0. Because it's not currently on the list of things that are mentioned to be done before 1.0. There's a chance we're in 1.0 and still have 0 bosses in the game. Is how many bosses did Classic have before it became RuneScape 2? I believe it's technically just 1, right? King Black Dragon. Because I think Calfight Queen was... No, Calfight Queen as well, probably. I can't remember if that was Classic or really early Ars 2. Calfight Queen, Calfight Queen, Calfight Queen. It was very early Ars 2. Really? There was only 1 boss in all of Classic. That's funny. It was King Black Dragon. Hopefully it will go a little bit quicker than that, though, for Brighter Shores. Well, Elvolgor is a quest boss. We already have quest bosses in this game as well, but they're not repeatable or anything. The first, like, infinitely repeatable, farmable boss in RuneScape was King Black Dragon. And it was the only boss that was like that in the entire game during Classic, which would have been a 2-year duration. I sure hope we get more than 1 boss in 2 years in Brighter Shores, though. That's a little too slow. I hope when he does do them, though, we get, like, 1 per chapter or something. It'll be weird if just, like, only Hope Port or Hope Forest gets, like, a boss initially. Obviously, that might happen because it'd be a lot harder to code, you know, 5 of them ready to go rather than just 1. But yeah, that means the game went, like, 3 years before it got a second boss. Like an actual repeatable farmable boss. It'll likely go a lot quicker this time around, though. But at the current rate, it looks like we could be 4 or 5 months into the game before the first one comes out. Which is about on pace where Classic was. Because it got one within its first year, and then it took like 3 years before it got second. I highly doubt he would do it at that rate in modern gaming, though. But if he was to, that's the pattern he did last time. I feel like he'd go a little bit quicker than that this time around, though. Because that was back when PvP was more of a thing than bossing. Whereas nowadays, I would definitely say bossing is more popular than PvP. Actually, that could be a poll, too, that we could do during one of these streams. Which one do you prefer more, PvP or PVM? Or skilling? I feel like for Brighter Shores, that should be a pretty biased poll, though, because I feel like skilling would be the highest. If you're still playing Brighter Shores right now after 44 days, you are probably a skiller. Because this game is so skilling focused right now. It's like 95% skilling. Because I'm pretty sure PVM is more popular than PvP, and just generally speaking, these days. Because early day RuneScape was really heavily based on PvP, not PvM. Like the first 2-3 years of the game, it was pretty much just a PvP game. Like you had one boss after 3 years. Like almost all updates and everything was focused on either skilling or PvP. If there was one combat, you'd be level 400. Well, is that what all your numbers added up is? Yeah, some people would have a crazy high number for that. There's a lot of people with 200 all and are still going. It'd be almost like 1,000 combat. We took like every single one and just added it together as a total number. I highly doubt he's doing that when he does the combat rework though. It'd be kind of bad if he does, because that means anyone who's not 200 all gets punished heavily. It's one of the only other things in the back of my head of what I was concerned with potentially doing a combat pivot the other day. Is, what if it looks at your total level for whatever it uses for the new combat system, rather than your highest level? Because the thing we don't know is it going to take total or highest? Or how's it even going to work in either regard? Because let's say hypothetically it's total level, then 200 all is the best route. But let's say it's highest level, then just focusing on one the entire time is the most biggest priority. You could do a combination of both though, like 200 all and then go all in on one. But there's so much uncertainty to it, and he didn't really give us really any hints in one way or another from what I'm aware of during the AMA or anything else. Unless anyone's aware of what he might have posted there. But I don't think he really gave much of an indication like how that's going to work. Like as far as which one's better to go for right now. 200 all or all in on one. Or does neither really matter what the changes you're going to make. Oh, so hello, the big wee woo. Welcome, welcome. You met someone at the Goblin Forge who had 500 scout and only a couple levels in other skills? Yeah, I've been seeing a couple people like that. Actually, yesterday when we were doing our Gatherer grind, or wasn't it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yesterday when we were doing our Gatherer grind, we saw Nate again, or Nat. He was doing, we saw him quite a few times during the 500 woodcutting grind. You know, his 500, not ours. It was my 50 grinding. But on our 50 woodcutting grind, we saw his 500 grind quite a few times. And we even saw him the day before he ended up getting it. He was at like 480 woodcutter before he ended up getting the 500 secured. But yeah, we saw him yesterday while doing Gather. He was doing Scout. He was pretty low level. He was like 140, 50 at the time. That's mostly because he spent so much time doing 500 woodcutter. I say low level as if we're not like 1/3 that level. So you know what I mean. For someone who's spending so much time in that area, his Scout was actually surprisingly low. I believe he's like rank 2 Farce, rank 3, somewhere around there, rank 1. Let's see. Yeah, he's currently rank 1 Farce as far as visible, while having a 500, which is kind of crazy. But, yeah, he's been going really hard on that area. But he's rank 1 with a 500 still. What's even funnier is he's unranked in Chapter 4. The true Iron Man experience. He doesn't even want to go unlock trading. Oh, maybe he recently became member. No, he couldn't have, because he has the name Nat secured. He had to have been member the whole time. Yeah, that's kind of weird. He hasn't touched Chapter 4. He's 190 Scout now because he's been doing it non-stop the last few days. 151 Gatherer, obviously 500 Woodcutter. He hasn't done 200 post 200 Carpentry yet, though. I'm also not sure how much he banked from 500 Woodcutter. You would think he would almost have 500 Carpentry banked, but I don't think that's actually the case. I know for sure he did a lot of Bramble Suave, which banks almost 0 Carpentry XP, but gives you a much quicker woodcutting XP. So even though he has 500 Woodcutter, he probably barely even has 300 banked, if that. Like, he probably has like 50 to 100 post 200 levels banked, if even that many, despite having 500 woodcutting. Alright, we're halfway to 218. But yeah, 218, I think we're going to call it for combat for today. That would have been a solid 2.5, 3 hour then. If we don't get it by then, the RNG wins today. But we will be back at some point. But the RNG wins today. If we don't get lucky in the next several dozen kills. Or how many it is, I have no clue how many we need to kill. Whatever that number says, 218. Move on to the next activity. Yeah, I know about the knowledge. I see it's about to hit max. I did waste like a little bit there, but I wanted to get the double dip. Stonemason? Into Stonemason. There we go. I think I wasted like 1% there, but wanted that double dip potion. It's one of the reasons I wish it went to like 250% or something. Or 220 or 210 or any other number. I was mentioning that when it first came out, the 200% thing. But it was during when we were still doing the RuneScape and the other thing. But I really wish they would have made it like 150% or 250% or 225% or like some amount that had some amount of leeway beyond that. Because now all they did was kind of delay the knowledge issue. Because now that you can go to a full double bar, it's beneficial to go to, you know, a full double bar when you're potting, especially a big pot if it's like a 7% or a 10% pot. But basically it just did the same issue, but now you just have it at 200% instead of 100. They didn't actually solve it because they didn't add any leeway. It doesn't go to like 210 or 220 or 225 or something. You gotta add like a small amount of leeway there. Like at least 10%. That way you can still go to 200% and still double dip it. Not sure if they're ever going to do that. Because otherwise you got to pre-pot. Like you have to pot around like 195% for your eventual 200%. So you can use the point from, you know, your 190, 195 or so. And then by the time you get your knowledge, you'll be able to go use it again for when you hit to 200%. Which would technically be a not 200%, but you know what I mean. You would use one of your points. You would drink a potion at like 190 to 195 or so. Then use a point. Then once it rolls over to 100%, use a point again. Is like the way you currently do it. It's not the way it always happens. The way it normally happens is you like over encumber your second point. Which is not ideal. Of course, you could just fix it by just, you know, or you could just knowledge every single time once you reach 100%. But sometimes, depending on the activity you're doing, it's not worth doing. Particularly if you're doing a boost pot into a different chapter. Or if you're using a really hefty one, like a 7 or 10% boost pot. What are we doing today? Hello, Mad Hatter. A couple things. We're trying to get our first ever 4-star drop from one of these. We're giving up at 218 or 219. Still haven't decided. Probably 218. Beyond that, I'm trying to get smithing up so that we can get the 8th key at 206. Because as soon as I finish the detective 8th key to 219, we're probably going all in on that smithing 8th key. We do burn money every single night when we do it. However, it's worth it for the smithing XP we're getting in return. And those are some of the bigger game plans. That, we might touch Gather a little bit. Beyond that and that, yeah, I would say those are the biggest ones. I'm trying to think of what else we might try focusing on a little. I just really want to focus on 206 smithing. 206 smithing and getting our first ever 4-star drop are like the two biggest things this stream. Also, we might return to the combat grind later. I just want to stop at 218 for now, but we might return to it. Or who knows, maybe we'll get the drop right now and don't need to worry about it. Is it going to feel like a boss drop once we actually get it, with how rare these things are? Like, so far, I think we've done almost like 20 hours of post 200 grind for 0 drops. Maybe close to a 15 hour, actually. And still haven't gotten one. Because that's like boss amount of time for a drop. Like actual bossing. This is going to be for one basic generic item. That just happens to be high rarity. No. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. No, 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 don't do that. Oh. Oh, it's only 39%. That's about a mid-roll. This is interesting. Wait. Wait, are you really less damage? No way. Two-hand is still better. Really? It's lower attack speed, too. It's interesting, though. Oh no, what am I using it on? If I can't use it on these, what am I ever using it on? I guess I might still keep it. But it's worse DPS when we do a raid den. Yeah, we got a 3-star weapon drop for Cryonite. And even though this thing is weak to yellow, I think this is still worse to use than to just do what we're doing now. Because the slower attack speed is the biggest thing. His base damage is also lower, though it does hit a little bit better because of cryo percent. Also, I might actually die here. Which is convenient because we need a bank, but it's mostly because I didn't get those extra range hits in at the beginning. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Not sure what to think about this. Because how am I supposed to use this is the problem. Like, what on earth am I supposed to do with a yellow weapon against a yellow weak enemy? I'm pretty sure it's still weaker than just using two-hand. I'm like 90% certain that's weaker than using a two-hand. The only benefit is we get to use shield with it. I don't know, we can go try it out, I guess. The problem is our DPS is slower. But our ability to live is better. I don't know, I guess we'll go try it. Why not? Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, we'll go try the new mace we just got. I said hello, Philip. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we'll go try out the new 218 mace. I just have a feeling it's going to be worse than what we're doing now, though. But it does have the benefit of being able to use a shield. So if it saves us heal pots in the long run, maybe it's worth it. Yeah, we'll go try it out, I guess. Might as well. Let's see. Canopolis. Gosh, getting a drop like that makes me want to keep going, though. It's teasing us that we could get a good drop. By giving us a drop that's, like, mildly not horrific. Yeah, I'll go equip it. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't even use it right now. Wait, I need to go get level 218 before I can even use it. That's funny. Well, we'll use it when we hit level 218. How about that? All right, maybe we are going to 219. Test it out for like a level or something. At least for a few fights. So you're working on Scout? Nice. The Scout grind goes well. Yeah, we definitely gotta try out the mace at 218. I even put it back in my inventory just so we can keep looking at it. Because then I'll be in full yellow. The biggest issue with mace pre-special attack is its attack speed is so slow. Once you get the spec, you would definitely be using it on something like this. Oh, I just realized I'm about to die. I don't have any heal pots on me. So unless we get... Well, I do, but they're not equipped. You can't equip them mid-fight. Alright, RNG battle, go. Oh, we're so dead. Oh! Barely. That was a really lucky hit at the end. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in my inventory, just so we can keep looking at it. Cleanest 10 silver ever, what is? Hey, this thing's worth more than 10. It's actually 260 silver? Oh, no wonder why these things are so rare. It's not even a 4-star. A 4-star must be worth like 1 gold. That's actually crazy. The 3-star is worth 260? That's a big number. Oh, you mean the thing that we killed earlier. I see what you mean. Never mind. Because we're about to die any second. It still got the kill, but it did a silver drop. I see what you mean. Oh, that reminds me. I have a few other upgrades I banked earlier at 218. Because I didn't have the level to be able to wear them. I just find it so sad that a 1992 hand will actually beat out a 218 one hand. Or sorry, a two-hand 199 is going to beat a 218 to an enemy that's weak to it. Because this is a 264 with a 39%. This is a 271, so it has a base damage every single time of 7 higher. And this is a slower attack speed. So for every, let's see, what is it? Because I believe it's basically 4 tick. That's 5 tick. So you can attack 5 times with this for every 4 times you can attack with the other one. Does anyone know what the elemental percent bonus is? Because I can actually do the math right now and let you know which one is better. Because I know almost guaranteed it's 2-hand. Because let's do the basic math first. We know one's 4 tick, one's 5 tick. So let's take 4 times the base number and 5 times the other base number. Then we just have to calc for the other percent. So if we take this one and we times it by... actually, no, we'd have to divide it by 5, I guess, technically. Let me go do something real quick. Not times by 5. But let's see. We're going to do some quick math. It's not going to be exact because I'm not sure we know the damage calculator currently for the game. But we can get a very approximate percent of damage that we're doing comparatively difference. So I can get this number divided by 5. And that comes out to 52.8. Then we take whatever number we're going to have from this other thing and divide it by 4. So we take this and divide it by 4, or 241 divided by 4. 271 divided by 4. So by base damage alone, we're hitting on average, what's the percent difference between them? But yeah, it's a 67.75 to a 52.8, which in that case is like 15 points higher. However, this does not account for the percent elemental damage, which I don't know how much you do. I think consensus is about 1.2 times multiplier. So let's say it's that. So let's say it's a 40% chance. 40% chance we do 1.2 times more damage. That can't possibly be the rest of the difference then. You would have to make up for a 25% difference, like almost 20% difference actually. It would have to do 20% more damage. But it's only doing 20% more damage 39% of the time. So even if this was a 100% chance to do Tempest Day damage, it would barely break even. But it's only 39%. That's assuming a 1.2 times. But even if we had a 100% chance of doing Tempest Day, assuming it does 1.2 times damage each time, it is still weaker than using 2-hand. Even at 100% Tempest Day, without a potion. Though even with potion, that doesn't make up enough damage to make it high enough with 39%. Even at 50%, it would be high enough. I always thought plus 40 was just plus 40 power whenever you actually did damage with it. Is it not? That was my understanding of it. Or is it mathematically different? Because then it's even weaker than I thought it was. Because I always thought like a plus 40 pot was plus 40 whenever you do that elemental to your weapon damage. So if you had like 100 weapon damage, it'd be like a 140. Is it actually even lower than that? Because I assume plus 40 did plus 40. But does it not always do plus 40? Because I know, my understanding of it is it added plus 40 to, like, let's say I use the yellow one right now with this mace. My understanding of it is it would give us 40 extra power 39% of the time. As in, we'd basically be hitting for a 304 strength 39% of the time when it does the yellow damage. That's my understanding of it. Does it do even weaker than that at some level ranges? I just assumed it always just applied whatever the number was anytime you do the percent. I never really looked too far into it. We've been doing pretty minimal combat, plus it's getting like completely overhauled in the near future. Well, do we know what the weakness multiplier is though? Because I keep calculating out as 1.2 times. Is it higher than that? Because currently this weapon is at a deficit of about 20 to 25% damage. If I use this 218 yellow mace, it is roughly like 21% damage less than using two-hand right now. Not counting its elemental damage. So it really comes down to, does the multiplier make it so it's actually more or not? Oh, so I don't plan to use yellow pots for it, I don't think. Though I guess we could. Because that would help our ranged weapon too. Problem is I have like 0 banked. I do have some banked. We could try it out, I guess. Once we hit level 218. I have like 70-something Tempest Day pots banked. I'll also use them. I had to make a few from when we did foraging because I had some spare supplies. So I was like, I might as well make something out of them. But yeah, I think I have like 72 Tempest Day potions banked. So I can go bring them out and go test it, I guess. But I'm pretty sure even with Tempest Day Potion, a 39% mace is still weaker than a 1992 end. Which is kind of sad. The only reason that it might be put over the top is our ranged weapon right now. Because our ranged weapon would also benefit from the Tempest Day. And both the ranged weapon and the mace benefiting from it might be enough to make it slightly better. But just the mace extra damage alone compared to the two-hand damage, I don't think is actually even stronger, even with Tempest Day Pot. I don't know, we'll try it out when we hit 218. Worst comes to worst, we get the benefit of wielding a shield. So even if it's barely worse damage, which it should be barely worse damage, at least we get the benefit of holding a shield, a 199 shield for defense. So we'll need less heal pots at least. But we'll be using Tempest Day pots though, to just be able to have a near equivalence of what this weapon's doing without any. The biggest issue is this thing's attack speed, is the big issue. It's attacking one tick slower than the two-hand. Yeah, we really need DPS calculators for this game. The problem is I don't know a lot of the exact formulas that they're using at the moment. I hope once they do a PvP rework, I mean the combat rework, someone makes like a third-party resource for it. Or ideally, even an in-game resource would be nice. I don't feel like he'd make an in-game resource for it, but we definitely need a DPS calculator. Because I'm pretty sure if we DPS calc this in the future, if we look at these values, I'm going to come back to this stream like 2 months from now once a DPS calculator exists. And I'm willing to make a bet that this two-hand is more damage than this mace, even with a Tempest State plus 40. I'm almost 100% on it. It should be pretty close, but I'm pretty sure the two-hand is just slightly quicker. Not counting the range weapon, just the two-hand versus the mace. I'm pretty sure this mace is worse damage right now to this guy's multiplier. Whatever this currently is the multiplier that exists right now. Not the one later down the line, but the current multiplier that exists. Not whatever they change it to in the future. But the current multiplier that exists on this guy right now, relative to the attack speed of the mace right now being one tick slower, relative to it being a 39%, and this being a 264 to this thing's 271, I am almost 100% certain a plus 40 on this is less DPS to this yellow weak enemy than keeping this 1992 hand. The biggest benefit being, barely though, it should be like a few percent less damage. It's technically slightly better when you count the axe, but we're not counting the axe in this situation, just the 1-to-1 on weapon to weapon. That's something I definitely want a calculator, like 2 months from now when there's a proper calculator. Because I'm around 95% certain this weapon is worse, even with Tempest State pot. We're still going to be doing it just to test it. Worst comes to worst, we get shield benefit. Which is still a nice upside. Yeah, whenever a DPS calculator comes out, we'll be using it a lot. I know in old school I use it for like anything ever. Especially on the hardcore because you really need to know. But, yeah, we'll be doing calcs for like everything. Mostly bosses, obviously, but if we're training on something for a long period of time, we definitely calc it. Which is pretty much all post-200 combat. But hey, at least we get to use our cool shield as well and everything. Haven't gotten to actually show off the shield yet. Because we've pretty much been using exclusively two-handed weapons because our ranged weapon is two-hand and our melee weapon is two-hand. That is where it does come up a little bit on top. Even if this is slightly worse DPS, you get to wield a shield. That's where the real value comes from this mace. Is the benefit of holding a shield while having it in your hand. Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't high roll. Should have just healed. Alright, just to make sure I don't accidentally misclick it, I'm going to drop this mace to the ground. Alright, there we go. How much more knowledge is that? We need 7 more knowledge points in order to get the next level of stone unlocked. But yeah, next inventory, I'm going to pick up the Tempest State potion so we can go test out this mace. See if it's worthwhile or not. The biggest benefit of it is, even if it's less DPS, it might save us a heal pot at the cost of 1 Tempest State pot. And if we were to buy them, 1 Tempest State pot is cheaper than 1 heal pot. I think the Tempest Stay is like, what, 3 silver or so? Whereas this heal pot's like 5-ish. So the shield is enough to tank for us. That might actually be worth it in that regard. It's just cheaper to use 1 Tempest Stay than it is to use a 25% heal. A plus 40 Tempest Stay is cheaper than 1 25% heal. Also, we're finally fighting them on an even playing field. Because they're level 218. And we'll be fighting them with the mace at level 218. It'll be the first instance where we're evenly leveled. Rather than fighting something way stronger than us. But yeah, I think we're doing the 219 combat pivot. I was saying earlier, do we stop at 218 or 219? I think it's going to be 219. It's mostly because I really want to try out this mace for a good amount of time. Just to see what it could do. And the mace saved us. But at 219, we will stop if we don't get a 4-star by then. That's the cutoff point. Just to make sure we don't get RNG'd for the entire stream. Just so we're not here for the next 10 hours doing just this. But 219 is the cutoff point. If we don't have a 4-star by then, we stop. And if we get a 4-star prior, we also stop. Yeah, those are our 3 cutoff points. Do we get a... The 219 is the RNG cutoff point. So we don't get RNG to death. Ideally, we get a 4-star. But the other one that we need, that could also be a cutoff point, is a 3-star Stonemason weapon. That way we can make a 2-hand into like a 210 or so. Which is also really, really, really good. It'd probably be better than any weapon drop we'd get. Because we'd easily get trolled with a super bad one. If we got a 4-star mace, I'm not sure how I would feel about that. If that was like a 4-star instead of a 3-star. Because I'm pretty sure in that situation, the 199 2-hand would still do more damage than a 4-star mace attacking a neutral enemy. A yellow weak enemy, the mace would do more. But against a neutral enemy, I'm pretty sure a 4-star 218 mace is worse than a 199 2-hand 3-star. If you're attacking something neutral to yellow. Luckily, these things are weak to yellow. But when we're doing the raid dens, they'd be neutral to yellow. Shield is like 15% buff for DPS because of damage reduction. But yeah, if you don't have to drink a healing potion, it's technically a damage increase. Because the downtime of drinking a heal pot. But you still have the downtime of drinking the Tempest Stay potion, so I guess it's kind of even. I guess the biggest benefit is that we're spending less. If we need 1 heal pot, that's 5 silver. If we need 1 Tempest Stay with no heal pot, that's like 3 silver or so. We're saving like 2 silver a battle. But the DPS should still be slightly lower. I just really wish there was a DPS calculator though. I'm definitely coming back like 2-3 months from now whenever there's an official DPS calculator or unofficial. I will come back to the stream and calculate them out. But I am like 95% certain that, not counting the ranged weapon, just counting the 2-hand to the mace. The mace with a plus 40 potion is weaker than the 2-hand at 199. Despite being 19 levels lower. And not being potted at all. The 2-hand I'm pretty sure is still stronger in the current state of the game. Yeah, this isn't an epic one. Oh, if it was an epic, we'd be done with combat. I wouldn't be here right now if we had a 4-star. The second we got a 4-star, we're out of here. We'll probably test it just for the fun of it, of course. But after a few kills with that 4-star, we're out of here. Not the stream, but you know, out of having to kill these things. Yeah, so 4-star in this would out DPS it. At least with a Tempest Day pot it would. Without it, I'm not sure. It depends what the value is. I'm not sure what a post 200 4-star looks like because I haven't seen one ever. Yeah, it's one of the goals I want to do before the combat rework. Is a 4-star 200. Or just like our goals in like the next month. There's a couple of them. Like of our like medium term goals. Is to get our first ever 4-star 200 plus. I don't care how we have to get it. Even if we have to use it from items from drops. That still counts. Even if it's not a 4-star on the ground, it's still 4-star. But I want to get like a 210 plus 4-star, basically. Either crafted or from a drop. But if it is crafted, it'd be from monster drops, basically. I want to go get base 200 crafting. So we can make 1994 4-stars for when special attacks come out. And beyond that, is there any other goal? Like, it's just trying to get a lot of the production stuff to 200. Like, a lot of the gathering stuff. Like Gatherer, Forger, stuff like that. Alchemy to, like, 131. Maybe Woodcutting Carpentry to 200 if we really hate ourselves one day. That's gonna be more than one day. 1 week. No. But, yeah, I would say the biggest two is Raid Den Unlock, which we'll have by probably tomorrow or the following day. By like Monday, they should be operational. With the slightly shorter Monday stream, that'll probably be the goal. Make sure we have AFK Raid Dens 100% operational. By Monday, I think is our goal. But there's that. There's the production for 199 4-star in Mines of Matubin. And everything from there is kind of just like, you know, skilling. It's like the biggest two in the really short term. 199 4-star for Mines of Matubin and AFK Raid Dens. Which we're technically working on right now by getting combat levels and gear. But those are like the biggest two I want to have before any more updates hit the game. Like any major ones they might do in a few weeks from now. These the 199 craftable 4-stars we need for special attack weapons. As I plan to make a 199 of every weapon to probably mess with it. Or at least for some chapter, if not the 199 ones. But make one of each of those. As well as the AFK Raid Den is just because it's better value now than it will be later. Once Cubable Actions come out, I might barely ever be an AFK in Raid Den ever. Because AFK and Leatherworker is probably going to be better. Like, you know, active AFK. Because not only if you can queue up a whole thing of leather, is that more AFK duration-wise, but it's also profiting money. Whereas even though this gets 2 skills up, it doesn't actually make any money at all. Whereas even if we mega AFK'd Leatherworker, we'd still be making over a gold an hour. How much more would depend on how AFK we are. But if we were super not AFK, we're making like 1.3, 1.4 gold an hour. But with semi-AFK, it'd be, you know, easily over a gold an hour. 226 March person and these raids still not AFK? Almost, though? Nice. Are you using shield or 2H? I'm curious if they're actually two-handing it or not. Because my plan was to two-hand. And they said they're barely surviving at 226. Two-hand. Okay, that's why they're not surviving at 226. Because one-hand's actually better for the first 10 levels. Like, if we got a 4-star rapier, well, that's less damage than a 4-star two-hand. It's, makes the first 10 levels a lot easier. Because we have the shield benefit while still doing about the same DPS. It's only at the later ones where the two-hand becomes, like, really, really good. Because you no longer die, so DPS matters a lot more than tankability. Yeah, two-hand's way better in long term. If you're only going to make one or the other, you should make the two-hand. Because two hand starts worse but gets better. Whereas one hand starts better but gets worse. So if you're making one or the other, definitely go two hand. Though, if this mace was 4-tick instead of 5-tick, we would actually use this for the initial fights probably. The problem is it's slow attack speed. Makes it not worth it. Even Rapier 199 probably out DPSs it when you're fighting something neutral. Just because of the attack speed difference. Actually, I kind of almost want to calc for that. I'm almost guarantee a 199 Rapier beats a 218 Mace. Due to attack speed, if you're fighting something neutral to both element. Like you're not potting either, you're just simply fighting something neutral to the damage. I could check that real quick. I want to see. Because I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, I don't have the Rapier on me though. I know it was about the same as my axe. I think it was like 1 or 2 higher than the axe. So let's lowball it. Let's say it's 245. This is even lower than the Rapier because I think the Rapier was 246 or something. But let's say hypothetically it's 245. It's either that or even stronger than that. But let's say it's weaker than that. Let's say it's 245. The same as the thing. So let's calculate by 245 versus 264. Because I know for sure the Rapier is better, but let me just check. If we take 245 and divide it by 4. And take the other one and divide it by 5. 264. Yep, it is about 10% stronger. Actually, a little over 10%, like 12, 13%. But yeah. A 199 Rapier is roughly 13% better than a 218 Mace in the current balance of the game if you're fighting something neutral to your element, which would be Raid Dens, of course. When does Grim get so crowded all of a sudden? I open a screen for 1 second, I see like everyone fighting everything. Oh, that guy died. Oh no! I gotta remember to go equip the heal pot. Also, we do get an armor upgrade at 218. I've been saving a bunch of 218s I banked. In case I didn't get a glove or boot upgrade. The glove should definitely be an upgrade. The boot one is questionable. Hey, that reminds me too. Do I have a good plate body banked? I never got a better plate body. Oh yeah, we finally hit over 10 gold, by the way. We need, what, about 18 for our next tool upgrade? We're getting there. Yeah, while I'm here, I should probably grab the Tempest Tape pot so I don't have to come back. That'd be the perfect time to go pick it up. Another thing I want to go do is put all of our armor and everything in our inventory. Alright, did that. Grab this. Put everything in my inventory. So when we hit 218, we just equip everything. So we got a glove, a helm. Did we already get a better helm, though? Where's our helm drop? Oh, no, we didn't. We're still at a 119 from the other thing. Or 199, I mean. So yeah, the helm should be an upgrade as well. Yeah, both of those should be definitively an upgrade. We'll find out what it should be. Hey, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Tempest Day pot. So I made a couple of these earlier. Oh, only 24? That's more than nothing. How much do they cost? Wow, 4 silver each? Why do hammer mages get gypped so hard? Oh, guardians have it nice. Look at how cheap their pots are. Guardian advantage right there, gosh. I knew mine were slightly cheaper, but still, they're kind of expensive still to the other one. But yeah, hammer mage pots are so rough. Yeah, guardians have it nice. Let's see. Anyways, what am I doing? Teleporting back. Yeah, it's cheaper to make them. The ingredients that you need are cheaper. You can still get them for free by doing everything, though. Oh, someone's saying. Oh, is he going to come in here? Or do I go to him? Hello? Hello. As soon as we hit 218, we'll go put everything on and try out the new mace. See if it's worthwhile or not. The only reason it's going to be worthwhile is if it can consistently protect us enough with the shield that we don't need a heal pot. If we still need a shield, we got a problem. I mean, if we still need a heal pot, I mean. Because then we're gaining no benefit from using it at all. But if we consistently use a Tempest Day pot, but don't need a heal at all for the duration of the fight, for pretty much every fight, then the shield extra benefit and everything should be fine then. I don't know, find out. Sure, I need to kill less than a dozen more. Or like 10-ish more. Maybe even less than that. For combat, is it better to fight enemies at your combat level or slightly lower? Normally you want it to be doing slightly higher, but it depends on your gear. Pretty much everything with combat, especially post 200, it depends what your gear is at a given time. It also depends on the enemy and how cheesable they are. Like, these have basically no cheese, but, you know, stationary units like the one in the corner, you can fight like 20, 30, 40 levels ahead of time if you want. You can infinitely heal on them. It really just comes down to how many resources you want to waste killing them. But you generally want to be fighting higher than your level. Like, I was fighting these as low as 209. They're level 218. Yeah, like, for example, the tentacles over here, the level 83 tentacles, I was killing these at like level 50 something. I was 60 something actually. Like low 60 something, like mid low 60 something. We're fighting the 83 tentacle. Because they're a completely stationary unit. So you can fight them way, way, way earlier than normal. But you almost always want to be fighting whatever the highest level thing is that you could cheese. Otherwise, you only want to fight probably within about 5 to 10 levels within your range. In either direction. Like the other day when we were doing Gatherer, we were fighting the Tongue Beast things and never died to them once. And we're fighting them from like level 72 to 75. Normally I try doing higher, but that was a situation where due to what we were doing, it was better to have the consistency of killing them. Because we didn't want to ever die to them. We still need them for some free XP. These were mostly training Gatherer, we weren't actually training combat. Combat XP was just free on top of it. You seem to die a lot? Yeah, that tends to happen with combat right now. The biggest issue is lack of armor maker and the lack of rework to combat and the lack of special attacks. Combat's in a really bad state right now. But it is being fixed down the line. Probably sometime next month. We'll probably have both special attacks and the rework to combat. Blame your death on the lack of prayers. I don't think we're ever going to be getting a prayer equivalent in this game. You basically have to completely restructure your game to add such a mechanic. Oh, we can fight the really big blobs. Alright, barely an upgrade, but I'll take it. Alright, and then we sell out everything else. Alright, let's go see how this goes. Alright, so now we should be doing the mace. So we'll do this. Step back. Drink. Let's see, it does default to the mace. Yeah, this is one tick slower than our two-hand. But they are weak to yellow. Yeah, so far this fight's going really well. We're taking a lot less damage because of shield. It's hard to tell how much more damage we're doing to him. But we're definitely taking less from shield. Which is coming in nicely. But yeah, as long as we don't need to drink a single heal, this is probably more worthwhile then. The DPS should be slightly lower than two-hand. Like, barely. Like, we're talking like a few %. But, if you count for the extra damage we're getting on the axe, it should be potentially even, or even slightly higher. The mace itself does less than our two-hand, but the pot that we're drinking also helps our axe, not just our one-hand. Yeah, we're winning pretty hard now. And it's cheaper to use one of these than a heal pot. Alright, well now we'll go to 219, I guess. As we still feel like doing combat beyond that. Which honestly I might. Because this is so chill now. That shield is really hard carrying our tankiness. I guess like anywhere from like 15 to 18% of our defense that is from the shield. But of course you only have the shield when you do the one hand. Please hit yellow damage. There you go. I just realized it has a little bit of green on it. Like the emerald little hilt. Or whatever you call that, the thing you hold on to. I always want to go change my color to go match it. Yeah, look at that. It has like a greenish tint to it. You can see it here too. It's like a green, like, handle thing. Trying to think what green would match that the most out of any chapter. Oh no, why are we losing? Why are we losing? Mace, what are you doing? You're supposed to not need any heal pots. Don't make me have to click it. I'd rather die than drink the heal pot. out of principle. Why Watchmen? As far as why we're getting it up, I mostly need it for AFK raids. That's the main reason we're doing Watchmen. Then I want to get my first ever 4-star post 200 item. If we can get lucky. But I need this so we can set up AFK raids by Monday. Possibly even sooner than that. At current rate, we might have it by Sunday. So why are we losing this fight? What's going on here? Oh, is that a little bit of yellow at the tip? Or is that just a light? I think this is the light. It's like, oh, maybe we should trim yellow. I don't know, yellow would kind of go pretty good with it too. I just feel like that would get too bright too quick. Because at some point we do need to go recolor everything once we're done with combat for today. Did I see your question? Which one? For combat, is it better to fight enemies at your combat level or lower? Or do you mean the other one? You say lack of rework, but how would they rework it? Was that the one? Or was it the other one? But the other one I didn't answer, the rework one. How they're going to rework it, I have no clue. I'm not sure if they know. But they are reworking it. What I would even want from it, I'm not even sure, to be honest. Because I didn't really feel like the overall combat needed a rework. We mostly just needed special attacks and like a few other things like that. Like, we needed more things to like actively do in combat, basically. Without being like an overwhelming amount of things, but we needed more things that were just more than nothing. But combat itself doesn't necessarily need a rework, but they are going down that route. I don't feel like it does. It does need special attacks. And maybe something else that you can kind of do like during the fight for extra advantage. Beyond just like walk undering, which is so bad with how low regen is later down the line. Because the same 3 regen you have is the same 3 regen you have later. So hoping something that gets fixed with cooking, because it gives you like an hour boost of like a regen amount. Because right now, even at higher level range, you still only regen 3 every time it ticks up, which is so absurdly low. There's something that was always kind of bad in normal RuneScape 2, or at least in old school. There's not really like a regen meta in the game at all. It didn't really go down that route at all. Like, there's regen bracelet. There's regen prayer and a cape that does it if you have max cape or 99 HP cape. But its regen rate is very, very slow relative to max HP. And Brighter Shorts is the same way. My regen rate is only 3 right now with 906 HP. That 3 is a lot more impactful when you have like 100 HP, 200 HP. But at this level, it's not even worth doing walk unders. Because you're gaining an advantage of like 3 HP when you do. which when you have 906 HP is basically 0. Whereas it's a lot more of your percent when you're doing it at, like, you know, 100 HP, 200 HP. At this level range, it is such a small fraction of our total HP. It's something that I hope when cooking does have more of a benefit will actually do. Is improve regen rate over X amount of time. It definitely needs to be way higher than 3. Like at this level, we should be getting at least like 20, 30. Either through an item or something. And it could work off like an extra percent. Like right now we have a static 3, but it should be doing at least bare minimum 1% of our HP. And then foods and other buffs can make it higher. Like maybe a really high end 4 something food is like a 5%. And every single other one moves at like 2%, 3%. Definitely has to be percent based rather than number based though. What am I doing? I'm putting this into Stonemason. How does regen work? You see it randomly happen sometimes. Every so amount of seconds you get 3 HP. That's the entirety of how regen works in this game. But you have to be like in combat though, because you auto full heal after combat, of course. I'm not sure the exact interval in which it takes for you to get the HP though. It's like 3 to 5-ish seconds. I want to say 3 seconds. There's probably like 10 in-game ticks or something. We die for it. Nice. Barely. Yeah, both of these are in a really annoying angle. I'm pretty sure regen is every 10 game ticks. Which is like 3 point something seconds. And then it heals you for 3 each time. It seems like it's about 1 per second. In intervals of 3 every 3. It seems to be 10 game ticks. Actually, we can kind of time it if we hit the mace at the exact same time. Because this is a 5-tick weapon, so if it does it exactly every 2 mace hits, then it's exactly 10 tick. It's hard to tell though, because my mace hit would have to be perfectly aligned with my regen. No, it's slightly quicker. It's actually lower than 3 second then. This goes to like 1.5, 2 seconds? It's hard to tell, let's see. I'm trying to base it off the speed of my weapon to figure out what the time interval is. It's hard to tell though. Some kind of really weird number though. It's definitely not 5 tick. Well, it's like it's 4 tick, which is what, 1 point something seconds. So we got it there. Got it there. Got it there. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to figure out the exact amount of seconds it is. I can't figure it out. You don't use knowledge points on passives. Why is that? I do. We got a lot of passives up. You got like 41 into detective, 40 into the other thing. They're only really worth it post 200 though. The overall verdict on the mace is, it's fine. Still need to heal a little bit, but of course you get RNG'd regardless. But, yeah, it's nothing amazing, though we already kind of knew that. It's still worse DPS than doing, two-hand. But as long as we don't need to heal every single fight, we are saving money. For what is a pretty comparable amount of damage. Just feels weird using 2 yellow weapons. And it's still weak. Just something weak to yellow. Compared to a different option that we could be running. That's why normally we would only ever make our tools for anything blue weak. Because for that we get enough of a percent where it matters. As well as the attack speed on that weapon being better. I was wondering why that guy drank a green pot earlier. He's doing green damage right now. I am so confused. I guess he just has a really good one of it. He's using green against something weak to yellow as a yellow hero class. Like, you would expect a hammer mage to be using a yellow weapon against something weak to yellow. But I guess he doesn't have the crafting to go with it. Because that's the only thing I can think of why on earth you'd be doing that. That already got like a 4-star one. Or just like a really good 3-star in our case, I guess. But, yeah, it's so weird. He's using he's a hammer mage with good yellow damage, but he's using a green weapon against something weak to yellow. But I just assume he hasn't gotten a good yellow drop in a while. Which is kind of funny because we're a class that isn't even yellow getting the yellow drop. Except our yellow weapon's way weaker. It's even funnier, I bet the Guardian's actually using yellow damage on his main weapon. Assuming it has it. Actually, does it? Never mind, I forgot. Guardian doesn't have a yellow, what's it called, does it? A yellow, melee weapon. Like how this class doesn't have a green, because I believe each class doesn't have the weapon for the thing that they do extra damage to. So we do extra damage to Guardians, but we don't have a green melee. Guardians do extra damage to hammer mages, but don't have a yellow melee, I mean. And hammer mages do extra damage to Crown Knights, but they don't have a yellow. I don't know, I keep saying the wrong one. They're yellow, but they don't have a blue weapon. Or blue melee, I mean, for all those. But every single one doesn't have the melee for what they do extra damage to. They still have a range one, but they don't have a melee. Yeah, that's one nice thing about that's really nice about Crown Knight gear. It's actually really straightforward to know what you need in any given state. Assuming you're crafting it yourself. You basically just either two-hand or rapier or everything. There's basically no other weapon. It's just two-hand and rapier. At least until special attacks and more combat rework happens. At least in the current state of the game. Is this mace unpotted, which we're currently doing right now? I just might kind of want to see it for a fight. But this mace unpotted is worse than just using our 2-man. Really, this thing's weak to yellow, so helping a little bit if we can keep hitting yellow. Problem is our percent. So sometimes we'll go on a big yellow streak, but then hit a bunch of physical and do way less damage. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Yep. And that's what happens when you don't use the yellow pot. Let me sell all this junk. I don't know, do I bother getting the yellow pots now? If we're gonna go do this to the next level, I guess we are. I gotta buy enough to last for however many fights we're about to go do. Otherwise I could just 2-hand the rest. And how many do we think that is? I definitely don't want to overbuy. Do I have any supplies to go make them banked? Just out of curiosity. I think I buy sold all of them. Just want to double check. Yeah, I sold all of them. Okay. So the few we had there was all we have. That is fine. So would like to buy your entire stock then? Just give me a handful of them. Don't need a lot of them. Yeah, that should be enough. Still go over 10 gold. Alright, and if that's not enough, I'll just switch to 2-hand. Should be that big a deal. Oh, while I'm here, let me go put away the cryo pot. We don't need that. Deposit that. Alright, should be good to go. Let's go bank these hides, because why not? We're already out and about. And we'll go back and 219s are cut off. We either go until 219 or until we get a 4-star, whatever happens first. So 219 will be our RNG cutoff. Oops, why? Why is drop all even an option there? Instead of deposit all. It's weird because when you're in the other things you can kind of just do it into it, but you can't for that. Alright, what are we doing? We're going to battle again. Back to the combat grind. Hey, it's Greybeard. He said a smiley face. I wonder if he's here right now. Greybeard, are you here? I thought that was Unbi for a second. But yeah, no, it's another name that begins with U. They all look similar. There's just so few U names. I'm gonna poke him in case he isn't. Let's see. How do you poke someone again? There we go. The poke has been sent. Orion gave up on doing the things. It's so funny. He switched over to Hags and then gave up on Hags. I'm not even going to bother starting Hags because I know I'll be in the same position. I'll try it thinking like, oh yeah, I'm geared enough. Then like 20 levels higher we'll die to them. And then it's like, yeah, back to the raid then. It's one of the reasons why our next upgrade is so important. Because honestly, I'm not going for another one until 265. Or even 284 when we could use the rapier. Because the problem with the wasps is I can only hit them neutrally. Whereas we can actually do really good damage to the water beast thing. So 284 is probably easier to take than the 265. The problem is I would have to use the weapon I'm currently using. Or, you know, whatever 2-hand we make or whatever else we have by then. We'd basically have to use that all the way until 284. Which is quite the gap. You'd be stuck with like a 210-ish item all the way until 284. Metal bow. I wish that was armor. What am I supposed to do with a metal bow? Because the two next enemies we have... Actually, one of them is technically weak to green, but, there's nothing I can do with this. But it ranges you, so it doesn't matter. Plus, this is a low roll. I wish that was armor. But hey, at least it sells for 62 gold. Or silver, I mean. Come on, hit higher than a 3. So where's all that yellow damage at? Oh, 96. We can almost hit 100. Have we ever hit 100 yet? I don't think we have. Crossed the 100 mark yet. We've only been in the double-digit category. That's about the closest we've gotten so far. Not sure if we currently can in this setup or not. But the mace high rolling might actually be able to hit 100 plus. Might have already done that, I just didn't even know this. Yeah, at 96 or whatever that was the highest I've seen so far. Technically, even if we do hit 100 with it though, it's not a base damage 100. It's being boosted by his yellow weakness. The true 100 is when we can use a two-hand and hit 100. That's the true 100 hit. Another Stonemason level. One more Stonemason level and we can actually do Stonemason again. We re-unlocked the Stonemason skill. Which we're definitely going to do whenever we get to it. But it's going to be a little bit disappointing if we get to 219 and don't get our 4-star though. It'd be about 1.5 times over drop rate, roughly. For where its drop rate is to if we should have had a 4-star by now. Oh, we just hit a 101. Or Axe just hit a 101 with yellow weakness. That's not a base damage amount, but with the extra boost that you get from its weakness, yeah, we just hit a 101. Did a little axe throw. Haven't seen it with the mace yet, though. Despite the mace max hit technically being higher. So it means we should be able to hit over a 102 with the mace. Probably closer to almost a 110. Definitely some number higher than 102. Just haven't seen it yet. I thought that was my boost potion. I was like, wait, that doesn't end mid-fight. That was my XP pot. So these fights been a lot sketchier than I would hope they would be. I think the big issue is because we're not a Cryo Knight. Our percents are so low for yellow. I mean, not Cryo Knight, I mean Hammer Mage. So, some battles we hit like no yellow splats at all. And at that point it's less damage than just using a two-hand by a very large margin. No! He hit a 34. He had to hit a 33 or lower. Or 32 or lower, and he actually gets the hit he needed. Unfortunate. Should be a pretty big sell, though. The bow itself was like 60 something. Yep, more than half. Alright, let's go head back. Till we get the level or the 4-star, whatever happens first. I said, hello, Petrium. Welcome, welcome. Congrats on 2K. Nah, yeah, we ended up hitting it, what, a couple days ago? Whatever one had the title in it. Hard to forget at this point. I'm losing all concept of time. But, yeah, we got a couple days ago or so. How do you find leveling 200 plus? Honestly, I haven't minded it. It's a little bit slower for some things. Like, we spent, like, hours yesterday just doing smithing that we needed and gained only, like, 2 levels. But, yeah, it's still going up. Just a little bit slower. But your XP methods are also slightly better at given ranges, so it kind of works out. Another thing is, AFK is still just as strong. So you got to start offsetting a lot of things and planning ahead with the AFK activities. Because you got to utilize them in order to get their full value. They give the same ratio of XP prior to 200 as they do post 200. But the main reason they're so useful post 200 is everything else basically becomes 4 times worse, but they stay just as useful. Effectively making them 4 times stronger. Right now we're trying to AFK to, or you know, off stream. We're trying to AFK to the 219 raid dens. And right now we're trying to gear for it and get our first 4-star item. Ideally a good one, but honestly I'll take literally anything. It could be the trashiest one ever. I just want to see that it exists. Because we still have not gotten a single post 200 4-star. But hopefully it's a good one so we could use it on a 219 raid. And of course our combat level should be good to go by then as well. Because by then it will be like 220, 221 combat. Mostly AFK'd off stream. Not through the active, or you know, active AFK rather than the passive activity. But yeah, 200 plus hasn't been that bad so far. It's a little bit jarring for the first few levels, but you get used to it very quick. As the new norm. But AFK activities are so useful post 200. Like, one of the goals I want to try hitting this stream is getting closer to 206 smithing. So once I'm done with the detective AFK in about 2 days, I'll be able to go straight into the smithing AFK. We'll burn money doing it. but then we'll have a bunch banked from the mining AFK. And be able to get the other one for free while even making a profit. So at certain level ranges, we will have to burn money, but at other level ranges, if we do it with mining, we'll actually be able to make money. And just slowly start chipping it up so we can get better equipment. It's like the difference between 120k crafting and 35k rune crafting. 35k rune crafting method is so AFK though. Because I know what you're referring to with that comment. But honestly, I'd rather do that rune crafting method. It makes so much money. Especially before Theater of Blood. Nowadays it's not as much because of all the bots and everything. Hey, come on, show me the 4-star. Oh, so we've gotten 2 3-stars so far. We should see a 4-star really soon. We're already over drop rate. That RNG does that sometime. I really hope there's a pity system on bossing in this game, though. Because there's one thing going like 2-3 times over drop rate on like a basic enemy, where its drop table doesn't matter as much. It's a completely different thing where, like, the most vital item in the entire game, and you go, like, 4 times over drop rate for it. Like, whatever boss comes out is gonna have at least one best in slot in some way, shape, or form. And if you go, like, 4, 5, 6 times over drop rate, that's so bad. Actually, that's something we need to do as a poll one day. Are you in favor of a pity system? And if so, to what degree? And have, like, a few different ones up. Because I'm actually not sure. I know I'm definitely in favor of it. Not sure, like, Brighter Shores community-wise what the consensus is on it. Because I'm definitely not against a 1 guaranteed drop if you don't have a drop by, like, 5, 10 times over drop rate or something. Particularly 10 times over drop rate. 5 times could be a little controversial. But if you're 10 times over drop rate, the game better just hand you the item. So what combat level did we start at this stream? Actually, I know, because it was based on Detective. Started at like the low end of 216. So we've gained 2.5 combat levels post 200 today. Which means we gained about 10 combat levels today. Not actually 10, but you know, 10 relative to if we were doing a pre-200 one. Which means by the end of this, we would have done 12 combat levels of Watch Person. It would only be at 3 actual levels, but you know, effectively 12. Relative to if we did any other combat. And that's definitely going to be our cutoff point then. If we don't have it by then. Like how we have like a weave going on here with like 3 different colored tigers. I like that a lot. That's really satisfying to the eyes. The tiger weave. But yeah, I've heard horror stories of people going an entire day doing combat and not getting a 4-star post 200. I see why. Yeah, 219 will be our cutoff RNG point though. Because if we said the entire stream, we could be here for another 9 hours and still not get it. So we'll only be here for like less than an hour more. If we get it, we get it. We don't, we don't. Oh. Oh, that's a drop right there. Our third 3-star. And it is a mega armor upgrade. Ooh. Now that's fancy right there. Not quite what we're looking for, but that's huge. That is what we're looking for, just not the exact thing we're looking for. That is massive, though. This is the biggest drop we got all day. That's even better than his mace. 218 tank body. For 3-star. That is really solid, especially because we had a 1-star prior. And an under-leveled 1-star at that. That's a huge upgrade right there. Not quite what we're looking for, but that's the biggest drop of the day for sure. Yeah, that's the best slot too. If we're gonna get any tank piece, it's best one would be plate body. Second best legs, third best helm. I think glove and boots are pretty much tied worse. We don't care about shield. Shield would technically be the absolute worst. We just make our own shield. Yeah, that's really fancy. I wonder what trim looks like. I normally don't wear the chest plate. I think this is the first time I've ever worn the chainmail as a 4-star. I like even though we have higher tankiness, we're still needing the heal pot though. It's not ideal. Also, one issue with using this pot compared to doing 2-hand as well is due to the delay in drinking the potion. It's really hard due to the slow attack speed of the axe to actually get all 4 hits off. So we're getting like 1 whole less hit of damage, which is pretty much negating the entire effect of our potion. We'll still keep doing it until we run out of yellows though. We got a hat. Also, 3 more knowledge until we could do Stonemason. Which is quite perfect, because that's around the time we'd finish the combat as well. We'll get both done at around the same time. Because by the time we're 200 or 219 combat, we'll be Only 2 knowledge points away from Stonemason. Which means I will need some kind of activity for the in-between then. I guess I'll do a little bit more smithing. Or maybe not, because I kind of want to go all in on smithing when we do smithing. Maybe we'll mine iron ore until we get to 2 knowledge then. And then we'll have more iron ore to go crazy with smithing later. Because I do need to keep poking my mining up to 215 so I can get the AFK. I need the 215 mining AFK before I get to the 226 blacksmith AFK. Because that way we can get the material for free without having to buy it. It's not too big a deal to have to buy it, but if I have to do the mining AFK anyways, I might as well get it for free. Because I'm going to need to do both regardless. So I might as well do the mining one first. Otherwise we're just wasting money. Because at bare minimum I gotta do 215 to 223. Which will be 8 levels. Then we use those 8 levels to go do the blacksmith one. And yeah, whatever we don't have we just buy from the shop. Because it's definitely not going to be enough. But whatever the difference is, we can just buy from the shop. We still want to maximize all the free ones we get from... Hey, you know. Still want to maximize all the free ones we end up getting from mining. It's like 7, 8 levels of AFK worth. But how are we tanking worse after having a better chest plate? That's one weird thing with stats in this game right now, due to the really high RNG. Where you can gear upgrade and still feel like you're taking more damage. I know our mace is worse than our thing, but despite having a shield and a tank body upgrade, like a massive one, we're still taking like almost seemingly more damage some fights. Just when RNG goes crazy on their side. I'm not sure how they're going to fix that, though. It's a big issue old school RuneScape has as well. And that, while there is skill in the game, it's a really, really luck-based combat system. You see it's pretty heavily in PvP. Because you're just hitting so randomly with all your rolls. I'm not sure how Brighter Shores will ever try to solve it. If they try to solve it at all. Because obviously they're going to be combat reworking, but will combat rework try to fix the over RNG aspect? There's one thing when they mentioned enhancements on tools. One thing I would love to see is a minimum hit enhancement. Not just for special attacks all having minimum hit, but having an enhancement on a weapon where you basically set a minimum based on how powerful it is. Like a 10% minimum, 15% minimum. Just so you don't get like the absurdly low rolls. Like it's still luck based, but at least you don't get RNG'd as hard. Because the closest old school RuneScape came to doing that is the Fang weapon. It lowers your max hit, but increases your minimum hit. I forget the exact percent, but I think it's 15%. Where your max hit is reduced by 15%, but your minimum hit is increased by 15%. So you never hit like a 1, but you'll your max hit is lower than it normally would be. Because you're wearing paper today. That tends to happen a lot post 200. Which is why I'm so glad we got this plate body. Because it's probably going to be the only 3-star armor we're going to have for a very long period of time. And we got like the best piece possible. Now if we could just get like a 4-star leg or a 4-star 2-hand, we'd be golden. Ideally a 2-hand. 2-hand would be way better. But like a 4-star armor piece that isn't torso. And or shield. And or a 2-hand would be like the most optimal right now. Well, honestly, I'll take anything. I just want to see that they exist. Oops, I keep trying to use the pot and keep forgetting I don't have one. Probably go equip them. Even without a pot, honestly, it's not that big of a damage difference. It's because we're hitting yellow so rarely. Something that special attack should probably fix. And whatever other combat rework they do. The problem is anything about your main element just does not hit percent high enough. Easy percents just don't cut it. 39, 43. Compared to your main hand having like 80 to 89. These percents are just so low. Or not your main hand, but you know, your main element. This has so much of an advantage compared to the non-main element. To the point that basically anything but your non-main element is just so bad. Yeah, it should go up at least to like 66%. Like a 2/3 chance. For your off elements. At least then they're a bit more usable. Even then they're still a lot weaker. But right now I believe they cap at 49%. I'm pretty sure it's the highest you can have on a non-main element. And of course normally you're using way lower than that. Because it's like a 20 value RNG roll. That goes from like 31% to 49. I just realized he's using a mace now as well. Or was he already? I don't remember. I know at one point he was two-handing. I should have got a mace drop or just happen to have made one. Probably a mace drop. He's using spear instead of yellow axe. And I know he's not using spear because it's good, because I believe it's one of our slowest attack speed range weapons. If you were to make your own range weapon, you'd be making, well, if you weren't making it to a weakness, you'd be making like the ice ring or the arboret bow. Because the spear, I'm pretty sure it's like one of our most useless weapons. The range spear. Hey, he just died. It's kind of funny. No wonder why he stopped doing the hags. He said he was moving up to hags, but then stopped. But he's still dying to the tiger. Despite being able to do the hag. Or technically, we could do the hag too. It's just not worth it. It is 19 levels above us. And even if we're 19 levels above it, it'd probably kill us. We could be level 250 and I'm pretty sure it would still kill us. At least occasionally. Are we gonna get another good drop? We're almost at the threshold. Please, show me the first 4-star. I just want to know they exist. Ideally a good one, but honestly, I'll take trash at this point. I just want to see one. It could be the worst thing ever, like the spear we were just talking about. Just give me something. Worst comes to worst, I believe the bugs at 265 are weak to Necromay. Which is what that spear would be used for if we did hypothetically get it. Yeah, they're weak to Necromay. And the spear is Necromay, by the way. I should probably clarify. For any that don't play Cryo Knight. Because I know when it comes to the other two classes' weapons, I'm still kind of clueless. Even though I have two alts playing, or one playing on both, the other two player profile slots, I'm still pretty clueless when it comes to everything on the other two classes. I'll learn it more once PvP comes out and everything. As well as if we ever need it for particular boss mechanics. Like it's just more of a divide between the classes than there are now. Right now there's some, but it's pretty minimal. Hello T! Welcome, welcome. You just finished this gear grind for 219 raids? Nice. Way too many throwing weapons. Yeah, it's always annoying when you keep getting like trash weapons. Especially when you have the smithing level or the corresponding weapon making skill. Because you know that you could pretty much just make better. But yeah, so far the only really good drop we got for the raid is a 218 chestplate. Everything else has been pretty average. We've gotten 3 3-star so far, but no 4-star. You still haven't gotten a single post 200 4-star. Did you get a 4-star on your grind, by the way? When you prep for 219 raids, did you get a 4-star? And if it was, what was it? Because we're at 218 right now, going to 219, and we still don't have one. Let's see, you don't really know what hammer mage tier 4 gears like, honestly. Do you think you got a green chest piece? I just realized I'm over encumbered. What am I doing? Oh, I just made the thing small. I hate when I do that. No, I did that last stream too, and it bothers me. Because I made the dimensions weirder. I need to go fix that. Let's see. I didn't even realize it happened the other stream. Let me go see. There we go. Okay, I think I fixed it. Hopefully I don't have a weird borderline. One thing that's kind of weird with the game right now, is there a way to change Brighter Shore's dimensions while you're in game? I know you can kind of reset it. But, by like restarting the game. I'm not sure there's a place where you can like change the settings to be an exact dimension. I don't believe there was for some reason. Not seeing it. It's not under graphics settings, set dimensions. I know it defaults to like a 69 ratio whenever you restart the game. But there's like no one when you're already in the game to reset it. In case your dimensions are off if you accidentally drag it or something. I'll add it eventually. It's definitely one of the things in the quality of life category. Because you can manually adjust the dimensions to whatever you want. But, there's no way to change the default from a 16:9 when the game opens. Or to adjust it if you accidentally ruined it while playing. There we go, nice. I was gonna say, please hit it a little harder, but there we go. That'll do it. Alright, 2 more knowledge and we're good to go on Stonemason. And I'll probably do that with mining once we hit 219 combat, because we're giving up on the drop after 219. I was gonna do 218, but then we get the mesas. Like, I'll try it for a level. The second we get 219, we're done. If we don't have it by then, we're calling it. Otherwise, we could be here for the next, like, 7 hours. I do have other things I want to try doing today. That isn't just camp these things all day long. But if we don't have it by 219, that's the call point. Might try another day, but that'll be the most we try today. So what were our 3-3-star drops? Yeah, they were the mace, the body, and the guardian weapon. Oddly enough, 2 of them rolled max roll at 218. The weird part, though, is the guardian weapon only rolled at 211. Not sure if they're coded a bit differently or what. Yeah, the one guardian weapon material, if we do happen to get the hammer mage one, they only rolled a 211, whereas the other 2 rolled max. Maybe it's only the class one that rolls max for you or something. Because, yeah, we didn't actually get a max roll. We only got a 211 instead of a 218. But the 2 Cryo Knights ones we got a 218 for. The mace and the plate body. Think they'll ever release the other elements as classes? I'm not sure how they can in the current balance of the game. Since the game is so heavily centered on, what do you call it? Like, you know, all 3 classes. Like the, you know, the triangle between them. Because it ruins the triangularness of them. Or whatever you want to call it. Like, they basically would need a 3rd. Like, they can't just do 2. They'd have to do all 3 at once. I can see that being a Chapter 2 thing. Or, you know, not a Chapter 2 as in Hope Farce. I mean a Chapter 2 as in, once we're done with all the Hope quests, or whatever you call this arc of quests, let's say they have like 8 or 10 quests in the first storyline, and the storyline concludes. I guess see the second storyline by like Chapter 2 or even Chapter 1, incorporating like another triple thing. Or maybe it's like a secondary thing. Between like Pyromane, Necromane, maybe one other. Because the game is very heavily balanced right now around the 3-class system staying that way for a very, very long time. Like, we're talking like years before you'd even consider adding another class or subclass. I could see it eventually happening. It's nowhere near though. I'd be surprised if it even happens by 2 years from now. I feel like it'll eventually happen, but we're measuring it in number of years rather than months. I don't think they would make an impact class. It'd be way too strong. Just because of how neutral it is to everything. I know, he just sniped it from me. How could you? Don't make me have to use the 3 button. I will. Oh, good. Let's see. Oh yeah, have you guys been using the number keys whenever you do combat, by the way? Because I keep not doing that. Too much effort. But yeah, as of like 2 weeks ago, you can just like insta-click. It'll like auto-pick your weapon. Well, not auto, but you know. Like I'll do it instantly without having them hover over to it. Yeah, numbers bound to the mouse. True. I have only a 2-button mouse right now, so I could only do 2 of the 3. But that'd be enough if we're just doing ranged weapon in like two-hand or something. Really, you only need to bound the range. Because there's not too many fights where you're starting with melee. Like almost every fight is a range start. Nah, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. I was chancing it. Should've just healed. I was almost out of cryopots until we go back to two-hand. As soon as this stack runs out, I'm not going to buy more. I'm simply just going to switch to two-hand. Haven't gotten to use two-hand since we got the plate body as well. So now we have more tank ability, so we don't even need to shield as much. Back we go. I'm not going to bother putting away 3 hides. It's way too few. You play the entire game with one hand? Same. It's just nice to have a one hand free. Not for that reason, just for generally speaking. Yeah, one-handed games are always nicer, so you can multitask. It's one thing that old school Rinsky is pretty good for, too. It's a very heavy one-handed game. Unless you're doing, like, endgame bossing or something. Or, like, really high-intensity skilling. That's an advantage point-and-click games have in general. Is nearly every point-and-click game that ever gets made is a one-handed game. Like, you might be able to do something with keyboard to help it a little bit. But most of them, you know, you can do completely with mouse only. I know, I keep stroking my thinking beard. My beard's actually grown out really long. Because I normally wait until after winter to go and like shave everything off. Just to have the extra warmth for winter. But yeah, I'm stroking the thinking beard constantly to stream. As is probably every stream. Without even realizing it. That or I'm doing the arrow keys. If I'm doing something. I'm not up to where the number keys are, but rather the arrow keys for the camera change. It's just this place has a pretty bad camera, so there's no camera to change. These trees over here force like a really, like, we're basically like a drone just watching down from space. Or the drones over New Jersey just watching down. It's so hard to get like a different angle here because it forces it up. Like, I'm gonna move over here. This is me not moving the camera at all right now. It forces it straight up. You can't just keep it down. It forces your camera up. Yeah, it does hide the tree somewhat. Like, I could chop down all the trees right now. Like, there's a bunch of trees. Now we deforested all the trees. Like, it somewhat hides them, but it doesn't let you change the camera angle. It does still hide the trees, but it doesn't let you... Like, it forces up your camera angle. Alright, 15 more kills and we go back to two-hand. This is all the XP we need, I'm not sure. If you do the shift on camera... Oh! Yeah, you'd have to hold it, though. Interesting. I see what you mean, though. I want to do that on the tree side, then. Problem is you have to hold it the whole time. I actually kind of like that. I know it's something that some people hate with this game, but I actually really like that cubby hole aesthetic. Like how squared off the room is and everything. Like how that wall is and everything. It's a really interesting aesthetic to take. Compared to what you see from a average game these days. It's definitely not one you would normally expect. There's a nice change of pace. He has that like really like tabletop kind of feel to it. It's like just like a unit that's on the board right now. Oh, so this is probably the last time I ever use this mace, by the way. I'm almost tempted to sell it, but I'll probably still keep it in storage. Just in case it has, like, an insane special attack. As I likely won't have the carpentry level to go make a better one by then. But as far as using this as a main hand weapon, after we've finished out these pots, we're probably never touching it again. The only exception being if it's any good for special down the line. Interesting, the trees still fade away when you do that. Alright, 10 more left. Which I might as well just do 10 more even if we get a level. Finish out these pots so we don't have any in the bank. Taking up space needlessly. Oh, so Ryan's been going so heavy on combat. He did combat all day yesterday and is still doing it all day today. He must be rushing for 500 or something. Oh, he's around the same level range we are. He's at the level range where he's killing these but can't kill Hag. Which means he's level 240 or lower for Watch Person. He's somewhere around like 240 to, or 220 to 240. So we got a little lucky with him moving away as we were throwing the axe at him. We're actually able to pot up and get all 4 hits out for once. Because he was moving a tile away, but our projectile was still moving towards him. That's why our character was trying to get dragged, but then the potion made it so he stayed stable. And then we got all 5 hits off. Or, you know, 4 hits in a potion. You want to click a node and you can't see what the aerial view? Yeah, there are a couple like that, particularly while mining. Mining has some really weird camera angles that I keep changing with just with arrow keys. I just use arrow keys instead of using the mouse button thing. Well, it's because of the wall veins work. It's a little bit weird compared to how most other resources in the world work. How long would you fight a mob under-leveled with penalty for their tier 5 heals? What, the best healing potion? I would get one or the other ingredient. I know if we're talking about the things in Mine and Matubin, I know as a Cryonite, I basically gonna ignore the cockroach and just go all in on the blob. And just buy the other secondaries. Oh, you meant with tier 5 heals. I thought you mean 4 tier 5 heals. Wait, which one's tier 5? What percent is that? I know them as percent. I forget which one tier 5 is. But, never mind. You were talking about, using them, not getting them. But, how long should you fight something weaker? I'm not sure, because I haven't done too much post 200. Because so far I did the ball, which is free. Then we did these, which were really annoying. But it's a little bit weird in Chronopolis, because anytime you're in a bad range, you just AFK raid den. Or, you know, active AFK. So there's always an out. Like, for example, Hag is going to be so annoying. Like, if I wanted... Let's say there weren't raid dens at all in this chapter. And I had to go and do Hags. I can't effectively kill Hags until we're at least 240 combat. And at least, like, a 4-star or 2 from these guys. So, we'd have to stick on these for, like, 20 levels. Which means 10 of them would be reduced rate. Where it'd be on penalty. But it comes down heavily to what the next enemy is. Like, this is a really, really bad one. Especially if you're a non-guardian. But even for guardians, the way to do damage is really annoying. So this one is horrible. Next one after that's also horrible. They're immune to green, and it's Necromay, so like no class really has particularly good damage against it. Or at least not Cryonite anyways. Someone mentioned earlier, I think Hammer Mage is like an okay def weapon. Like a pretty good one. But I know at least Cryonite, we have like nothing. But then, for example, at 284 for this big blob, I could probably take this out at like 270. Just because it's weak to blue. So it'd be poised really well to be able to kill it. And this little spike ball, this spike ball is like level 300 something, the next one, which I believe it is, like 341. I can kill that at like level 300. Like pretty much the second it spawns, I can kill it. Because you use a safe spot it with heals. So it really just depends heavily on what the enemy is. Alright, 2 more fights after this one, and we're going to be calling it. Unfortunately, without a 4-star. However, we did get 3 3-stars. We got the mace we're using right now. We got our plate body, which is probably going to be our best in slot going into the dens. As well as a craftable material for potentially making a 4-star later down the line. But it would require getting 1 more drop before we could. That 1 more drop being a Hammer Mage 3-star. That or make it our own, but we're quite far away. Alright, 1 more kill after this one. We only get 2 more chances. If we don't get it, I guess this is not meant to be today. Because that's like a solid 4 hours of nothing but combat. We gave it a good shot, but did not get it. But yeah, still, 219, still not a single 4-star yet. That's kind of unfortunate. It's not that we're not getting other rarities. We've gotten like a double-digit number of 2-star. We got 3 3-stars. But the 4-star still eludes us. All right, let's see, we got 1 left. Is this going to be the one? This one right here. I guess maybe I'll do one more just with the two-hand after. $105 to $129, you only got one, yeah. It's really, really bad post 200. And that's why you do the crafting skills, because they're way easier. It's way quicker to make a 4-star with smithing, stonemason, bone rate, even if you had to do it completely from scratch, than it is to get it from combat. Like, the full from scratch process is better than doing the combat method. Not in the time that it takes to level it, but you know, once you have the levels, it is easier to 4-star something through from scratch gathering into production than it is to get it from a drop. Plus you get to choose which one it is. Plus you can upgrade one that has a good percent. Like if it's an elemental weapon, you can make sure it has a max percent. Like a 80 and 89, something like that. If it's like a rapier or any other one that's, you know, your class weapon, you make sure it has like one of the top 3%. Ideally the top one, but you know, 88's still good. 1%'s not gonna make too big a difference. It's only when you're starting to get to like 5% difference where it starts to make a huge difference. You know, every little bit helps though. And no, we didn't get it. Alright, we're out here. Mission failed today. Mission failed. I'll be back in 1 second. Need to make a quick bathroom break. So let me go and AFK a little bit of the combat here, just to end out our combat arc. And I think we're done with combat for the rest of the stream then. But we still got plenty more to go do over the next like 7 hours. Just a little bit of a combat break. But yeah, we didn't get it. What do you think of your first 500 would be if you never got any new skills? Oh, watch person. 100%. I want the dragon cape. I don't care how much AFK ready dens we have to do. We will get that dragon cape. I just realized I didn't unequip the mace yet. It's good default to mace. Let me go do that real quick. Oh, false alarm, false alarm. Wait, wait, wait. Hold up. Hold. I guess it is substantially weaker than two-hand now. Before it was like barely keeping up, and probably still weaker. But this is like a definitive ultra weaker if we use it here. 44% penalty, gosh. But hey, more than 0. Anyways, I'll be back in 1 minute. Yep, still be back in like 1 moment. Let's go to the next one real quick. I'll be back in 1 more moment. Then we'll get into something else. Alright, be right back. think we're back. Where were we? What many things from the billion objectives we have do we do next? Oh, wait, I have max knowledge now. Oh, I know exactly what we do next. Oh, perfect. Alright, let's go bank everything. But yeah, we could do, Stonemason. We literally just got the level for it. Probably even over encumbered a little. But hey, we got it. Oh, that works out perfectly. Didn't even think about that. That's one nice product of what just happened. Oh yeah, we still haven't recolored our armor. Oh yeah, we gotta wear this chainmail now. That's the only problem with getting this really good chainmail. I don't get to wear the cool plate body anymore. Gotta find a color that makes it work. At some point I will click the right one. That's interesting. When you double tele into the same spot, it doesn't cancel it. I never noticed that until just now. I feel like that like never happens. But yeah, it actually keeps doing the same tele you're doing. If you double Q the same one. It only cancels it if you do a different one. Alright, let me go put the potion away. Maybe grab a few more mining potions because we might be needing it. Because we're heading back to the mines. Actually, you know what? I'm actually not going to do it because I'm going to put it into the other level. So I'll just use it now then. Or just bring one with me. And only one. One singular mining pot. Alright, let me go tele over. Teleport to... Mine southwest. Yep, wrong room. My natural brain is like, ooh, back to smithing. Oh, it wants it. It wants it badly. We will do some smithing today. Not sure how much. I do need to get to 206 before I get to 219, or around the same time that I get to 219 Detective. And 219 Detective should be in 3 nights from now, unless I do AFK raid dens all the way. But assuming I only do the AFK method, like, you know, the passive, it should be 3 days from now, which is what? Monday. The day of Monday or the night of Monday? Wait, night. Yeah, it'd be the day of Monday. We'd have it. Oh, that means we finally get to do that on the smaller Monday stream then. Okay. That would actually work out perfectly then. But yeah, by Monday we have to have raid dens completely operational. Even if they have to manually do them initially. Just to get like a level or two. Alright, anyways, what am I doing? I think we're on Flint. Yeah, there it is, 38. You can tell by our level 137 that we have level 38. Alright, let's go use the pot, of course. Oh yeah, I forgot to go recolor my stuff. I meant to do that earlier. I'm not sure what color I should go do the chainmail on. That would make it look cool. Is the only problem with getting a really good chain body like that is now we got like a different aesthetic going on here compared to normal. Currently it's colored green. I don't know, do we keep green and be festive for the holiday? Go like a green-red color scheme. Because honestly, it does look kind of Christmas tree. Has that like aesthetic to it. There's like trim all around it, interesting. The other plate body's definitely better, but I do like what's going on with the coloration here still. Like the pattern and everything. I'm not sure what color I should make it to make it better. I just don't want anything too flashy for it. Something slightly more subtle. I'm going to do that right now. It's going to bother me. I got to go change my color. Because we're wearing like a green top with like a orange bottom and an uncolored shoe. I got to go fix all the damage we did when we got all of that gear. Because every single thing is like a different color though. I got to reunify our color. How much gas do we have left? 144. I believe it uses 1 per 6, so that is enough. Because I do not have that much flint banked. I have some, but not that many. It's so nice that the 100 plus Mine Fighter drops half the reagents. Oh yeah, you get so many from Mine Fighter. It's actually crazy. Oh yeah, what level of Stonemason do I need to be able to use this flint? Because 138, yeah, it's 142. 138 is technically a lie because you need the carpentry to go with it. 142 is when you can really use flint. Almost forgot about that. I might still have to acknowledge it a little bit. Because I forgot, once we run out of our flint stone, of which we have, gosh, we have so much granite. Once we run out of these 650 flint, which we definitely have enough gas for, I'm going to hit a wall where, yeah, we still need 142 to properly use it. Alright, let me go color these real quick, because it's going to drive me crazy if I don't. Because currently, every single thing we're wearing is a different color. Because we got the random drops. Let's see. Let me go unify their colors. I'm not sure what color, but whatever it is, it needs to be unified as one color. I'm considering going down the festive route. We keep going a different color like every single stream now. Oh, does today feel like a green day or a red day? I want like a festive color. We did white the other day, so I don't want to do white again. I'm leaning towards red for today. Which one of these is like the most Christmassy red? Scarlet or dark red? I feel like dark red, because I want a little more subtle color. Probably matches the Santa hat a bit better as well. Let me see. Oh, I know there's some other reds in the other chapter, but we can stick with one of these other ones here. Let's see. That one? No, I think the other one works better. I like the lower tone. I feel like this one's a little too bold. I think it's just the red that's doing it for me. Or not doing it for me. Let's try the Christmassy green. Alright, Christmassy green. Honestly, I think that works. The other green coat isn't quite it, but Christmassy green is fine. Get that whole red-green color scheme going. Yeah, I think that works. Christmas green. To go with a red hat. We're gonna roll with it for now. I change it again when I want to go back to cryo again for the billionth time. They really gotta nerf the cryo color, the Azure blue. It just looks so good on Cryo Night that I just can't bring myself to use any other color. I'll stick with the festive colors. Stick with like white, red, green. Oh yeah, Dub A was doing Stonemason the other day. There he is right now. Wonder how close he is to getting, let's see, what am I looking for? Flint. Wonder what he's doing for, what's it called? I could check his thing. Oh, he already did the Mine Fighter. He got the 69 bone right, nice. He did the miner grind. He did one extra blacksmith. Oh, Stonemason's a lot lower than I thought it would be. It's 112. Wait, where's the rest of his levels then? Oh, he did 200 all combat. Ah, I see. I was gonna say, why is his level so high? But he did 200 combat everywhere. I see. It's kind of funny. At this point, he's like 200ing in reverse order. He's doing Stonemason now, then he'll probably do Bone Rate. I highly doubt he's going to do Carpenter after that, though. He'd definitely do Woodcutting first. But yeah, it's basically 200 all combat and 200 all Mines and Matubin. That's why his total level's so high. The 200 combat all grind. Yeah, to Sir Valiant's question earlier, of course I did mention 500 watch person if we were to train to one. Like if I was to go get a 500, you know, we do both of these to 500. Mostly for the watch person cape, but also 500 detective seems fun. Get those like max level investigations and everything. But if I could just have instantly any level to 500, 100% it would be smithing. If we could just like auto click a level, or you know, just have the thing just like auto make it to max. Smithing 100%. 100%. What am I doing? I'm trying to find Flint. Buried all the way in there. Speaking of auto-click, they finally banned everyone who's using macro auto-clickers. A whole big ban wave the other day, like a day or two ago. We talked about it some last stream. But yeah, they finally got all of them. They've been banned from their leaderboards. As well as permanently made in Iron Man. Where they can never trade. You really want the Max Fishing Cape? Max Fishing Cape does look pretty cool. 500 Watch Person Cape just does it too much for me, though. We've seen it a couple times now. I don't want to get it without the full dragon, though. So, like, the 100, the 200 just seem pointless to me. But once we get that 500 one, though, we are, like, never taking it all far back. Because I highly doubt it'll be a while before we buy another 500. The only thing that would make me get it off is if they add area capes. Because a 200 all Mine to Matubin cape or a 200 all Chronopolis cape would probably look a little better, potentially. As I would love to see, particularly a Mine to Matubin one. I feel like it'd go really hard. A 200 Mine to Matubin cape. Like, you know, 200 all in Mine to Matubin. Was any of the top players banned? I don't believe so. Most people that were using auto-clickers and macros and other similar things, they were kind of like in the middle range for the most part. I don't think anyone like super high up were using them. I think maybe a few in mining, because my mining rank did go up out of nowhere. Rita Orr is still not here, but I believe that's just because he's hiding for the race. I don't think he actually got banned. I'm pretty sure Rita Orr was purely a hiding to go get 500. I don't know, we're going to be doing some mining today, maybe we'll see him. Yeah, I'm almost guaranteed Rita Orr didn't get banned. He just happens to be hiding. So he could beat Jester to #1. Gosh, I wish I could click on this easier. There we go. Is the Gather Cape nice? I don't think I've seen it in a while. What's the Gather Cape look like? Because I'm getting 200 Gather, in eventually. I might even work to the next spike today. Or at least try going towards it. Profession Capes. What does the Gather one look like? Oh yeah, I've seen that one before. I feel like that would work really good on a Guardian. I feel like that brownish green doesn't work as good with like heavy armor. The same issue I have with the Leatherworker cape. I like the design of the Leatherworker cape. The problem is it doesn't go well with like plate armor. So one of the reasons I really want like the 200 armor maker cape is it probably looks pretty clean with armor on. Like literally the icon is a plate body. That looks like almost like the plate body that Cryo Knight has. The problem is Leatherworker, Gather, and a few others like that don't really match plate armor as well. Also, see, look at how good the 500 watch person cape is. Ooh, shiny. And it goes so well with the color. And will go even better with Cryo Knight armor. It's like tier 5, tier 6. I assume that's tier 6. It's probably tier 6 max tier Hammer Mage armor. You picked the wrong class. The Hammer Mage armor is sick. Oh yeah, all tier 6 armor looks pretty solid. What class did you pick? But no, it looks really good for every class. Even Guardian's tier 6 looks amazing. You just gotta go through a bunch of duct tape bones to get there. You picked Cryo? Actually, I'm not sure if I've seen someone with in tier 6 Cryo. I'm pretty sure I've seen tier 5, but never tier 6 yet. Another hat for the pile. What's our hat collection look like these days? Purple is still in the lead at 42. Black Santa's beating Red Santa. In third place, only behind Double Elf. Purple Elf and Blue Elf, with Purple one higher. Red Santa's doing pretty good, though. It's definitely above the average curve. It's on the better half of the average. Oy. So I really need to get a standing desk eventually for streaming. Staying down like this, I keep getting sore like midway through the stream every time. Even when I do a walk in the morning now, it's like, still sore halfway through. Gotta keep like repositioning every hour. $1,600 total. Level Brighter Shores hits the same as Old School RuneScape 1,600 total. Honestly, it pretty much does. Honestly, I'll probably feel like I'm maxed by 2277 total, which is actual max in the other game. Everything from there is just extra levels. Because all the core stuff we'd want to have done, we'd basically would by then. Like the 200, 200, 200 for the 199s and stuff like that. Obviously, we're far from like maxing, but we'd have most of the really important skills to where they need to be by then. But I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot of Mind of Matuin over the next week. I really want to start pushing the 199 4-star. Especially since we didn't get one from combat. Even more of a reason to. Then when special attacks come out, I want to be like as prepared as possible. With like 200 Stonemason, 200 Bone Rate. And something like, I don't know, some absurd amount of Blacksmith. like 300 if not higher. Because I want to start doing something that I was doing at the beginning of the game that I then stopped doing when we went on our mining tangent, but never went back to doing. And that is to keep our smithing level as high as our highest combat. So in case we ever do want to go for an upgrade, let's say we want to make like a 230 two-hand, once we hit 230 watch person, we can. Which I probably will. That'll be like the lowest number that I would do an upgrade for. From the 199, I think is a 230. By that point, we should also be able to AFK the raid then. Pretty comfortably. Not just because of the weapon upgrade, but, you know, our durability we'd have by then. But to be able to do that, we basically have to gain 1 level a day AFKing it. We can still get a manual level. But with how much effort we would have to put in, we'd basically be 1 manual level a day. So in combination, 2 levels a day. So even if I start working on it right now, kind of like how we did yesterday, where we got 2 levels. If we kept chipping at it at the same degree that we have been, we would have 230 smithing by 14 days from now. Which would be right about when he would start doing, you know, the first update of the year. Because that'd be like, what, January 3rd or so? Which is probably the game plan. That way, regardless of what combat changes happens, we'll be good to go. And along the way, also get Stonemason up, get Bone right up, get Gather up, all that. And that'll be most of the core stuff we need. Ignoring woodcutting and carpentry. Ignoring those for now. And alchemy, I guess I gotta go do at some point. Not sure when I'm doing the alchemy grind. Like, technically we could just buy all the supplies. It just feels like a waste. Because the main reason I've been putting off alchemy is I want to have, like, Forager and Gather and Mind Fighter and, like, all these other things before we do it. Technically, even the Gathering skill that's going to be in Chapter 5. Like, all of those feed back into Alchemist. But without it, it just feels like it's pointless once you do get those drops. Because what are you going to do with them? Just, I guess, sell them? To the shop? I guess when player trading comes in. But they're kind of clunky to deal with now. Because they're too low a level for you to bother making a potion out of. They're too time consuming to go sell. They're in like a weird in-between. So why does it feel like almost every high combat person is a hammer mage? Like, the actual ratio of people who are hammer mage in this game is probably only like a slightly higher than a third. Like 40% at most. Yet I feel like 80% of people who are like absurdly high combat, like level 500, are all hammer mage. Like at least like 60% of them. Despite them being like 40% of the population. Hey, what am I typing my knowledge into? I guess it's Stonemason again. I just realized we're about to hit our next knowledge point. That or start putting into Blacksmith AFK. I mean to do that. Because we still need that by Monday. But I'm just going to take 1 day. I don't have to do it now. I think Stonemason XP now is better than that later. Just because I can't really do anything with Stonemason until 142. Like, I can't use any of this flint until 142 Stonemason. We can, but I don't have the carpentry supplies and it would cost way too much. We'd be making negative money rather than profit. Just to cash them in a few levels early. I never noticed it. There's actually a loading bar all the way above the machine when you're putting a thing in. That's funny. Oh, no, don't do that. I never noticed that because normally my view is like right here. So you can't actually see the other one. There's one all the way above the machine when you put the rock in. That's funny. We've probably done like 5 to 10,000 rock and I just now noticed that. Like I knew the other ones had it, but I didn't realize this middle one had it in that way. Because it's all the way up there and normally my view is like right here where you can't even see it that's happening. Or the little XP bars blocking it. But yeah, I need that 500 watch person cape. The more I see it, I'm like, okay, we need to go do the 500 watch person grind like 10 days ago. Obviously, we already did it for like 4 hours today, so we're done for now. But, we really need to get around to it, though. Plus, then we get to wear a really, really cool endgame armor as well. That's the other big benefit of it. And in the short term, is also one of our main goals, too. Not actually to hit 500 watch person, but to hit high enough that we can go get our tier 6 cryonite armor. So we can wear the really cool looking armors that we have. Like the absolute max tier visual armor we have. By level 400, we should be able to have all of them as a drop. Actually, the exact level range of each one. By about around that range, you should be able to. If you compare it to weapons, the highest weapon we have in that tier, let's see. The highest weapon... Ooh, weapon goes pretty far, though. 490? Okay, that's a bad example. Hopefully the armor isn't the same way. Getting full tier 5, though, would be pretty easy. Because if it's similar to how that is, yeah, that would be at that range. It's full tier 5. Full tier 6 is no time soon, never mind. But full tier 5, if it's anything like how weapons work, by level 350, we should have all of them. And we're currently 219. But by 350, we should have full tier 5 cryonite armor, roughly. Maybe a little bit higher. No time soon are we getting that, but you know. Maybe by like end of next month, couple weeks. Depends how much raid dens we do. Post 200 is very slow. Like we spent like, what, 4 hours today and we got 3 levels? It's less than a level an hour. Depending on what we're fighting. Oh, so yeah, this green's just not doing it. I'm not sure what color I need. I might just take all armor off. And we don't have to worry about constantly recoloring. Because I don't have the really cool plate body, but I can't not wear this for this chapter. Because it's literally a 3-star. Honestly, it almost has more defense than like any 2 of these. With how much it's probably stacked at 3-star. I might just hide them for now. Or go naked. There we go, much better. Up for Stonemason level coming in. Nice, nice. Still got a mile to go, though. It's actually not that far, because once we double knowledge, that's half a level right there. Then we'll have to find some other activity to get the last little bit so we can get to 142. It always makes sense to process your ore or your stone or your bone or whatever else first, though, and then knowledge, just so that you can get the little bit extra XP from it. Because flint alone is going to be almost 2 levels. And it makes it so your knowledge gives us slightly more XP if you do it first. It doesn't have to be done in that order, but it does make your knowledge give slightly better. Not a huge amount, but adds up. I think the best part about this is we will not run out of gas. We will use a lot, but we will not run out. The issue is when we get to 148, when we get to basalt. Got a good amount of basalt as well. At 148, we will 100% run out of gas, and I will need to get more later, but I don't think we're hitting that this stream, so that's a later issue. That is a not today issue. That I should probably fix off stream tonight or something. It don't take that long. It's like 8 minutes in inventory. 5 minutes to go collect them. Oh yeah, this one's even quicker because the teleport's not as far. Oh yeah, but you still have to count the time of actually putting them in, all 24 of them though. So yeah, it's still like 7.5 minutes. 8 minutes tops. To go fill another 240 in there. That's way more than enough for the next batch as well. Actually, if we did a full set and maxed out the gas, we would actually have enough gas to last till 200 and beyond. Basically, it would be infinite gas. I might actually do that because I basically infinite gas the other place as well. A little bit less so because we need smithing more often. But yeah, if I was to fill this up all the way to tank, it would take like half an hour. I'll probably do it off stream though. But because we did the other time on stream, and gosh, it took forever. But it takes about 36 minutes, give or take a few minutes. And yeah, we basically never need to fill it again. Because that'll be enough for 200 and beyond. Like even after 200, we'll still have like 600 left. That's like a lifetime of gas for a cryonite. Since we don't need stonemason nearly as often. Unless I'm doing post 200 stonemason, but the only thing I plan to do for that is maybe the AFK activities. Because I'm going to be doing the mining AFK. Like I have the 195 one, but it's not a post 200 one, so I don't want to do it that much. But basically, we have to get to, same as smithing, we got to get to 206. 206 is the magic number. At 206, we have infinite smithing. I mean, stonemason, I mean. And while these other ones would normally be annoying, I'm probably going to be doing them naturally when doing our mining grind. For example, this 220 bowl right here, I believe we need 246 mining for. So when I'm doing my 246 mining AFK eventually, the passive activity, we would be getting, sorry, 239. We'd be getting purple limestone, and purple limestone's used for that bowl. So we're just going to be naturally getting the material quite a lot. So we shouldn't have to worry about it much. And even if they have to take a little bit of a hit, cost-wise, it shouldn't be that expensive to run them. Even though we'll make negative instead of positive. But these other ones are pure profit. All the, like, little tower structure ones. Which would be things like, oh, you can make a cryonite, and a knight, and a king. Let's say. But yeah, 206 fountain is pure profit. 240 acorn, for whatever reason, is pure profit. Why on earth an acorn of all things? And these other ones we're going to get a lot of magic from. Oh, you can make a hammer mage at 295 for. What's kind of weird is I don't think you ever get to make a guardian. You can only make a cryonite or a hammer mage. Poor guardians got gypped. You can make a king, a queen, a cryonite, or a hammer mage. When do you make the guardian, though? I don't think you ever make a guardian out of the statue. That's kind of funny. Guardians got gypped there. I guess they could think of something to do for us. So like, ah, we'll just drop the Guardian. We don't need a Guardian. It's kind of funny. Also, why pineapple of all things? Oh, never mind. You do get a Guardian. Never mind. Guardian didn't get gypped. They're actually the highest level one. They got the least gypped. Weird order, though. I'd expect it to have been like Crown Knight, Guardian, then Hammer Mage. But it's Crown Knight, Hammer Mage, then Guardian. Hello, Tyrion. Welcome, welcome. A blue cat. I'm not sure why names like this just randomly stand out to me sometimes. I think the funniest thing is just that he's wearing a blue hat to go with his blue cat, to go with his blue cap. So I still can't wait till we get those wieldable potions. Because I've stopped juggling them. I just can't bother anymore. We stopped ever since that one pile got deleted, that one stream. It was only like 40 something. But ever since then, I was just like so done with them. Never again. Until they make them a couple or something. If we need them, we'll just go all the way over there. His Flint's actually going to probably get us to 140 then. Which means later I'll need... How much is that? Like 7 knowledge? Because the other 2 will get us there. Yeah, like 6 or 7 knowledge we'll need later. And honestly, I'm considering mining it. Just so we have more things to do smithing with later. Because I still got to make that 215 mining push. And ideally, I need to get it within... by Sunday night. Ideally. Doesn't have to be, but it would help out a lot to have it by Sunday night. The other alternative is I do need 206 smithing. As long as we have one of them by that time. And realistically, 206 smithing is actually easier than 215 mining. By quite a margin, actually. Like, 206 smithing still takes forever, but it takes less time than 215 mining does. Not to mention we'd have to do some amount of mining to even get smithing up to begin with. So it kind of works out both ways. Because I know for sure I don't have 206 smithing banked. I might have enough for 204, but... and maybe even 205, but definitely not 206. Not with iron, tier 5 only. Oh yeah, this reminds me, does Bone Ray have the same 206 auto completion range? Oh no, you get it at 200. Ooh, Bone Right. The second you get to 200, you're done with Bone Right forever. Oh, that's really nice. You only need to get to 200, because that already gives you the better method, right at 200. It's not like the other two that you need to get to 206. Oh, that's really nice. The only problem with Bone Right AFK, though, is I'm probably not going to be doing the Gatherer one. I don't know, maybe I would if we do post 200 Gatherer. These are a few, like, in between. Like, whatever on earth that one is. What does that even say? The knickknacks? Yeah, we can make knickknacks. The turtle figurines. Oh, I see. It's a category of knickknacks. Yeah, we can make turtle figurines at 245, which required the bones from the previous chapter. One thing that's kind of awkward, though, is the 264 method requires something that's in chapter 5. Like, you buy it from the shop, but to be able to get it yourself, you would need to have, like, 250-something Worm Wrangler. Hey, Green Elf, the best looking one. Hey, Chino's here. With all his hammer mageness. Oh, he has 200 hammer mage as well. That makes sense. I mean, Stonemason. I wonder what level he's up to. Oh no, someone passed us. Oh no, I think it was a hidden person came in. Someone who was hidden has unhid themselves. Which has made us go down. Oh, so what is Ratsplat doing? They've been going crazy with levels. They actually passed my OZS now, too. They were like 100, 200, 300 levels lower than me at one point. And now they're ranked 6. They're going so quick. They're just skyrocketing up. But when leaderboards came out, and they were on leaderboard as well, they were about 300 to 400 levels lower to me. And now they're ranked 6. They've been getting levels quicker than pretty much anyone aside from like the top 2 or 3 people. They must start putting in like the 20-hour plus days or something. I don't see them too often though, but I have seen them occasionally. In all fairness, I've actually seen them more than the top 3 players. But I don't feel like I've seen them like a lot. Just happen to not be at the same activities. What did he go for level-wise? Obviously, he went for 200 all combat. Oh, that's why I never see him. He went for 200 all in Hopeport. Interesting. That seems to be it, though. I guess a really high base level, though. That's actually a really high base level. He's base level 66, with Scout being the lowest. Probably because he plans to do all of it at once. All the way to 200. Kind of weird. He 200 every location, but didn't do Scout 200. It's actually his lowest skill in the game. Oh no, Carpentry 60 is. So he's base 60 right now. Ah, I wonder why he didn't train carpentry. It seems to be his lowest skill. Could it be that carpentry is awful? That's kind of funny. Yeah, carpentry's his lowest skill by like 7 levels. Have I seen Patissio's mining level? No. Why? Did they go crazy with it? Oh, I need to go get a potion. I can get one real quick. Why? Did they go for like post 200 or something? He only has 47? Oh, ouch. I believe mining is one of the slowest skills in the game. It's definitely like around the top 5 slowest. So a lot of people going for like total level efficiency might have been saving it for later. The only problem is it makes doing smithing and stonemason harder. That's a little kush. You're going for 300 merchant push? Nice. Yeah, I do need to finish the 222 grind at some point. I'm going to split it up into doing 205, then 216, then 222. The 216 might have to be double split, because the 216 from 205 is the longest grind. Not just numerically, but also we don't get the better XP rate until 216. So it's a little bit of a dead zone for merchant. It's going to take a bit longer than it normally would. Alright, 2 more stonemason levels and we can finally do something with all this flint. Oy. He has 120 blacksmith, 200 stonemason, and 47 mining. Well, he probably rushed stonemason so he could get base 200s. Why is 110 blacksmith without only 47 mining? I don't know, though. Like, the 200 stonemason makes sense. The mining, not so much. I mean, the blacksmith, I mean. Because a lot of people do rush, especially if they were going for total rush. They'll rush whatever their main combat is to 200 so they can make, you know, 3-star equipment all the way through. So, for example, a Cryo Knight would rush 200 smithing before they would even touch mining, potentially, in order to go do 200 all combat in every area. But, yeah, if you're going to do the other one, you should always be doing mining first. Like, for a Cryo Knight, we should be doing mining before we do Stonemason. Or if you're a Hammer Mage, you should be doing mining before you do Blacksmith. Aside from the 16 need for the quest. But beyond that, you shouldn't be getting really any higher until you do the 200 mining grind, ideally. It's not required, but if you're planning on getting all of them upgraded, you'd want to do mining before you do your secondary one. Like the one that isn't your class. In the case of Guardians, they can just do it whenever. But you'd still want to do mining beforehand for both. Like Guardian would definitely want to do miner before they even touch Blacksmith Stonemason. Beyond the quest requirements for Lost and Found. Because they don't need to worry about getting either too high. Yeah, generally speaking, it's one mistake I made a lot this playthrough, and still do. Just because the immediacy of having something now compared to later. But you should really do, like, every gathering skill before you ever do the production skill for them. Regardless. It's one of the reasons I keep putting up off Alchemy, even though Alchemy's one of the few exceptions to that, where it's pretty good to do first, similar to, like, 200 in your main crafting skill. They're both really, really useful to do earlier. But, oh no, I kind of just want to go get all the gathering first. Like, I really barely want to touch Alchemy until I have, like, 200 Forager, 200 Gatherer, 200 Mind Fighter. Because there's just so many resources you get from other things that just become dead if you don't. And same happens with our 200 smithing grind. There was a lot of ore that was basically pointless to us. But I still smith because it was driving me crazy. But it was basically no XP per hour. Because they were just so low compared to what we could be doing, like the iron ore. But But yeah, definitely 100% advise doing all the gathering first before you ever do a production skill. It's just better in the long term. Even though the short-term benefit is less, the long-term benefit is way better. It's something that I'm curious to see what happens with a leaderboard down the line. Because there's definitely people prioritizing like long-term or short-term on leaderboard. And some who did some really interesting things, like KC. He's only 22nd, but I'm pretty sure he has 2 500s. Yeah, he has 500 detective, and he's about to get 500 watch person today. So if he gets back onto top 20, he will be the only person on top 20 with 2 500s in the entire game. Which I'm not even sure if any of them have 100, let alone, or 500, let alone 2. But it'll be a double 500 on top 20 leaderboard in probably a couple weeks once he finishes his 500 watch person. So a lot of people doing it different ways depending on, you know, what they want to go for. The only reason our total level is even high is just because of how much we play, though. Like, we've kind of just been jumping around to whatever. Like, obviously we've had it planned and stuff, but we've never really been trying to, like, power level. Kind of doing whatever we feel like doing that we kind of need at a given time. And right now, that's better gear for the AFK raids. Which, as well as just being able to have all the special attack weapons for when they come out. So we don't have to worry about the grind later. Because I definitely don't advise doing the grind after. That would be so annoying to do. Especially Lost and Found. You gotta at least have Lost and Found completed. If you're not gonna go for like 200 smithing, blacksmith. I mean, I said the same thing twice. If you're not gonna go for 200 blacksmith, stonemason, and bone right, you gotta at least complete Lost and Found. So you can at least like trade for everything when trading comes out. Yeah, Lost and Found is the hardest quest to do in the game. Not difficulty-wise, it's actually a pretty fun quest. With a cool little puzzle thingy that's pretty straightforward. Has a few good moments in it. But beyond that, it is, yeah, the requirements are the highest in the entire game. There's no quest in the game currently with higher. By quite a margin. It's pretty much twice as high as the second highest. Because Brandoff Inheritance is basically nothing in comparison to it. Like 61 cooking's a little rough. But you basically have to do that for like 4 different skills for Lost and Found. Plus you need the passive activity. Which is something that you don't use in any other quest other than maybe the 5-star in Chronopolis. But you can dodge it with a really high alchemy level. So you technically don't need to do it. Whereas in the Mines of Matubin's 5-star, you actually do have to. At least in the current state of the game. Once trading comes out, maybe not so. I wonder what to go for, though. What would a full package of items that are needed for the Lost and Found quest go for? That's one thing that's going to be really weird if they're allowed to be traded. It's one of those lists, on the things, a list of like things that'd be really weird when trading comes out. The requirement for Lost and Found when trading exists, assuming everything is tradable, is nothing. You can literally just walk in and do it immediately. You can just trade someone standing there, pay them like a gold or whatever they want for the items, and then maybe you trade them back after. But you pay like 1 gold to go get the items from them, to borrow it for the duration of the quest. And then 1 hour, boom, you do the quest. Because there's no combat requirement if you can skip the other thing. There's no anything requirement. You just walk in with all the items, do the puzzle, walk out. You do need to go get the dagger at one point, but you don't have to do combat to go get the dagger. It's just a little bit of a cutscene kind of thingy. But, there's one thing that's going to be really strange. I'm curious to see how that will pan out. Or if there's a workaround for it or something. Like, it's like, oh, you had to be the one who crafted it or something. But, yeah, it will be really funny. There's going to be, like, the most broken quest once trading comes out. Because if something isn't done around it, you could finish the quest in about half an hour with no requirements at all. Like, literally 0. Like, the second you finish out Mines of Matubin's quest and head to Chapter 4, instead, you could just go straight to Lost and Found and just complete it. Which I definitely got to go do on the 2 alts if that's a thing. I am getting them to the point where they could do the 3-star quest though, because I do need that for blast mining and everything. And for that one venture. But after they do that, I'm getting them through Chronopolis, and then probably just AFKing something in Chronopolis. Probably Watch Person. So I can get better Detective XP. So I can go get them to, you know, those levels. You would pay a gold to do that quest without grinding? Well, I feel like the way that that would work is if you could bypass everything with trading, the way it would work is you buy it from someone for like a gold or whatever it is, but then you have to like return the items back, or maybe they have a bunch of spares, who knows. These would definitely be more than a gold if they were to give you everything. But it might be like a return system where you use all the items for the quest, because I don't believe they're consumed for the quest. I'm pretty sure you get to keep all the items. Could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure you got to keep everything you used on the little totem thingies. Maybe you don't. In which case it might go for a little bit more than a gold. Like a full set of everything. I forget if you get to keep them or not. If you do get to keep them, you probably have to trade them back to whoever you traded them to. Otherwise, they probably would go for like 3 gold for the whole set. It doesn't take that long to go get one of each item, though. Like, if you already have all the requirements, it takes probably like 5 minutes to get a set of all the items you need for the quest turned in. Because you don't have to do the full AFK, you just have to do it for like 10-20 seconds. The problem is they're all located like all across the mine, so it's a lot of walking between them. You also can't withdraw from your bank a weird decimal. So you either have to give someone a full 1, or go walk to each one of the activities and do it for like 20 seconds, which will require a lot of walking. Unless they do eventually let you withdraw decimal. Like if you could withdraw a 001 stack of something. Currently you can't though. You can if that's all that's left, but you can't if it's more than that left. Like if all you have left is like 0.3 of a resource, it does let you withdraw that 0.3. But you can't withdraw like 0.1 of that 0.3. It would just allow you to withdraw the full 0.3. I don't know, honestly, the bone rate grind wasn't too bad for it. I just did the AFK method. Getting to 20 is the hardest part. Or more so 26, where you get the free AFK method. But getting to 26 bone rate is the hardest part. After that, it's basically free. And even at 20, it's pretty free because you just knowledge it as well. You knowledge it to 26, then AFK the other activity. If you don't have a 200 one going yet. Your passive activity is always fishing. You're using it for episode 1, 5-star requirements at the moment. Actually, what byproduct do you get from fishing? Do you get something that you can cook for AFK in the chef place? Because I never actually bothered with any of them yet. I think I have, yeah, I have 0 knowledge in fishing. I've even used this rod. I've actually never done any of the AFK fishing. Actually, what skills have I not done at AFK for? I haven't done it for cooking. Oh no, I did for Forager day 1. Alchemy I did. Scout I did on the alts, but not on this account because I have 0. But the alts have. Gatherer I haven't. So Chef, Gatherer, Woodcutter. And that's it. Chef Gatherer and Woodcutter are the only 3 AFKs I've not done on any account yet. Woodcutter where you go and lop the trees. Gatherer where you do whatever Gatherer does. And Chef where you like AFK cook or something. I'm sure how that works, so I know you need fish from fishing. But yeah, there's only 3 AFKs I've actually never touched on any account. Cooking, Gatherer, and Woodcutter. His Guard I did on my 2 alts. Forager I did on day 1 and 2 on this account. Or day 1 at least. Like literally, like launch day. Alchemy not too long after because I used the Forager supplies on the Alchemy thing for the Wealth Potion. Scout I did on the alts. Gather I never did. Woodcutting I never did. Carpenter I did on literally all 3 accounts because I couldn't be bothered to level it all the way. Oh no, actually I didn't do it on this one, but I did do it on my 2 alts to get to 32. I forgot, we did the math and it was actually not worth it compared to just putting the knowledge points in. Because I was doing it so actively, it was actually more worthwhile to spend 2 knowledge points than it was to AFK it for like 8 hours. Relative to, you know, everything else. So I was like, oh yeah, let's go do that then. Mind Fighter I did before the quest, though not for XP. Bone Right we did for the quest. Mining we did for the XP. Blacksmith we did for the quest, and Stonemason for quest, as well as XP at times. Watch Person we do because we need the higher combat. We even did it, I think, last night? No, 2 nights ago. Just so our combat was a little bit better to kill the tigers. Detective we're literally doing right now because I need 219. Leatherworker I did at the lower level range when you have all the bad hides. And then Merchant I only did because of the quest, otherwise I wouldn't have done it at all. I don't plan to actually AFK the Merchant at all. But I did collect all my olives through Merchant. Just because I wasn't going to go get 93 Alchemy or whatever it was. But, yeah, so those are the only 3 we haven't done. Chef, Gather, and Woodcutter are the only 3 AFKs I haven't done. All 3 of them I definitely would do post 200. Particularly Gather and Woodcutter. Because Gatherer you can get some Bone Right AFK. And Woodcutter you can get Carpentry AFK, which sounds like godsend. It's like both of those 2 are so broken. Imagine being able to AFK Bone Right and Carpenter for free. You technically can at some level ranges, but even with the other profit. Let's see. Hello. Not sure if they were referred to us or someone else. Also, let's see. How much gold do we have right now? I almost have 11 gold. Once I actually start processing some stuff, we'll get there. I'll probably do Stonemason first, then smithing. But I have to do mining until I get, what's it called? I have to do mining to get to, Stonemason. Because I still need a few more knowledge after all this. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Did I see your cape? Oh, was that you? Oh, was that you, Hearthstone? I didn't realize that was you. I'll need to add you at some point. I'm just surprised I don't have you added. You were like always in chat. I didn't realize that was you. That's funny. I know you said you did that the other day. I didn't think this was actually you, though. I saw it was some random person in 500. Or, you know, not random, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I didn't realize that was you, specifically. They're trying to add... Oh, yeah, I need to go clear someone. Gosh, I was going to do that Friday into Saturday. But I meant that as in, like, tonight I would be clearing it. I still haven't cleared them yet. I need to, though. Let's see. How do we go about this? Let me go play the friendless roulette. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Let's do bomber. I was going to pick random ones. They seem like they have such a good name that they probably got it on day one and then never played again. There's like the best names to target because that's probably the case that happened. They played it for their first week, got a really good name, and then they are not with us anymore. Let me go check. Bomber. His name I also don't recall too much. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm doing friends list. Check, compare. Bomber. Nope, Bomber, you're safe. Alright, let's see. Let's pick random people. Let's see. Hallscar. I wish there's a better way of doing this than what I'm doing right now. Hallscar. Nope, you're safe as well. Alright, let's see. It's like the only way we could check in activity from the beginning of the game. Moral and Moonkin. Moral and Moonkin. Moral and Moonkin. And then Moonkin. Oh, everyone's safe, gosh. Are all the people not on leaderboard? There's like 40 of them here. Am I picking every single one who is Olaf? Oh wait, let me delay this mode for later. Oh wait, I still have a Lost Stone. I thought it was out. Oh, Sam, wasn't he the community manager guy for the game? I think I know who you're talking about. But yeah, didn't he end up becoming community manager? The Sam guy? Moondog with 2 G's. Let's see. Gosh, where are all the people? There's like 40 people who aren't on it. How am I only picking the ones that are? Yeah, this is why I was going to go through each one of them and just clear them all on either tonight or tomorrow. Or just tonight. I've been meaning to for so long, I keep putting it off. Let's see. Let's keep trying. Luca? I need to try going for the small names, like Luca and Moldy. Luca. Nope. Moldy. Nope. We will get someone. At this point, I'm about to just randomly kick someone. And if I accidentally kick someone and they tell me later, hey, could you re-add me? I'll just do it. Because I'm almost getting to that point. I'm just going to click like a random person to kick. Let's see. Moldy, Moonkin, I'm trying to think of a name I haven't seen in a while. No quarter. No quarter. No quarter. No quarter. No quarter. Ah, we found one. Found him. Unless I spelled quarter wrong. Q-U-A-R quarter. Unless he spelled it wrong. No quarter. Found one. Took a while. So I need to do them all at once. And I'm pretty sure capitalizing doesn't have any effect on it. But yeah, I'll go and clear out the rest and get everyone else in eventually. I just don't want to do all of them right now because it took like 10 minutes just to get one person. I just need to go through all of them from top to bottom and just do them all at once. Alright, remove. Add. Wait, what was their name again? Stona. There we go. We got you. Zero Joel is messaging us as well. But yeah, that might be a system I start using just out of my sanity. Is if I don't recognize a name, I'm just going to play like random friend roulettes. We'll find a name that seems like we haven't seen in a while. And I'll just remove it. And if that person comes back and says like, hey, you kicked me from the friends list. And then, okay, I'll just re-add you then. That might have to be the new system. Because it's getting so annoying checking a leaderboard. And eventually the leaderboard trick won't work because that only works up to a certain point. Like the people who are inactive for like the first week or 2 or 3. But eventually that won't work. So I'm eventually just going to play roulette. Just pick a random name that seems like hasn't messaged us, I think, for a while. Or we haven't seen around. Or maybe I just don't recognize the name. And if they come back to us later being like, hey, you kicked me. Could you re-add me? And I'll just re-add them then. Because this is getting so hard to juggle the 200 right now. And we're eventually going to hit a wall where everyone's on leaderboard. Where I can't use my previous message. Join your stream and vibes. Keep it up. Thanks. Let's see. He's a community moderator. He's working on a new quest. He said Andrew's a genius. Honestly, I have such high confidence in Andrew Gower. It's one of the reasons we even committed so much time to this game and everything. Like, I know the current state of the game isn't for everyone, but I have so much confidence that in a year or 2 or 3 from now, this game is going to be insane. If it's anything like he did last time, even if it's just a fraction of that power, his dedication to the craft is going to be good enough that, you know, it'll come out nicely by the end of it. Still a lot of jank here and there, but, you know, it's all things that can easily be fixed. The fundamental structure of the game, I'm just absolutely loving, though. Like, if the fundamental structure was, like, really off to me, I'd be a little bit more questionable with it. And I know for some people it kind of was. But, I don't know, it just has such a good structure right now. I could play what's here right now for, like, years alone. Even without anything further. But, of course, refining it, changing some things, other stuff. And it should be in a pretty good place probably within the next year. Obviously, of course, it's going to be a little while. It's not going to happen overnight. Not to mention he has, like, a very absurdly small team. Man, I'll get there eventually. It's not like it's a race to make an MMO at this point. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm heading out. Because I need to go do anything in the entire game until we go get 142 Stonemason. Because we are locked out of Stonemason until then because I can't use the flint. The thing I need to make flint out of requires hammer right now. And I do not have, or it requires carpentry. But not until the next level can I do a non-carpentry item. So that's our main target. But I need one more carpentry level. I mean, I need one more stonemason level before we can. So that means we're going to go mining. Before I do, let me go get a XP pot. And this means when we do our smithing grind later, we'll have more ore to go do it with. I think I currently have 2,400 banked. But that's not enough for 206 smithing, which we need for the AFK activity eventually. So our main goal right now, I guess, is to mine until we have 142 stonemason. Doing it exclusively through knowledge. The other alternative is we could do gatherer? I don't know, I'm feeling a mining mood. Plus I'll need it for smithing later anyway, so I gotta do the mining eventually. Whereas if I keep ignoring gatherer, it's not gonna be that big a deal. If I keep ignoring miner, we kind of have to do it eventually. So I might as well do some of it now. If we keep poking miner slightly every single day, we'll eventually not have to do like a 10-hour grind of it. If we poke it here and there, we won't have to do a really absurd grind. Right now, we're only going to have to do it for like an hour, not even. Basically, as soon as we have enough knowledge to get 142, we're out. We already have 1 point ready to go. And every activity is like over 3 an hour. So it should take less than an hour. Let me just go get a head count real quick, though. What is our current bank looking like? Because I want to see how much iron we have before and after. I probably won't remember this number. Especially because of how weird of a number it is. Oh yeah, here's the iron ore stack we finished the other day. I had to finish the last off stream. Because the weird YouTube timer thing. Where you can only go for about 12-ish hours before it starts deleting itself. Or overwriting itself. But anyways, as far as the playback. And I'm pretty sure there's not too many people who watch after the fact. But I still like keeping it nice and not destroyed. for people that do. Because if you go over 12 hours, it starts to do some weird things to the playback. But, yeah, we used all of them. Well, other than 3, but obviously there's nothing I can make out of 3, so I used all the iron we had earlier. And, yeah, we still got a bunch more. Obviously, I didn't use all that, but, you know, everything we had... basically, what we did at the end of last stream is we had, like, 1,700-ish iron tier 5, and we made all of it into product. And it was actually making, like, 1.3 gold an hour. Not the full process of mining it, then smelting it, then, you know, making it into something. But just the process of using the bars was 1.3 gold an hour, which honestly wasn't that bad. That's where most of this cash stack came from. Why we have like 11 gold right now. We went really heavy on that at the end of last stream. And probably will again a little bit today because I really need 206 smithing. So we can start AFKing even higher. Because we're going to need it to make better gear in Chronopolis. Hey, Zero Joel's still over here. But yeah, look how much better high tier bone rate armor looks. Looks pretty cool. Also, why does the shield look so much better? Why does the shield look so lame on Cryonite? I feel like all the armor looks so good, but the shield's not as much. Also, hello, Zero Joel. I'm pretty sure you're here. You can hear me. Which I'll just do the in-game one just in case, though. Because I never know if someone is here 100% or not. So I do need to do it in-game just in case. Hi from Zero Joel. Oh, you're Sanako. You're Zero Joel? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's one issue I have a lot. I keep forgetting who people in chat are relative to the in-game. There's almost no one's named the same in both spots. My bad. I'm bad at remembering that. There's one issue I had a lot. When we went from Twitch to YouTube, like 8 years ago, when we did Twitch for like 1 month and then moved over to YouTube, it took a good extra month for me to realize who anyone was. Because even though we were streaming like pretty much every single day back then as well, like everyone's name on, you know, like Twitch was different than what they were on YouTube, which is different than they were in game. So it was like 3 different names. So not only was their name different in Twitch and in game, but also it was different on YouTube. So it was like 3 different names. A triple layer. But we shouldn't have to do too much mining. I want to say like 40 minutes? The more we do now, the more we don't have to do all at once later. Because at some point in the next, like, week, we need 215 mining. I need a new hello. I feel like I do the same hello all the time. My hello needs more variants. There's only so many emotes you can use. Oh, so you know who else I need to go add when we go add a bunch of people and clear a bunch of people? They tried adding me like 4 times in the past. Not sure if they still want to be added or if they're even here right now. But someone called So, just S-O. They tried adding me like 4 different times. I'm not sure why. I had to keep deleting it just because my friends list was full at the time and we didn't really have... That was like pre-leaderboard. So I didn't really have a way of shuffling people at the time. Because right now I'm kind of just using the leaderboard method. Or if they're not on leaderboard, I just assume they've been inactive since like the first few weeks. But he did it a bunch for like pre-leaderboard era. So I didn't really have like a methodology to get rid of people at the time. Can't wait till there's a clan system in the game. We're gonna make like a super ultra casual clan. No requirement or anything like that. It just covers like a little bit of everything. Just for like chilling, chatting, everything. But it will make it so much easier so we don't have to add everyone. Because it's so hard juggling to 200. And I highly doubt he's going to make it that much bigger than 200 if he ever even makes it bigger than that. I think RuneScape did, though. Ultra RuneScape, I think, went to like 400. But even then, you could easily over-encumber a 400 list as well. It's definitely more than 200. Do you think Zizima plays this? No. I feel like he's too busy with life stuff at this point. But Zemo would have been like what? Like 20-something, 30-something when he was doing Classic? He's like 50-something right now. Probably has like a family and kids at this point. Not that people with a family and kids wouldn't play something like this, but you know what I mean. Like, he's a lot busier now than he would have been like 30 years ago, 20-something years ago. He definitely wasn't married back when he was doing you know, doing RuneScape back in the day. Yeah, I think so was just adding people on leaderboard. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I was trying not to add people who are just adding leaderboard people. Because I got a lot of those when leaderboard first came out. So I kind of just ignored all of them from that day or two. Because I assumed it was just people adding a bunch of people from leaderboard. You only want to marry someone who would fund you to play this 18 hours a day? Oh, gosh. Oh, no, I feel like I would marry probably in about another decade or so. It's not really at a point in my life where I kind of could. Financially and everything. Also, I'm not sure how you would even find people these days. Because dating apps seem awful. And I'm not really a particularly social person, like, at all. So unless I find someone for, like, common hobbies or something, like, I'll never find anyone. Because I'm not the kind of person who will go to, like, bars or anything like that. It would have to be, like, by pure coincidence. And then a connection just gets formed over time. I've definitely had a lot of female friends, but I've had very, very few female partners. Like, I think 3? 2.5. One of them's hard to explain because it was someone who was, what's the term for it? Why do I forget it off the top of my head? They were asexual, so we were never going to have, like, any kind of ultra long-term stuff. We're still kind of, like, together to some degree. It's hard to explain. But it was never going to, like, be a thing all the way by the end of it. So it's like 2.5 relationships I've had. Marriage is XP waste. Situationship. Do you take this partner in efficiency and XP waste? That'd be hilarious. It's only XP waste if you don't have them chopping trees. I know people have done that with their kids before. Like, literally get their kids to, like, farm a game for them. Not like the entire time, but, you know, like when they're away doing something. I just find that really funny. It's a very fine line between child labor and having fun. Your dad did that to you as a kid? Made you do Elemental Workshop too? That's kind of funny. Yeah, neither of my parents were into gaming. I think that my furthest my mom has ever gone is like the Sims games. Like Sims 1, 2, and 3. But she doesn't play like other equivalent games, only ever the Sims, when she has in the past. And she had a weird phase where she was into Candy Crush. For some reason. I feel like it's a lot more common these days, though, because, like, all kids these days kind of grew up on it. So anyone kind of get into their 20s and 30s. Like, you know, they have at least some amount of background in gaming. Even if it's someone who hasn't played a lot, like, you know, they have some amount of background. Like, almost everyone by that age has played, like, something. Because they likely would have, at least to some degree, when they were a kid. If they didn't continue to do so later down the line. Whereas a lot of people in, like, the, you know, like, current 50 or 60 range, they basically would have to have gotten into gaming. Because it didn't really exist during their childhood. So they basically would have had to have gotten it during their adulthood. Like, not that they didn't have games, but, you know, they don't have it to the same degree, like, what exists these days. Because both my parents are in their 60s right now. They should set the retirement age to 30? Gosh, I'm pretty sure they're raising it again. I'll find out what happens, but I'm pretty sure they're raising it, like, again. Before you know it, they're going to raise the retirement age to 100. When the average life expectancy by then is going to be, like, 80 or something. They're going to raise it so high that it effectively doesn't even exist. Yeah, you can retire when you're dead. Oops, I hit the max, didn't I? Oh no, I keep forgetting to use the potion. I forgot I said to delay. I didn't mean to, but I did when we were doing the other activity. I normally don't when I do mining. But I did from the previous activity when we were about to transition between the two activities. Oh, whoops. I didn't waste that much, though. Luckily, mining gives you, like, barely even 1% each. So at most, we killed, like, 1%. Do we ever retire from number go up? Number go up is life. Yeah, I definitely play a lot of number go up games. Like endless grind games that have like infinite replayability if you try to look for it. definitely my favorite genre of game. It's not the only genre I play, but it's definitely the genre I play the most for sure. I guess the other genre I tend to play a decent amount is like roguelikes. Particularly card-based roguelikes. Like Slay the Spire 2 is like one of the only games even on my radar next year. Just because something like that is a game I really like a lot. It only takes like an hour or two for a playthrough. Requires a lot of skill. It has like a bunch of adjustments that you could do. So even if you want to go from like the lower end all the way to the higher end. Like it starts off pretty straightforward. But then gets like absurdly elaborate. Depending on how you set difficulty. Also, it's probably had one of the best balances I've ever seen of a hard difficulty game. Where it's still like doable, but you won't always do it even if you know how to do everything perfectly. Have I ever played Inscription? No. I actually have never played Inscription yet. I've never even seen playthrough of Inscription, just so I wouldn't be spoiled on it if I ever do. I heard it's really good. I've never gone around to it, though. But yeah, I've never played or seen Inscription yet. Mostly because I wanted to play it. Because it was one of those things where I had a feeling I would play it, but just never have. I think it's even in my Steam library. It's on the backlog of things I should probably get around to playing that I keep putting off and never playing list. And that's one of them. But I've never played or seen an Inscription yet. Definitely need to at some point. And we'll probably stream it when we do, of course. But no time soon. Brighter Shores addiction's still too strong. Inscription's so good. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've just never gotten around to it. Yeah, maybe some of my backlog I'll finally get around to at some point. I really need to soon. Because honestly, my backlog is probably like over 100 games right now. From really small ones that would probably take a few hours to really long ones that would take like over 100 hours. The problem is I like RPGs, but the average RPG takes anywhere from like 50 to 100 hours. Like next year, Xenoblade Chronicles X, if I play it. That's like a 100-hour RPG by doing no side content. Not even counting any side content. It's the only problem with that genre. Is if you played even 10% of the games that came out in the genre per year, you're already over like 1,000 hours of gameplay. Just playing random RPGs. Yeah, we'll keep going until we have enough mining to go get our 2 knowledge points, so we shouldn't need to go for more than half an hour at this point. That should bring us to almost 3,000 iron. Not quite. I'm actually not sure how much iron you can mine per hour. I've never actually timed it. Probably should at some point. But not now. I guess if you just time one cycle, you'd kind of figure it out. Because the cycle could be infinited. So however long it takes to mine 20, bank, and then return to your start tile that you started. And then times that infinitely, that's how long it takes. Because it's pretty consistent. It's not like there's like variableness to it. It's not like something like Merchant. Or 1 hour is drastically different than the next. Like it's pretty consistent from hour to hour. At most you might lose like a few tiles every set. Or more if you're like Ave Kane just sitting there, but as long as you're clicking, you're pretty much getting max rate the whole time. This also doesn't have any weird movement stuff you have to do either, where you have to move to like a certain tile to not lose tiles. You simply just click on it, you're good to go. This is gonna be really good when queuable actions come out. I'm literally just gonna sit in that room, especially the Carbonice room. I'm literally just gonna sit in the 8 Carbonice room and just drop all, not even bank or anything. Just mine 8 Carbonice, drop all, wait. That's probably how I'm gonna be doing it if it comes out. If I don't do the mining grind by then. That's going to be my 223 to whatever mining grind. I'll still bank whatever I would need. But aside from the AFK that we'll need for the smithing, which we'll definitely need a lot of. But aside from that, offsetting it, I really want cubable actions for that room. Mine 8, drop all, wait, and just go do whatever. And just rinse and repeat over and over again. It's going to be such good mining XP. Obviously less than if you do it actively. But it's going to be so AFK. For like off-stream mining. Especially if we're doing like the 231 push for the better venture. There's something else I still haven't done yet. On the list of like a billion things we can be doing, I still haven't unlocked any post 200 venture yet. Mostly because for mining I need 231. And for detective I need something absurd. It's like 280 something? Yeah, 287. That is so high. And it's mostly because the other one was at like 197, so it wasn't a post 200 one quite yet. Because it was a 194. Which is why the other one is so deep. But yeah, 287, that is so high. So oddly enough, 287 detective is honestly probably easier than 231 mining. There's actually a chance I'll have it before 231 mining. Depends how much I do the 215 mining AFK. Like the passive activity. If I don't do it that much, I might actually get 287 detective before 231 mining. Actually, this rate, I might just go for the whole mining level. With how close we're going to be, we might as well. Just to see number go up. As long as I keep poking to eventual 215. Because at 215 is when the really good stuff comes in. I'm actually not doing the mining AFK until then. I was doing it a little bit, but then kind of realized the material I'm getting from it is so trash. Because it's not even for a post 200 Stonemason activity. So I basically have to manually mine to 215. And Deathstone is so not worth it. For whatever reason, it's only given like 5k per ore. When we're getting 3,184 doing iron. And it's quicker to do 2 iron than it is to do 1 Deathstone. So you're actually getting more XP per hour just doing iron. Not even accounting for the higher banking time and everything for doing Deathstone. I really hope that's something to fix, because I actually really enjoyed blast mining in this game. It basically fixed the biggest issue with old school RuneScape's blast mining, which basically is the exact same activity. But the biggest issue in that game is it didn't give any unique resource. Whereas it gives one of the best in slot resources for Hammer Mage in this game. But the issue with old school RuneScapes is it was good XP, it was good money, but almost no one did it because it gave nothing unique. So everyone would rather do like the more AFK methods and everything. But Brighter Shores actually did it good in the sense that it gives you unique material that you actually need. But the bad part about how Brighter Shores did it is it's just not worth it most of the time. The dynamite to go do it is extremely expensive if you're not doing the venture for it, which means you're required to basically do the venture for it if you want to do it at all, especially at the higher level range where it gets really pricey. But then on top of that, the XP rate is worse than just doing lower methods, because the amount of downtime between explosion and everything else. And not to mention, there's bank is like a mile and a half away, as far as getting more dynamite. Like banking your ore isn't that far away, but banking the dynamite, or you know, getting more dynamite from the bank is. Wish they would put a dynamite case a little bit closer, if not literally in the room itself. There's just a lot of small things, but it just aren't enough. It's also really bad knowledge. I believe it's one of the only few skilling methods in the game that's less than 3 knowledge an hour, which is exceedingly bad. I've still done it some. I've probably done about 1,000 Death Stone across all rarity. But at this level range, it's just super not worth it. Unless you're making it just to craft something out of it. Which is why I still get some, but just not a lot. Power mining iron is meta, yeah. That's definitely a Gower thing to do. Back in the day, you used to do that all the way to 99. Because there wasn't anything worthwhile doing over iron. Even to this day, it is still a viable way to get to like 61. But yeah, it's still actually really good to do. I was even doing it during League some. When we were doing the Ultimate Redscape League. I was doing some amount of power mining iron, not a lot. I'm not sure why he loves iron being so good for mining. Is out of any ore in the bank, I'm pretty sure iron is also the closest to a bank. Carbonese is 9 to 10 rooms away. The blue one is like 3 to 4, but you gotta go up an awkward ladder. Iron's only 2 away. And the other one is 4-ish away? Like 4 or 5? But you have to like backtrack the path. Unless you teleport back. But even then you're still going like 3 rooms. It's a weird number because it's not even on both sides, but yeah, all of them are way further than iron by like at least double. It's one of the reasons why AFK iron's gonna be so good too, if you're not doing like drop carbonies. Because you might be able to queue up a walk, and if you can pretty much just walk right over to the storage bin. Mine all 8, mine all 8, mine all 8, walk to storage bin, repeat. Should be absurdly AFK to power mine iron. I'm really curious what tier 6 iron will be like. Because technically this isn't post 200. And I'm pretty sure, honestly, you could probably do tier 6 iron all the way to max if you really want to. Just because how convenient it is to bank when queuable actions. It's something I'll probably be doing. Like way down the line. Especially because how important iron is. Not sure if the meta will shift a bunch that it won't be as important. I have a feeling rapier will always be pretty good regardless of the balance of the game. But perfect iron is at what level is it? What level is perfect iron? Perfect iron's at 372. And honestly, you could probably, if you really, really wanted to, you probably shouldn't. But if you really, really want to, I'm pretty sure you get 372 to 500 just off of tier 6 iron. It's not the most ideal way to go about it, and you definitely shouldn't. But with queuable actions, it's going to be so AFK. It's going to be the most AFK ore you can do that has a good bank. Stones you could do that way too, but the problem is there's only 3 stones in a room, whereas there's 8 iron in a room. So if you're doing queuable actions to queue up the whole room, you're getting 8 iron relative to 3 stone. And 8 iron is better than 3 stone. It really just comes down to if you want to bank them or not, though. Like, everything above iron will be better than it if you don't want to bank them. Or if you don't mind not doing them AFK. Or, you know, like power mining. Have I seen Shore Central's new video on the Def Glitch? No. Did he post it today? Yeah, I checked some videos last night, but I didn't see anything new. As far as like most Brighter Shores content out there. That's on YouTube. Just figured I'd check real quick. I saw Slayer Music's Chapter 3 guide, though. Which is rather ironic, because he actually covered the Chapter 3 guide after I finished both my accounts in Chapter 3. I'm not sure why. His Brighter Shorts content has been doing that well. Like, he'll go cover a, like one on old school, and it'll get, like, you know, like 10 to 100,000 views. Yeah, his Brighter Shorts content doesn't even crack, like, 1K. Like, I think the video I was just talking about that was up, like, a day ago. I think it has, like, 100 views or something. It's really strange. Because if he covers an old school video, he'll get, like, 10K views instantly, pretty much. Kind of weird how it is sometimes with YouTube algorithm. That's a big issue with YouTube. If YouTube doesn't push your video out into the algorithm, it basically doesn't exist. Like, at all. I've had that problem quite a few times in the past. If you're a smaller YouTuber, the biggest difference between a video getting like a few hundred views and a few thousand, or even like, you know, hundreds of thousands, is really just if YouTube algorithm even wants to bother picking it up at all or not. Because if it doesn't, it goes so low sometimes. It just doesn't get pushed out anywhere unless someone searches it for almost like word for word. And other times you could have like one keyword in it and it'll just pop up it for everything. Alright, Stonemason. Oh yeah, posted an hour ago? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't know, what is the def glitch? Is it like a visual glitch or like something exploity? Some guy who kept dying over and over again without teleporting to nurse. A bit later, Shores had a video on it. Super funny. Wait, so they were dying, but they just respawned where they were standing? Is that what I'm gathering from it? Oh, it wasn't in combat or anything? Oh, that's weird. Oh, they just kept falling over. Oh, okay. Because the way you initially described it, I thought it was them dying, but then respawning literally where they died. Because that'd be really funny. Basically just immune to death. Just revive the exact tile you die on, as if nothing even happened. Alright, what level foraging did he mention during the video, by the way? Because last I checked, I think he's at like 300-ish. He had a few drinks before recording. Oh gosh. Yeah, I personally never drink. I don't know, I just can never get into it. They all taste so weird. Plus, alcohol is basically just poison. It's one of those, like, weird, like, legal drugs, like caffeine. The alcohol is way worse for you, though. Like, caffeine's not good for you, but it has, like, you know, like an actual use case. As far as, like, staying up better and everything. And being more awake, aware, and everything else. It's one of those weird legal drugs in that regard. Wouldn't you be surprised if there's some countries that like outright banned it? Oh wait, I accidentally... No way! Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's funny. The previous inventory, I accidentally clicked drop all instead of deposit all. I was like, wait, why is there a block of things on there? I was like, wait, maybe someone dropped it. But then I realized, wait, it has to be my stack. And, oh, that is so funny. I accidentally dropped my iron ore instead of deposit all. That's the only really big issue with drop all now. Is whenever I go in that menu, I click drop all instead of deposit all. That's funny. You inspire you. Thank you, Blaze Endo. Greatly appreciated. Drink beer, eat chips, resets, taste buds. Never got into it. Which that is something I had last night. Chips and dip. Like a good sour cream and onion with just some normal chips. I don't normally eat it too often. But someone in the household ended up getting like a ton of chips the other day. So I was like, I guess I'll have some. Because we have like a... It was from like a couple weeks ago, and we still have like half the supply. There were so many chips. So I figured I'd dip into some, quite literally. I'm a big fan of cheese dips too. I didn't end up picking any up though when I last went food shopping. There's one thing I am pretty curious to see what will happen though. On like the politics side. Which I normally don't bother talking about on stream. Because my viewpoints are like all over the place. And I know he's a pretty controversial figure. But, gosh, what is his name? The JFK guy, or the one related to JFK that's going to be running the health and service stuff for United States coming up. I really hope he gets the food situation fixed to some degree in America. Then healthcare, like those two things that so need an overhaul. And I don't have confidence that that administration will fix healthcare. Because they're just going to privatize everything. But I do feel like they could actually possibly fix the food industry, potentially. I sure hope so. Because Americans' food industry is so horrible, some of the stuff that's in our food. That's like illegal in almost every other country. Oh yeah, school lunches? Oh yeah, I would always bring my own. School lunches are so bad. Most of it's not even that nutritious either. Like, they have set slightly better standards. I think during Obama's administration, they did that a little bit better. Because that was one thing that Michelle Obama, I think, tried to push a little bit. But it's still at a pretty bad state right now as well. Like, school lunch quality. Because I know when I went through school, I pretty much just always brought my own. Some of the stuff they serve sometimes barely even seemed like food. Yeah, one more knowledge point, we can go to Stonemason. We're almost there. And then we should have about 3,000 iron bank total. That's funny. That guy's name was called Nexima. Instead of like Zizima. It's almost like it's like the next Zizima. But like a play on words for it. It's actually a pretty creative name. They're way too low level. I think they were like level 800. The new Zizima is, actually, I'm pretty sure they still have quite a lead, don't they? The, Peticio. Because we saw Meadow earlier and they weren't even 3,000 yet. I don't believe. They were like high 2,900 something. Like they're pretty much where Yips is. Like I think Meadows is just slightly above the Yips, right between that category. But Paticio's has like 100 lead right now. What's the level range? Let me go check. Oh, yeah, someone said this earlier. They only have 47 mining. Why? I know mining's slow. Why on earth are they saving it for absolute last? That doesn't make much sense to me. 47 mining. Well, I guess 111 smithing makes a little bit more sense then. But still, not quite. Yeah, they definitely. I hope they at least do 200 mining before they do blacksmith. I know mining's slow, but gosh. Saving it for like dead last. I wonder what his post 200 plan is. Because obviously he's eventually going to hit a wall where he's 200 all. And then the strategy just goes out the window. Because the way you play from 20 to 200 or even 0 to 200 is drastically different than how you play post 200. Obviously, he probably knows by this point how to do that. But, you know, the way that you're going to level beyond that point is going to be way different. It's not quite the same strategy up to 200. And a few more rotations and we should have what we need. Honestly, I almost feel like finishing this mining level. I'm not sure. We basically have to do an entire level. Because every level post 200 is 4 levels as well. And we're getting there. I'm curious, what Paticio's first 500 will be. I think that's the thing I'm most curious on. Because I feel like post 200, like 200 all, he's basically going to reset and start the game from scratch again. And I'm curious, if you were to start fresh from scratch with 200 all, like what would be the first skill you would max? Because I'd probably say merchant. If I was at 200 all and had to go level 1 skill to max for maximum efficiency, it is 100% merchant. If you're going from 200 all and deciding like which one should I 500, it is immediately 500 merchant. I can't think of anything more efficient. I'm not sure if that's his plan because he's only at 202 merchant right now. But I don't know, find out if we see his merchant level just skyrocket out of nowhere. Obviously, he's going for 200 all first. I'm just really curious what his first, like, 500 will be. Or is he even going to go for 500? Is he going to spread it out or something? If I was in his position, 100% I would go 500 merchant first. The second I have 200 all. That's not what we'll be doing. Because I do not want to go grind merchant from 200, 222. Or from 222 all the way to 500. Whatever I have it to by then. But that is the efficiency route, if nothing else. It's not the fun route, though. Not that merchant isn't fun. It's just that much merchant isn't fun. Merchant's a really good skill. But you would totally burn out by 500. For how intense it is relative to every other skill. The leaderboard's going to get crazy once everyone hits 200 all. Because you're basically restarting the game once you get 200 all. Like, the restart isn't when you go zone to zone or anything else like that. The true reset is if you get 200 all and basically have to figure out what on earth you do from there. Especially if you have 200 all but no 500s. Because then you're just open up to, like, anything. Like, you have access to a good amount of funds, a good amount of resources, a good amount of gear. A good amount of knowledge of how everything works in the game. Like, you do, like, anything from there. It really comes down to what order do you want to prioritize everything in. Yeah, you basically have to do 1,400 levels of merchant. To put it in perspective, at my current level 200 merchant, I am 1/7 the way to max. But yeah, it's kind of rough. We're only 1/7 the way there after all the merchant we've already done. We'd have to do what we already did 6 times more. No, I don't. I think the first 200 all will exist before chapter 5. It's almost guaranteed. Because they're gonna get it within the next month, and I can assure you chapter 5 is not in the next month. A lot of fun content will be, but not chapter 5. He's saving it pretty much for launch. Either he's going to be launching the game with it or launching it around that time. So like every other quality of life that he'd want to get in and feature would probably be in almost before chapter 5. Is that what you're doing? 200 all combat and 50 all skilling? Yeah, I did 50 all skilling. I haven't done 200 all combat. Well, it's because I kind of want to wait for the combat rework, I think, at this point. The only combat I really want to do is Mind Fighter, defeat Alchemist a little here and there. And Watch Person just because it's so AFK. And also because it gives free Detective XP with how AFK it is as well. There's also a lot of free knowledge that I could get while doing, like, literally nothing. Which is really good while eating or just relaxing or doing whatever around the house. It's going to be even more broken when mobile comes out. I've tried running it on the Steam Link thing before, but it's not quite the same. Like, it works, but it's really clunky. But we really need an official mobile version. It's not coming for a while, though. We're a good, like, 6+ months before we get a mobile version of Brighter Shore. I'm about to hit the knowledge that I need, but honestly, I think we go for 210 wood mining. I can't just leave it where it is. It will drive me crazy if I leave that bar that filled. So I do think we have to finish this level. Which means I gotta do a little more mining than anticipated, but that's fine. We'll just still dump the knowledge into Stonemason. Because Stonemason to 200 is like our main knowledge goal right now. It's mostly so I can use all the stone I collected while doing 200 mining. Because I already have a lot of it banked. Maybe not a lot. But like half the levels we need from 141 to 200 are already banked. So we have to knowledge half as much. Whereas Bone Ray, I have almost like nothing banked right now. Comparatively. It's why I want to go do 200 Gather at some point. As I have like maybe 2 Bone Right levels banked. Compared to Stonemason that I have like 30 levels banked or so. I wonder what they'll do with the combat capes after the rework. Would it be cool to have an unobtainable 500 cape? No, I don't think they're going to be doing something like that. Like, none of the skills are going to be completely nuked. They're just going to get repurposed. And still be associated to combat, but less so. The main way I can kind of see it happening is they're all going to become like a mini Slayer skill in a sense. And just having combat through some other system that they're going to be adding. That way anyone who's kind of been wanting Slayer more directly could kind of have it as well. Where instead of 1 Slayer skill, you have 5. Because that's one big issue that Slayer has in old school RuneScape, and probably RuneScape 3 as well. It is so overly concentrated with content. Slayer and old school RuneScape could easily be divided into like 3 additional skills just to kind of divide it up a little bit more. It's one of the most oversaturated skills in the entire game. And you can really just have more just variety if you just go and have different zones for it. Like, hey, this is your, you know, Hopeport Slayer level. This is your Hope Forest Slayer level, so on and so forth. It's pretty much already works that way. The only real difference right now is it's tied to your, the only 2 big difference right now is it's tied to your combat level rather than having a separate system for it. And the only other difference is you don't really get like quote-unquote Slayer tasks. Like you don't have to kill any given thing. Like there's not like a thing that I have to go do like, oh, you need to go kill like 20-something Death Crows. But hey, we got a bounty system, you could. If it wasn't filled with all cooking stuff, you could. It's something I thought they were going to do before launch, and I was actually kind of disappointed they didn't. Even though the Slayer is probably my least favorite skill in old school RuneScape, I was kind of hoping that they would have like a bounty system for it. Where it's like, oh, kill like, not even necessarily a certain enemy, but a certain type of enemy. Like, kill X number of enemies weak to blue. Or kill X number of enemies weak to, you know, like Necromay. Something similar. Or it's not like, go kill this exact enemy, but simply go kill like this category of enemy. Just so you have a little bit more variety. It would also make it so you'd basically need a certain tool for it. Like, for example, if it told you to go kill something weak to blue, then you could just be like, oh, I'm going to go bring out my blue weapon then. And if it kills you like something weak to yellow, it's like, oh yeah, I'll go bring out my yellow weapon then. But I don't know. Whatever they end up doing for it, we'll just have to wait and see. Your bounty is selling 40 greens every 1 hour? Oh, gosh. Good old post 200 combat leveling. Well, we did get to see a non-green today. We got a cool chest plate. We got a mace 3-star and a body 3-star. We never got the 4-star though. For anyone wondering from earlier in the stream, you know, who wasn't here at the time. Yeah, we didn't end up getting the 4-star today, sadly. The hunt continues another day. We did it for like 4 or 5 hours, and then we just had to cut it off so we wouldn't do it for like 10 hours straight. Otherwise, we'd probably still be doing it right now as we speak. Right now, I'm just trying to get a mining level so we can go do Stonemason. Not because I need it, but because it's bothering me that the level isn't all the way there. I can't just leave a skill that close to a level. I only need 100% knowledge here, but I will go until we get the mining level. It'll drive me crazy if we don't. Oh no, do any of you guys ever leave your skills like this? Where it's like 1 inch away from getting a level? Because I don't think I could ever do that. I've done it for a short duration on accident, but the more I look at it, it's like, ooh, I gotta go get that level. You can't just leave it at that. Like something like where alchemy's at, it's like, okay, yeah, I can live with that. But something where mining's at right now, or even woodcutting, it's like, yeah, that's fine. But mining's XP bar right now is like, no. Must get level. Can't just leave it like 1 XP away. Obviously, it's like a mile away, but still. It's like 2 more inventories of iron. The leatherworker is always weird. Your merchant's dead at 116. Oh yeah, the level ranges for merchant and the leatherworker is weird at the lower level range. It gets better later on though. Like the disparity between them gets way less worse at the higher level range. It's only a lower level range where it's like absurdly weird. But even when we do finish our leatherworker merchant grind, we're gonna have 222 merchant to 210 leatherworker. That's still a 12 level difference. It's not that bad, but it's still a 12 gap between them. We need 222 merchant to get us to 210 leatherworker. While, you know, being able to buy max discount every time. Alright, it should be the last inventory we need to do. And then on to Stonemason. And then we do Stonemason pretty much until we run out of flint. I do want to keep like 100 flint just as some spares though. We'll use like 400 or 500. How many have I banked? I think we have like 600 something. So we'll probably run like 500 or so. 3 at a time. Yeah, I think we have to make those little boa thingies. We could technically do 4 at a time once we get to shield. The only problem with doing shield is the EXP per resource is worse. It's the same reason why we didn't do shield last night for when we were doing smithing. It was slightly higher EXP per hour, but the EXP per bar was way worse. So I didn't bother. Because normally I prefer doing one that is like, you know, like 10% slower. But you get like 20% more per bar. I feel like that's a way better exchange rate. Yeah, it's a little bit slower, but you know how long it will take to go get those resources again? Like, it comes out to pretty much be the same. Or even slightly better for the ones that's slightly slower. There's a lot of areas in smithing and all the 3 production skills that are like that. Where the main one that you can do is probably not worth it. Like the one that you can use the most material for. It's normally like the mid-range material, or even the lower material ones that get the better ratio. Like the highest leveled requirement one that is of the lowest amount of material. Like for example, earlier we had like rapier option, but then like a range weapon. But they both required 4, so the one that was the higher level one was better. Even though they both required the same amount, but the higher level one gives slightly better XP. Unfortunately for a less cool effect though, because it didn't have any RNG roll. Whereas Rapier gets the, I did it again. Has the RNG roll of having a good cryo percent for the 1 in 20. I did it again! What? Why is this not a thing? You can do this whenever you go to a storage thingy, but for whatever reason on Storage Rift you can't. Hope they make that more uniform. Because the best thing ever would be deposit all, please. Because potion wood should be equipable by then. Where's that deposit all button? And even if you had a healing pot, you could just drop it and pick it up, back it up before you do the deposit all. Anyways, we're out here. Let's go do some Stonemason. Back we go. New meta, just drop ore in front of the storage bin. That'd be a funny mechanic. Imagine if you just dropped something next to it, but the storage rift just like grabbed it for you. Like the gravitational pull from the storage rift would just auto put it in. That'd be really funny. Gravitational pull of the storage rift will pull in any item 1 tile away from it. It's not a thing, but it'd be so funny if it was a thing. Alright, let's see. Let's go make our range weapons. We got a lot of these to go do. Not a lot, but not as much as the smithing we did last night, that's for sure. We went on like a mega smithing grind last night. Also, we'll get the first time bonus for the first one here as well. Oh, average junk accumulator, kind of like that. All right, what is the next ore we could do? Basalt at what? 148? It's not too far away. I don't think I have enough flint to reach 148, but we'll get pretty close. We should get to like 144 or 145 using what we have banked. And then we have to acknowledge the rest again until we get to basalt. Then we should have a lot of granite. I'm not sure why, but I grabbed a lot of granite last time because I knew I would need a little bit more for Stonemason. And good thing I did, because I think I have like 1,000 granite. So once we hit 168 or whatever we need for it. Actually, I think it's 169, oddly enough. They did the funny number. Yep, they did. They did 169. That's funny. But I can't use anything from it until the shield, I think. So I can go etch it, but I won't be able to do much beyond that. Oh yeah, how much do these make per? 5 silver, 6 silver, about 7 each. Roughly. Making about 7 silver a piece. Taking into account all rarity that we can get from it. It's not too bad. It's not as good as what we were doing last night when we were making like 12 a piece, but it's still almost a gold an hour while processing them. A little less than a gold. It's still pretty good. Not too bad for a bunch of random stones. But yeah, I think the main reason why we don't have a right-click deposit all in Storage Rift It is something that's going to come. But the only reason why there's a right-click deposit all in other ones is it only requires one resource type. The biggest issue with storage rift is it would have to identify all of them. Like, whenever you click deposit all on this, it just needs to identify if something is a stone. And then if it is, it puts it in. The biggest issue with a storage rift is it has to identify so many different objects. And also put them in the correct storage bin. Which he just hasn't gotten around to coding yet. Unidentified herbs. Oh, those were so annoying back in the day. Oh, I hope that mechanic doesn't come back. Oh no, I kind of do and don't. It was actually one mechanic I thought might be in the game with the whole question mark system. Where you'd find something out in the wild and you wouldn't know if it was identified or not, and you'd have to bring it somewhere like this and then go get it identified. I don't mind that mechanic. The problem with it is more so the trading system that was around it. Where it was actually more valuable to not identify them than it was to. Just because of the RNG of some of the bigger herbs you could get. That's the only thing that I kind of hated about it. Is instead of actually interacting with the mechanic and cleaning them all, it was better just to sell the unidentified ones. Because people would gamble on if they would get, you know, profit or not from it. But there's a mechanic I thought before the game came out that might be in this game, but then wasn't. Like finding resources out in the wild that were like question mark. But then you bring them to like a place like this and get it identified. And what it might be. Kind of like the question marks near the gear and everything. But that just means untuned. Like the question marks on the gear was almost like, oh, you might have to go to a place like this and go bring it and go identify it. But it turns out, no, it just means it's untuned. It means you can go tune it to a different chapter or whatever chapter. But pre-launch, it seems like you were going to have to like identify it and maybe get like some kind of perk or something on it. Which they did confirm in the AMA that they are going to be adding perks to items. Where you'll be able to go and like enchant it with like a certain like effect or something. Or a certain buff or a certain whatever. It's one of the reasons why you can't click drop on the items too. Because they're being identified as different objects already for that purpose. Down the line. Even if they have the exact same roles like these things. Actually, these don't. Because of the necromate percent. But even if it was an object that did, they're still being identified separately. For whenever they do enhancements or anything to them. Which they confirmed they are doing. It's just probably no time soon. They're probably not making it before 1.0. We'll probably be in chapter 6 or 7 by the time they make it in. But it is something confirmed that is happening at some point. I'm really, really curious what chapter 6 will do. Because chapter 6 will be the first one that doesn't need a quote-unquote combat skill. And we were joking about that earlier with like a monk area or something similar. But chapter 6 will be the first real deal. Because after the combat rework and everything, there's not going to be a traditional combat skill in chapter 6. There'll still be combat, but not to the same degree where there's like a, you know, a guard skill and a scout skill and a mind fighter and all that. So it'll be the first one where you can add all skilling skills while still having combat in the region. Wait, is this confirmed? What? Which one? What specifically? That chapter 6 won't have a combat skill? It wasn't 100% mentioned, but we do know that basically chapter 5 is probably the last one that's going to be having the whole like current system combat. It is possible that he makes another one for chapter 6, but the combat rework that he's doing next month seems like it's eliminating any need for it. So it seems pretty likely. I'm not sure if he 100% definitively said though, like chapter 6 will not have like, you know, equivalents of like, you know, guard or scout. But it's very likely based on the fact that they're basically trying to not keep putting one in every chapter. Because they basically said they're trying not to put one in every chapter anymore. Chapter 5, which means chapter 5 might be the last one that ends up adding one. Or at least the last one for a while. It is possible that chapter 6 still has one. But they're trying to make it so they don't have to keep adding one every single chapter. That doesn't mean chapter 6 won't have one. But it'd be the first chapter that could not have one, basically. But it doesn't mean it's guaranteed that it won't. But it's the first chapter that could exclude a combat in it. It would still have combat, just not in the way that we know it now. Because a new combat system would already be in the game by then. Even by Chapter 5, but Chapter 5 was already designed to have the combat. So they can't, like, undo the design at this point. Because Chapter 5 has pretty much been done. Like, I'm pretty sure they've been 70% done with Chapter 5 before the game even launched. So there's a lot of stuff they kind of can't undo to some degree. One of those being the shield breaker skill. Because it's probably too attached and weaved into Chapter 5 already for them to not do it. You'll take any update? I know, right? Yeah, I wonder if we're not getting any update before the end of the year. Someone mentioned earlier, though, I still haven't seen any posts or anything on it. Though, if you guys have seen it, do let me know. That he's already on vacation or something. And if that's the case, yeah, we're not getting an update till, like, early January. The drop ball update was the last update we got this year. In all fairness, that's a great update. That's a really solid one to end on. But, you know, I still would have loved if we got, like, queuable actions before the end of the year or something. Is it confirmed? Oh, that's sad. That's really disappointing. No, no, drop ball's still a really good feature. Oh, more reason to go do merchant, I guess. One of the biggest things that use it. What am I putting this into? I guess more Stonemason, honestly. Stonemason is... You gotta keep filling the gaps in Stonemason. You were, saw someone who was legitimately bad about him taking a vacation. You were like, give the guy a break. I know, he's been working so hard. I do wish we would have gotten, like, queuable actions before the end of the year, but... Still all good. Because most games do take a break at this point. I know Gems of War, which I normally play, they had their last update, like, last week. And by this point, they don't do another update until, like, January, early January. And I think Brighter Shores could be pretty similar. Where they kind of take off for, like, the whole studio takes off for, like, a week or two. And then it comes back, like, January, you know, 2nd, 3rd or so. You want to start 2025 very strong? Oh, yeah. The first month of next month is going to be insane. But he's going to add... Like, next month could potentially be queuable actions, trading, and potentially part of, if not the entire combat rework. That is a lot of things. Most of those are already partially started, I'm pretty sure. But that's like a lot of things. It's everything on his, like, to-do soon list. That'd be a very strong first month. If even half of that makes it in. Yeah, those are like the three biggest things that are likely coming next. Queuable actions, trading, and some amount of combat rework. Maybe not the whole thing, but like part of it. Oh, did Monument Reward get confirmed as well? Oh gosh. Do I have to go to 490 foraging next month? Are we being forced to do 490 foraging? Has he given any hint on what the reward will be? Because, you know, if it's even remotely useful, we have to go get 490 foraging. Hopefully you get most of the reward at a lower level range. Like, let's say, like 200 or whatever it is. Or 250 or whatever level they make it. Because if the reward is really good for 490, you do realize we're going to go to 490. If it's something really good. If it's like something cosmetic or just for fun or something else like that, it's like, yeah, we could live without that. But if it's something that's actually meta, like, we'll take a whole month just to go do that grind. It's not ideal, but I will do it. But if it's something really small, I'm not going to bother. But if it's something, like, groundbreaking enough where you kind of have to have it, then we're definitely doing it. You unlocked the top platform? Nice. Yeah, I feel like around there is where it'd probably put the reward. What level did you need for it, by the way? Because I feel like around that level range is a good spot to put it. Like, put some kind of hidden chest behind the monument that gives you something at that exact stage. $173? That's not too bad. It's pretty reasonable, then. There's 173 foraging. We could easily do that. That's less than a week grind. That's basically nothing. Still take a little bit, but nowhere's near 490, that's for sure. He said on a comment, like a few days ago, when someone asked, he did say he was thinking of something purely cosmetic and a bunch of EXP, like from 490 to 500. Okay, so if it's just a cosmetic thing, okay, we won't need to worry about it then. Alright, false alarm. We don't need to go to 490 tower out of nowhere. But yeah, for a cosmetic, that'll be a fun thing when we do eventually get to it, but I'm not going to go out of my way for a cosmetic then. I do plan to eventually do 490. But that would just be a fun little extra reward then. Yeah, technically it's cosmetic now. You get a cool cosmetic tower in the middle of Hopeport. I mean, not the middle, but the middle of Hopeport Forest. What if it's a party hat, though? I don't think you would do it for party hat. I do believe he's going to add party hats to the game, but it definitely won't be for Monument Grind. I feel like the most likely time he'll do party hat is for 1.0 release. Basically, whatever day is considered launch day for the game is the day he releases party hats. To celebrate, you know, year 0. Or, you know, day 1, basically. Or, you know, true day 1. Particularly on day 44. You know, that's since beta launch, not the, or early access, whatever you want to call it. It's not actually like day 1 launch. But I feel like he's saving party hats for day 1 launch. Not confirmed, but it seems like the most likely date he would do it. Ooh, a 3-star and a level? Nice. How much is a 3-star? 37.7 or 36.7, not bad. And a 2 is a 9.1. And a 5.7 for a 1-star. It's coming out to about, what, 8 apiece? 7, 8? Yeah, I would say about 8 each. Is about where it's averaging. That's not too bad. It's only 50% worse than what we were doing last night with the iron bar. It's not as good, but it adds up. Plus, these only require 3 each instead of 4, which is nice. They're only like 50% worse, but they're way lower level range, of course. So when they're higher, they'd be worth more. But also, they require 1 less material. So that's actually pretty good value for them. For something that only requires 3 instead of 4. Where's those queuable actions, though, so we don't have to do this like 1,000 times? Every inventory, you have to do this, what? 8 times if you don't have a potion in your inventory. That is so many. Imagine just AFKing here for, how long would that be? It takes 30 each. Imagine being able to AFK here for 4 minutes with like a few clicks or something. Like if there was a make all button here. Like not even queuable actions, just like literally a make all here. That'd be so nice. Yeah, that'd be 4 minutes AFK because each one takes 30 seconds. Plus there might be some downtime in between where your guy just stands there for a moment like that. So it might actually be slightly more than 4 minute AFK. Like 4 minute 20, 4 minute 30. Of course the function doesn't exist at the moment, but I feel like it'll add it at some point. It's basically what a make all function would do for that. Not only would you not have to reset the number every single time, which wastes time, but it's a solid 4 minute AFK. Where you can just go away and boom, just come back. Like 5 minutes later, your whole inventory's done. The amount of people will complain about, oh yeah, that's something that happened with old school RuneScape a lot. Whenever a better method comes into the game, a lot of people feel like their past grinds have been invalidated. Something that happens pretty commonly with that game. I can see that happening slightly with Brighter Shores. I personally don't care too much, though. Like, if we did, like, a massive grind and that grind gets a little bit more efficient, it's like, well, I guess I got my other 2 accounts to enjoy it on. Because this one way I always viewed it in old school RuneScape. It's just like, oh yeah, I didn't get to utilize it, but, you know, for leagues I will. For any new account I make, I will. Like, you still get to use it. You just don't get to use it on the account that you just been, you know, progressing on. But any account you ever do in the future, or in the case of old school RuneScape, any alternative game mode as well, you'll still get to use the features. You just don't get to use it on the main. But any alt you ever make, any new account you ever make, stuff like that, any alternative game modes, if this game ever gets it, I highly doubt we're going anytime soon, but, you know, you still get to utilize it. We're not getting anything like that in Brighter Shores anytime soon, though. But it seems like it's something that MMOs have been doing. I know World of Warcraft has some kind of equivalence of what Leagues is in RuneScape. I think a couple other MMOs have done it too. I never actually played any of them other than Old School's version twice, though. Still not sure exactly what they're like. But we need a lot more content in the game. Like 2-3 more years of content before you could even think about doing that, though. Yeah, that's something I'm still not sure with when it comes to combat right now, too. Like, should I train it, or is it going to be so much better later that it's not worth it? Because I'm leaning towards the second one. Especially if it was just special attacks. It's mostly the combat rework that has me not sure. Because when it comes to just combat, like special attacks-wise, special attacks is definitively free damage. The thing that I'm not sure about is, does the combat rework necessarily make it so you get more or less XP? Because there might be some situations that you actually get less rather than more. Or special attacks were just definitively, it would be quicker. But combat rework, we don't really know. Because it could be either direction. Or whatever it is, the quality of life and, you know, how it feels to do it would be better. But XP rates could still be worse. So I'm not sure if it's just a waste of time to do combat now, or actually kind of worthwhile. Because when it was special attacks, it seemed not worth it until special attacks, but I don't know. The problem is they could do anything with it. This is the biggest issue. And just too much uncertainty. Long story short, I'm probably barely doing combat, though. I've done a little bit more Mind Fighter here and there if it's applicable, or doing, obviously, AFK for raid dens, because those are really good right now. And then once queuable actions come out, there'll be so many more AFKs you can start doing. So, yeah, we mostly want to do those for the combat. And the only reason I would do any amount of Mind Fighter is just because of alchemy. Just to feed alchemy without having to buy it. But otherwise, we're going to be pretty light on combat for pretty much until combat rework. People did all 100 plus levels in like 14 days, but that's mostly because they power grinded it. They are quick, but they're not as quick as they seem, like all the combat skills. They're definitely quicker than most other skills in the game, aside from maybe like Merchant. But, they're not like quick. Like, we're talking like an extra level or 2 an hour. Like, it still takes forever. The main concern with doing it later compared to now is the knowledge system, I feel like. It's not even necessarily out of anything they might do otherwise. But I feel like their knowledge rate per hour right now is higher than it will be later. Well, you can get Merchant into Detective Watch Person up pretty quick. Though one of them is a combat. But those 3 200s is really, really quick. Not Leatherworker. Leatherworker's slow. But the other 3. I think my biggest issue with doing 200 guard and scout is they don't really give us anything we really need for the most part. It's the only reason why 200 Mind Fighter, if I was to do another combat, seems a little more enticing. As not only does it have like a billion enemies you could cheese, like crazy, but also between like the tentacle and that one that has a super high attack speed that you can just walk under on. Like there's 2 in particular, then the 2 that you can do elemental to. But it also gives you alchemy supplies. Not that the other 2 don't, but they do it in such a smaller degree than what Mind Fighter does. Like, Mind Fighter's basically like a combat combined with Forager, basically. Whereas the other 2 are mostly just like normal combat. Like, you still get some supplies for alchemy, but it's very minimal compared to like Mind Fighter just like shooting it out of every enemy. Because if I do any amount of combat pre-evolution of combat in this game, basically. It's going to be AFK Detective, Watch Person, you know, doing raid dens, and Mind Fighter. But the only other one being gearing up for any raid den whenever we need to. Alright, what am I doing? Let me go grab all the things we need. While we're in here. So why is there even a equip button there? It's impossible for me to equip it. Why would you even give the option to equip it? Alright, I guess all this junk. That is not how you do that. Let's see. Where's my teleport thingy? The other reason I would maybe do 200 Mind Fighter is we're going to be so close to 200 all in Mines and Matubin that I might as well finish it. Like, if I have 200 Bone Rate, Mining, Smithing, and Stonemason, I might as well finish it off. Like, at that point. Like, we're so close, we might as well finish. Ooh, 11 gold. We're getting there. Oh, yeah, I mentioned it earlier. We had, like, a whole rant about it the other day, trying to figure it out for, like, hours and just kind of delving on what we will do. But, yeah, we're going to be doing Sickle as our next upgrade. The main reason being, it might seem like a weird one, like, why Sickle? There's 2 reasons. The Cryo Pot for Cryonite, the plus 80. I think I did plus 60, but I didn't do it with it. But the plus 80. But more so, and the main reason why, is the 7% and 10% EXP pots for Hope Forest. Which sound like they're not good. But that's 2% or 5% extra that we don't have to do carpentry. And the second I saw that, I knew what I need to upgrade. 2 to 5% less carpentry? You know how much less carpentry that is? But yeah, I mostly want for the carpentry buff. I know we can't use it anytime soon, but still. The 7% we can. The 10%'s not anytime soon, though. But the 7% are actually viable. I think it was like, what, 100 something alchemy? Plus a bunch of alchemy XP, of course, being banked without having to spend anything or go in anywhere. But you can do it at 116 alchemy. I really want 131. So I could do post 200 Bone Right, as well as carpentry, just the whole way. Or just getting them there in general. But I've been considering my alchemy pivot. The only problem is I need my gatherer pivot to take all first, which also requires some amount of Mind Fighter pivot. But Yeah, those two potions in particular are like my two targets for getting alchemy up. I don't even care about like the cryopot or the healing pot or whatever else. Those two 7% I actually really want. One of them for carpenter and the other one for bone right. Where the 7% for chapter 2 will be for carpentry only, and the 7% for chapter 3 will be for bone right only. Yeah, that was the game plan. And the best part is we can do all of it simultaneously. Because, you know what we get while we're doing that as well. Let's say save for later. Because while we're doing gather and getting gather up, getting supplies we need for the alchemy and everything, we are getting bones as well in between, which is feeding bone right. And then using that on top of the 7% to go keep putting knowledge into bone right should get us everything we need on our way to 200 gather to also do 200 bone right while making the 7% from alchemy. It also allowed me to get alchemy to about 140-ish without spending that much money, if any at all. Probably pure profit. Am I planning to stack stone malls? No, I don't even plan to make any. You can't gather any supplies, so you have to buy them from the shop. So I don't plan to actually make any 5% for stone mall. Because I just assume the shop will start selling them, right? I don't think you can currently buy them. But I'm pretty sure they'll stock a 5 and 6% pot. Oh, you know, 6% is kind of useless. But the 5%, you can just buy it from the thing and be good to go. Oh, it's Tell. I don't think I've seen him in game that much. Isn't that the frog guy? I always call him the frog guy. You know who I mean. Hey, isn't that him? The frog guy? I don't think I've seen him around that much. I'm surprised his level is so low. Well, not that 1,144 is low, but I thought I was playing a bit more than that. He's anything over 1,000 right now is still really, really high. I thought he was way higher than that. He's standing there menacingly. So much XP waste. But we started to stream by sitting in a chair, so. Like in game. I just wanted to change the scenery because I noticed I've been starting to stream at like such similar locations, so I was like, I need a different location. So I just sat in the chair, the main hub area, because I was doing the AFK raid dens prior. So at the beginning of today's stream, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to sit in a random chair in the middle of nowhere in Chronopolis. Making the sheets and videos. Yeah, he's made a lot of good guides so far. I want to make a bet he got 200 watch person and detective as well. Because while he's editing, he's probably doing AFK raid dens. Let me see. I want to make a bet. Both of his detective and watch person are almost 200, if not over 200. Let's see. How do I let me see. Yep, exactly. I'm surprised it didn't go a little over though, but yeah, he got 200. Yeah, he did that while editing his videos probably. That's really funny. Yeah, I had a feeling that would be the case. Because that's like the most AFK thing you can pretty much do right now. Yeah, it makes sense. Though in all fairness, pretty much anyone over 1,000, I'm pretty sure has that. Like, if I go click on Conqueror right now, I'm going to make a bet they're almost there, too. It just makes sense because he has the AFK because of the videos and editing and everything. I'm so bad at video editing. I pretty much never learned how to do it properly, so any video I ever make, I'm pretty much from scratch learning. How on earth does this even work? Let me see. Let's see. Oh, he didn't do it. Oh, that one actually really surprised me. Wait, what? Never mind. What on earth am I looking at? He's like maxing out Mines of Matubin. He's doing Stonemason right now, then going to Bone Right. Oh, he's really on that, Mines of Matubin grind. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to use any of my pots. I'm definitely going to be banking all my plus 60s. I don't feel like I would be using any of them anytime soon, though. It would definitely be post update, that's for sure. Like, you know, post-combat rework. We're almost halfway done with our flint. The only problem with these is you only use 3 at a time. So whatever you have lasts a lot longer. Hey, something like 600 flint is like what? Like 800 bars comparatively. So it's almost half as many bars we ran last night then, as far as how long it takes to process them all. I mostly want to get to like 145 though. I think that's a nice clean number. The rest we can just knowledge, because I want to keep some amount of flint, so I'm not going to use all 500 whatever's still left in there. I want to keep like 100 something flint in there, just in case we ever need one of these balls for like a weapon upgrade or something. So I'll probably go to 145 Stonemason, assuming that gets us there, should. And then we just knowledge the rest into later down the line. And then as far as our next pivot, it's either get smithing up or, honestly, I'm almost considering gathering. But the only reason I kind of don't want to do smithing right now, even though I do, I really need to go get it done, is Stonemason basically is just smithing. We're going to go from one wait 30-second activity to another wait 30-second activity. Rock and stone. The guy just said in all caps. It's funny. Definitely sounds like a song is going to start playing. Some kind of heavy metal song. Oh, Tell left. I didn't realize. Oh no. He left us. Hey, that's another thing I didn't think about. I wonder how the XP curve is going to work after the combat rework. Because right now, you get XP penalty quite heavily. Like when you're doing the AFK raid dens and stuff like that. As well as enemies in general. I'm curious if they're going to tweak it in some other way that will make it better. Not like a lot better, but there's some areas where you just get like ultra penalized. There's not really much of a way around it either. Like, you start getting penalized on raid dens after like 10 levels. At 219, the second we hit 230, we are already getting penalized. And there's not even an active activity you could do between then. Like, by this 230, we're already getting penalized on the 219. Unless we want to start doing the AFK activity into an AFK activity. You're just adding your stuff and you're missing 425 levels worth of combat. If you had those, you'd be in top 10. Oh, yeah. It's something we've been putting off for a while. Obviously, we wouldn't instantly get those levels, but, you know, it wouldn't take too long to get them compared to other levels. We can go for a lot of slower ones, though. I'm sending me to do that. I canceled the thingy, but since I am, let's go and use the thing. Throw that into Stonemason. But I think we're going until 145 Stonemason, then we'll keep the rest of the flint. That'll be 3 levels we'll have to knowledge, which will be, what, 12 knowledge or so? Or, you know, 12 knowledge points. Which you should be able to get over the course of the rest of the stream, and whatever I don't, I can just get at night. And that gives us access to basalts, and I think I have quite a bit of basalt. As well as the next granite. We're actually pretty good on both of them as far as number. The problem is everything beyond 178 is going to be an issue. Or 178, 179, whenever you can start doing Deathstone. Because I have like none of that Deathstone pretty much. I think I did like one inventory, saw how bad the XP rate was, and just dipped. So I have like 24 of them or something. The biggest issue is we have enough banked to like 170-ish something. But then everything from there is honestly probably going to have to be knowledge. Because we have almost nothing banked beyond granite. Which I think you start using at 169. So at best I have like 180 met banked, maybe? Probably a little lower than that. Which is going to be like a solid 20 levels that we're going to have to get up purely with knowledge. That's not too bad. That's like, what, 80-ish knowledge points? We could do that in like 2 days. Also, that one guy's name, I've seen it before too, but his name really caught me off guard. Please hug my cat. The dog barking just reminded me of that name. That's funny. What a name. I just realized Dubbe is still here. So yeah, we were right when we predicted that yesterday. Because we both double banked at the exact same time when I was doing smithing earlier. And I said he's probably doing Stonemason. And yeah, he's doing Stonemason. We said that yesterday as well. Because based on his pathing and distance and everything. These were both, we were doing smithing while he was doing stonemason. But we didn't know he was doing stonemason. But I said yesterday, it's like, he's probably doing stonemason. But yeah, he is. These were both doing something that was like the same interval. These were both like double banking at the same time. And based on his pathing, it definitely seemed like he was doing a production skill, but he wasn't doing smithing, so pretty much had to be stonemason. You're definitely not doing, like if you are doing bone right, it's not at the same speed that you'd be doing stonemason at. Whereas stonemason and stonemason and smithing do have a similar speed. Is it faster to level mining through mining or carts? Carts are good for the level range that you get them. But beyond that, you pretty much don't use them. I guess maybe post 300 you would on the one that you get. But beyond that, they're really only good for your level range until you get your next stone. Or, you know, whatever your next rock is. The only exception to this is at really low level range. It's good from level 10 to 20. If you're just looking to get 20 for the quest or something. But aside from the really low level range, you basically only do it until you unlock the next rock. The biggest issue with it is you don't get a pickaxe upgrade on it. So whatever XP you get from it is static. So it's really good early on in the game, but falls off pretty quick when you have an upgraded pickaxe or, you know, enchants on your pickaxe. Even our mining level, we have 20% even with no enchants right now. And that whole 20% doesn't apply to the minecart. So they're really good at low level range, but not so much high level range. But they're still good relative to whatever level range you get them at. At least until you get to your next rock. Like for example, I don't know, what did I do at one of these ranges right here? Like at 175 to 180, I did minecart. But the second I hit 180, I just did addithral ore. I'm pretty sure that's the case for all of them. Like basalt at 112, you move to granite at 119. The only real exception is the very first one. Where, the flint at 10, you could do pretty much all the way till 20. The only time you'd want to get off of it is when you do basalt flint. You might also want to grab some flint while you're at level 18 to 20. Because you could do a minecart, grab 3 flint, then do a minecart, grab 3 flint to make 20 go quicker. But once you hit 22, you're going to do basalt flint. And then after that, yeah, you just do whatever your best rock is. With the only exception being Deathstone. Deathstone's okay XP rate at some level ranges. But it's a really annoying one to do due to the venture and everything else with it. I still grab some in case I ever need supplies for it for when we, you know, make stuff. But it's pretty bad overall. You really got to rework blast mining a little. Not the activity itself, but make the bank a little bit closer. Make the knowledge a bit better. Make the XP a bit better. Those explosives are expensive to go get if you don't get them from a daily. And even if you get them from the daily, you still have, you know, when your venture slot's being consumed by it. Like now, because the second the merchant ones come out for like chapter 5, I'm pivoting them straight to merchant, or at least one of them. Maybe the detective one will stay on detective. But like if chapter 5 came out tomorrow, which it isn't, but hypothetically if it did, and we still only had 2 venture slots, and the ones that are in chapter 4 become enabled, I would just be doing bricks and tiles, assuming you could do both at once. I would have 1 venture for brick, 1 venture for tile, and just let them roll in. Oh yeah, Hearthstone. I was mentioning that some earlier yesterday. Not sure if you were around when I was mentioning it. Because I was mentioning it relative to what I was doing. But yeah, you're not going to be able to buy all of smithing. Because I think you were saying it was smithing. And I ended up mentioning if you were doing the same thing that we were doing on tier 5, you'd be losing 10 silver each. Rather than making a profit of 12 each. And yeah, that applies to Stonemason as well. As well as anything like tier 5 and 6. Like you can easily buy them from tier 1 to 3. Tier 4 gets a little pricey, but tier 5 onwards is basically impossible to keep buying them. Especially tier 6. But even at tier 5, it becomes unsustainable. Tier 4 is like the absolute furthest. But tier 3 and below isn't that costly to do. It's the problem is the higher level range. It's a pretty big difference between the two as well. Like what I was using yesterday when we were doing tier 5 iron, which is what you would be doing at like 193 smithing onwards. One tier 5 iron, we were making 12 per object, but you'd be losing about 10 per object when doing it from buying it. But that's a 22 difference compared to getting it yourself compared to buying it from the shop. There's a 22 silver difference, where one is plus 12, the other one is negative 10. That's a huge difference compared to mining it, compared to not mining it. Plus, you still have the downtime of having to buy it from the shop as well. It's not like trading is out. So you can't just trade someone for like 1,000 of them. Can you enchant your pickaxe? Yes. It's highly advised to get to 25. I even did it to 30 just because pickaxe is so good. Because it also boosts the AFK activities. The only mining AFK it doesn't boost is gold panning, which is a separate object. But every active and AFK method it boosts, with the only exception being gold panning, minecart, and blast mining. Which is another reason why blast mining is also bad. But yeah, aside from active minecarts, active blast mining, and AFK gold panning, it works for literally everything. Both active and AFK. It's probably like the strongest tool in the entire game, which is why I went to 30 instead of 25. But it is really, really, really good. And pretty required if you're going to be going on a long mining grind. But you definitely want at least 25 on it. 30 is a little overkill, but I knew I'd do a lot of it, so I figured why not? Extra 1%. Is there any AFK mining? Not until queuable actions. Once queuable actions come out, you'll be able to AFK 8 ore in a row. Like for iron, or the blue one, or the weird orange one, or the green one. But currently you cannot AFK mining. Well, other than, you know, the passive activity. But passive isn't good until 200. Though you do get one at 200. Like, it gives about as much XP as mining, like, half of an iron? Because iron was like almost a 3,000. It was giving like 1,400 at 200. It's not awful. This does have the boosted rate for post 200. The one you get right at 200. But no, there's no, like, somewhat AFK methods, at least until queuable actions come out. Once they do, every ore with 8 in a room is pretty good. But queuable actions isn't coming for another good few weeks or so. But at that point, you'll be able to AFK mining. It'll be less XP per hour because you're only going to be getting 8 ore cycle instead of 10. But it has the benefit of being very AFK. It's currently not released yet, though. But it seems like that's going to be one of the first things he does next year, potentially. Like the first few weeks, we'll get queuable actions. Who knows, maybe even the first week. He's probably going to work some during the holiday. He might not drop an update during the holiday, but he's probably in the back end still going to be doing some stuff. You might get a level 51 pickaxe. I wouldn't go that far. I don't think anything above 30 is worth it, personally. Even something as strong as pickaxe. The only reason I went higher on pickaxe is because it is so good. But every upgrade from there is like 3 gold or something for 0.4%. It is so expensive. But no, you should pretty much never get any tool above 30. Even above 25 is pushing it. Yeah, there's a lot of points when enchanting tools kind of, like, gets really expensive. It really just depends what level you want to go for them on. I just like 25 because this is a nice clean 10%. While also being slightly before it goes, like, super outrageous. Where you're spending almost, like, 3 gold for 0.4. There it is. 145. Okay, I think that'll be all the Stonemason for now then. I'll keep the rest for later. I do think I have enough for one more level banked, but... I don't know, did we go for it? What level range is Flint? Ah, it doesn't go to 199. Maybe I do use the rest of these. They're good, but they don't go to 199. It's the other Flint that does. How much do I have left? And do we think it's enough for a level with a knowledge point? Yeah, it is. Yeah, we got to do one more level then. Which will be one less we'll have to do later then. Alright. But yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go for one more level then. That's a lot of Flint. I didn't realize we had 415 left. Thought we had a bit less than that. I'll go for one more level then. And then the last two will knowledge completely. Actually, which is a really easier way to draw all these. Why have it like this? On the list of quality of life things, gosh, that is so high. It is like so clunky. Alright, there we go. It's not that big a deal, but gosh. It definitely seems like a temporary menu with how that works. That's something that will be fixed down the line. Oh, speaking of dub A, gosh. Same as like yesterday. Back on the grind. It's funny because yesterday, 2 times in a row, we both were moving at the same place, the same location at the same time. It's happening again. Do you have to upgrade each pickaxe grade? No. You only have to do it once. It goes through all of them. Whenever you enchant a tool, it lasts permanently on the tool. Regardless of what upgrade you do or do not have. But it upgrades a separate category. There's basically 2 categories on every tool. One is its little star level, and the other one is the enchant level. The star level gives you 5% minus 1. Or, you know, minus 1 of them. So it's 4 right now, basically. Like, it says 5, but it's 4, so it's giving 20%. And enchants are, of course, 0.4% each. But, yeah, it doesn't get reset every single time you upgrade or anything. It follows your tool forever. So you can upgrade whenever. You can upgrade it when it's 0. You can upgrade it when it's 2, 3, 5. Doesn't matter. Like when I go get the level 6 upgrade, I'll still have 30 enchant on it. So the earlier the better. I haven't checked the poll in a while. What's that right now? So, what type of resource are you prioritizing most in Brighter Shores right now? After 55 votes, we have the following. 42% said gold. 9% said gear. Poor gear. Poor gear category. The one thing I feel like that is misleading with this poll, though, which is like every poll in existence, as far as how misleading it is or biased in one way or another, is when I said gear, I technically also meant, though the poll doesn't really establish it that well, I also technically meant anyone doing like the 200 grind in Mines of Matubin. Like if you're getting 200 blacksmith, stonemason, and bonerite, I would consider that under the gear category. Even though you're not using gear to do it, I would consider your end goal to be gear. If you're trying to get like 200 all those. Which is one of the reasons I feel like gear is also so low. Is there might be some people prioritizing that but didn't pick gear. But I would technically consider that under that category. Though even I wouldn't have voted for gear though. Because I would say we're more so doing gold, even though right now, literally what we're doing is basically trying to upgrade gear by doing this. Even though our main objective is gold. So yeah, gold's winning. Second place is 25% at even amount of everything. 24% of people getting supplies like potions, raw materials, stuff like that. And yeah, gear all the way at 9%. Poor gear. All the way at almost nothing. You're getting a level 51 pickaxe? Oh gosh. Well, I would at least advise stopping at 50. Get at least a clean number. I was considering that one point getting a 50 pickaxe. I believe it's a little exceedingly overkill. But if you plan on doing a lot of mining, might as well. If you have the money for it. I want to do it. If there was a tool to roll them all, it'd be a level 51 pickaxe. Honestly, if there was any one tool that you would want to go crazy on enchant-wise, it would be pickaxe. I don't think there's any tool in the game that gains as much of a benefit as pickaxe does. As far as the number of activities it's used for across the entirety of the skill. As it is used for, I believe, 80% of its AFK activities. And for, like, 90% of its active activities or something? Let me go do the math real quick. I'll tell you exactly. It's used for... Let me go check something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Wait, is Deathstone in here? 10. So Deathstone's not here. So that's 10 of them. 3 of them aren't. So 7 out of 10. So 70% of active activities you use your pickaxe for. But also, when it comes to AFK activities, 1, 2... I think it's 1 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me do it from here, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I had to have skipped one. There's no way. 11. Let me try it again. 1, 2. I'm not sure how many different tiers of these things are. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, gosh, I can't tell. It's so weirdly sporadic. But yeah, about 1. Wait, am I on the right one? Yeah, I am. About 1 in... Or, yeah. So around... What is that? 88% of AFK activities and 70% of active activities you use your pickaxe for. It has the most amount of reach of any tool and any skill by like a mile and a half. 70% of active activities and around 80-something% of AFK ones. Like literally anything that isn't the gold panning, basically. Which is almost all of them. So that is absurdly strong. There are a few other tools that dip both AFK and into passive. Or, you know, into passive as well as to active. But there isn't anything that covers more than pickaxe. As far as within the skill. Because the next closest is like Rake. Where I think you use it for like 60-70% of active. Which maybe a little less than that because all the other weird ones. You use it for like 50% of active activities. But then only use it for like not even like 15% of AFK activities. So that's like a double dip, but nowhere near as good as pickaxe. What other one has like a weird double dip? I guess Axe does. But you only use this for like half of active as well, and then like only like 1 AFK out of like every 5. So you use it for like 20% of AFK and like 40-50% of active activities. But yeah, pickaxe is 70% and like 89%. Like 70 and 88% as far as his activity breakdown. It's kind of crazy how much it's used for. No, there isn't a single tool that does alchemy. What level mining do you do Matubin's Legacy? It's 29. Matubin's Legacy is 29. It's also the highest requirement currently in the game for anything. Theoretically, you can get everything done without ever getting higher than 29 mining. The quest brings you to 30. You would definitely want to get way higher than that, of course. But the highest requirement in the game is only 29 for mine to Matubin. You would definitely be using it way, way, way more than that, though. But that's the only hard requirement in the game for the skill at the moment. Yeah, foraging's a bit annoying that you need 3 tools. You need a lot for woodcutting too. But for woodcutting, you can kind of get away with 2 because yew trees aren't worth it. So you mostly just need hatchet and handsaw. Mostly hatchet. But yeah, foraging's really annoying in that regard. I think it's the only one where you actively need 3 tools. Whereas the most you need for any other active is 2. Even though woodcutting has 3, you're basically only using 2. What level should you do Matubin's Legacy? Fast mining levels? Wait, what level should you do it? What level for what? You should do it as soon as you can. As soon as you hit 29 mining and 35 smithing, you should do it. Then it just comes down to your combat level there. You could probably do it around level 25 combat. It depends what your healing pot is and what your gear is looking like. He's cheesable, but not as cheesable as a couple others. But you could definitely get him at 20 depending on what your heal pots and armor situations like or weapon. But 25 would be a lot more comfortable fight, and 30 would basically be free at that point. But as far as smithing and mining, you want to do it as soon as you have it. Second you have 29 mining and 35 smithing, you should do the quest. I'm actually AFKing them on my ults right now. It's the quest that they're trying to get done. They're nowhere near as geared combat-wise, but as far as skill requirement, I think they pretty much have everything good to go. They're getting their last few smithing levels today or tomorrow. And after that, I'm going to need to get them through Chronopolis and then probably have them AFK Watch Person. I'm probably going to get them to Watch Person 500. All 3 accounts wearing the 500 Watch Person cape. Because that's probably what I'll be doing for them. That way if I ever want to get Detective, I can just absolutely obliterate them. Or, you know, obliterate the raid dens. Won't be for as good XP, but hey, Detective XP would still be good. Actually, then again, does the amount of Detective XP you get from it scale based on your combat penalty or based on your Detective level? I never thought about that. Because now that I think about it, it might actually scale based on your Detective level. I mean, based on your combat level, I mean. Yeah, Detective Keep kind of looks weird. I'm still not sure what I want to go do with them. I kind of want them AFK in combat, but also don't. Because we don't know what's going to happen with combat and everything. It's like a weird in-between. Or I kind of do want them AFK in some of the combats. Or, you know, both of them just going like really deep into one to get a lot of money from it. But also, there's a lot of uncertainty with it, so I don't really know. I'm trying to think, if there's any one skill that would be worthwhile to AFK all the way to 500, like what would it be? And combat just seems like the most enticing one. Because you can use the wealth potions on it. You can use it to go kill things and use special attacks and kind of mess around with those. You can get geared off the thing in Chronopolis even before trading comes out. You can get geared from the shop there and get at least tier 2 stuff even if you're not doing any combat. Or at least basic tier 1 stuff. And it really just comes down to what combat should I do. I'm considering putting both of them on Watch Person. It just seems like a bit of a waste compared to doing raid dens, though. Which both of them would be doing pretty minimally. What do wealth potions do? They give you more gold whenever you do AFK combat. Which makes AFK combat the highest AFK in the game at the moment. From a money perspective. It only starts making profit at a certain range, though. I'm not sure at what level it starts making profit. But there is a certain level range where simply using them will make more money than they cost. And then from there it starts to go exponentially because you're getting all the extra benefit and still making more money on top of it. But I'm not sure what level range it is. If anyone knows, do let me know, though. I want to say it's like 300 something. Like high 300 something or low 400 something. They start to always make pure profit. May even be a little lower than that. I'm not sure because the highest I ever AFK'd is 219. Which is technically a 200 something, whatever it was. 209. And I don't think that one would have profited enough. But if you go deeper than that, you definitely would. I'm just not sure where the cutoff is where you do start. I think maybe 293 to 312, not sure. But you did 500 with 0 passes? Really? Wait. You did it all the way with no passive at all? Which means you actually did all the combat? Wow, that's a lot. That's like a lot. All your passives are in merchant. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I'm going to get the merchant passive or not. The only reason I have 3 points into it is for the quest. Beyond that, yeah, not sure. I would definitely make 211 to 216 a lot easier. And there are some level ranges even deeper than that where it might be worthwhile. Kind of some of the dead zones of merchant. Even though the skill is so quick for XP, there are a couple dead zones that are potentially worth using it for. I just feel like the skill is so quick already that it just feels like a waste, though. I don't know, we might. Because the first time it'll feel really enticing to do so is at 211. 211 to 216 is so good. To skip those 5 levels because our XP rate's going to be pretty low there if we actively train it. But hey, if you AFK'd for 5 days or 4 days or so, you'll be at the objective already. And you can go back to doing it from 216 to 222. I just don't feel like that's worth it if that's the only thing we're using it for, though. At least in the short term. Because I don't plan to go much beyond 222. So I'm probably just going to manually train it and not put any knowledge in it. If I ever went way deeper than that, I maybe would for some of the level ranges that have, like, really big dead zones. But, I don't think I would do it if my only goal is to reach 222. If I wanted to go higher than that, I would. But 222 is probably the end goal for now. For, like, the, you know, the short term. Eventually we'll get it higher, but no time soon. 222 and 210 are, like, the cutoff points. For where we'd kind of leave them for a while. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna put the rest of stone in this inventory, and that should be it. 146. We are good to go. I'll leave the rest of flint for later. Or do we go for another? I don't know. I feel tempted to, but also I kind of want to get smithing up now. Kind of offset it a bit, so we're not doing just stonemason. But I don't know, if I'm dumping knowledge into stonemason, I really should keep doing all of them. At least till we get to like 100 or so. You can go over 50, but it's like 0.1%. Really? Wait, you went all the way to 51? Wait, did 50 to 51 give you only 0.1? Because, yeah, that is awful, awful. 0.4 would have already been too pricey. But 0.1 is super pointless. If that's the case, you pretty much never need to get a toll above 50 ever for any reason ever. Unless they're going to add some extra mechanic on it or something. Down the line. Or the percent chance that's something. But even when there's a lot of money in the game, I don't see anyone ever bothering to go that far with them. That seems so overkill. Like anything above 50. Even 50 is overkill. But anything above 50 is like mega overkill. Does the wiki actually show that on the page? I don't recall that being a thing there. I can see. Trying to move this back over. It was just weird because it wouldn't let me go through the other tab. Alright, there we go. Let me go check this real quick. Yeah, it is only 0.1. That is so bad. But it starts going to 0.2 at a certain point as well. Oh no, I'm looking at it wrong. Never mind. No, I'm not. Yeah, it starts going to 0.2. Up to 40. Yeah, 39. No, not even 39. Wait, is it after 30? Oh yeah, you definitely want to stop at 30 then. Oh wait, does it actually do that from 30? Oh, I didn't even notice that when I was upgrading it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's even more of a reason to not go above 25. I didn't even notice that. I knew one of the reasons was because of the cost. I didn't even notice. It starts to go to 0.2 after 25. So yeah, we only have 11% there. Where technically would have been 12% if it kept going by the other number. Yeah, 25, you get 0.4 all the way. But then it goes 0.2 from 26 to 50. And then from 50 onwards, it goes to 0.1. I didn't even notice that when I upgraded it. I did not notice that at all. That's funny. And the realization we should have had 12,000, I know, right? I'm still happy with my extra 1% though. We put it to good use. Saving 1 hour of mining every 100 hours. With how much mining we have to do, that 1% will come through. Over the course of the grind, that's like 2 hours saved from that 1%. All the way to 500. Maybe even more than that. That's assuming you can max that in 200 hours. I highly doubt it. So maybe even more. Though of course, the passive activities and stuff, though. Maybe it is 200 hours. There's a lot of areas where we're going to be doing the AFK activity. Like 215 to 223. Maybe even further than that. 239 to 247. 254 to 262. So on and so forth. But anytime we get a new AFK activity, we're just doing it pretty much to a new resource. Unless the resource is like really good. Like one of those, for example, is 262. We get blue ore. And that we might mine a little bit extra. Because that's what we use for the two-hand and everything. Which after the combat rework, maybe it's not as good. But right now, basically our best in slot weapon is under that. The two-hand longsword. It's the best all-around weapon. Also really good for the AFK raid dens if we still haven't done that grind completely by then. Your pickaxe still feels slow? Oh yes. Mining is a very slow skill. It's one of the slowest in the game. Even with the pickaxe upgrades and everything. The pickaxe upgrades just bring it a little bit more in line with the other ones. But it's still really slow. Oh, has he not started with any of the combat rework yet? Oh, wow. Well, if that's the case, then queuable actions will probably be the first thing we get next year then. Because that's the first thing on his priority list that he mentioned last time. Was queuable actions and then possibly trading after that. Or like the next two on the list we got a little while back from him. Not sure if he's still going to stick with that, you know, in a week or two from now. It seems like queuable actions, then some quality of life, then some trading. Or, you know, trading being added. As well as better bot detection by then, which they've already been working towards. Gosh, at this point, we might just be able to keep to camp Stonemason the whole way. I didn't think we had this much banked, but apparently. Might be one of the first times we can go almost the whole way just with what we have banked. Or, you know, plus the knowledge we're doing while we're doing the activity. I do have to say, I still prefer smithing more over this. Not just because of the gear, I don't know, something about it. Or petting our rock. Rock petting skill. I know he's just brushing off the dust, but it definitely looks like he's just petting a rock. I want to see that animation again midway through. I haven't paid much attention to it. Flintstone. But yeah, look, he actually like literally pets the rock midway through. Can't zoom in any more than this. Like right here, I think he does it. No, after this one. Obviously, he's brushing off the dust, but he's definitely just petting the rock. There we go. Pet the rock, pet the rock. Pet the rock again? Oh, no. Let's go chisel it more. Oh, he doesn't pet it again. He just does the little pet. Obviously, he's de-dusting it, but still. Gotta get that few second pet rock in. Yep, there it is. Pet the rock, pet the rock, pet the rock, pet the rock. He does it 4 times. Yeah, the biggest downside with mining right now is the downtime in between. There are a couple of routes that you could do that have less downtime, like Basalt Flint. But, yeah, the downtime with mining is the main thing that makes its XP rate so slow. There's not much you can multi-skill around a lot of mining spots. Unless you want to do like one mine fighter fight in between each set. In which case, all of them except for Flint, Basalt have it. Well, I guess Basalt you can move up to the North Room. If you're doing Basalt only. But don't waste too much time compared to doing Basalt Flint. Or you do like 3 sets of Basalt and 1 of Flint. Just to break it up a little. Or you could even do Basalt Flint, Basalt Flint. You could do that somewhat with the minecarts as well if your Flint's at a good level. Yeah, some of the minecarts end exactly where you would start doing a triple Flint. So if it's good XP to do the Flint, you could do 3 Flints in between a minecart. It's only viable at a couple level ranges though. Most notably, the second to last minecart and the very first minecart are the main 2 that benefit from it. We're up to 12 gold now. We almost got our next tool upgrade. We're getting there. And back we go. Back to the mines. At this point, I might just do them all. Where's this close? Get to our 148. What do we do next after this? It's, I believe, basalt. I'm pretty sure I had more basalt than I had flint. Let's double check. Should be 148 basalt. Yep, 148 basalt. Imagine though, after we get 206 Stonemason, we never need to train it again if we don't want to. Unless we're just like, you know, going for like a little bit of the processing things. But beyond that, we should be good. It would be really good if Armor Maker is a thing that uses these because I'm probably not using most of them beyond 200. Anything we ever need beyond 206 Stonemason is going to be pretty much exclusively AFK method. Or, you know, etching the stones specifically. I don't plan to do much actual crafting beyond 200 unless I need it for an item. Which means after 206 Stonemason, we're pretty much done with the skill. Like many other when they reach their 200 plus AFK activity. The best part is you don't even need any material for it too for that AFK activity. And the one that you do get after, you know, we get 1 billion for mining, so even if they do require material, barely even matters. As our mining AFKs will already get a ton of it. Apparently we're still 18th somehow. Not really because of all the hidden people though. Oh, there's finally over 20 people with 2,000 though. Finally happened. Still only one with 3,000 though. Unless Meadow got in at a time. Last we checked Meadow this stream, they did not have it yet. So they may have since then. They were doing something that requires using the closest bank in the game, so they're doing some kind of resource collecting for something. There's no real way of knowing what, because I couldn't see where they're teleporting to, of course. I only know that they were teleporting to the closest bank. That's the Hope Forest one. I really hope they add a better close bank teleport in the future. Ideally one that doesn't go through a combat room. Because I believe the full distance is almost like 30 tiles away. It'd be nice if you had a teleport that was like 10 or less. Because I think in old school RuneScape you can get as close as 2 tiles from a tele. As far as like the closest bank. With a deposit box 1 away, which is basically the equivalent of what is in Brighter Shores. You can get an infinite teleport that is 1 tile away from a deposit box. Which is basically the exact same thing as a storage rift. And is infinitely usable and is 1 tile away. And Brighter Shores closest I think is like 30 tiles. I can count them, let's see. I can tell you exactly how many tiles it is. Because the grid system. Oh, maybe not, because I don't know the exact tile that the storage rift is on, but I believe it's one of these two. Let's see. Actually, I'll do it after next inventory, because I need a fresh inventory before I go count. But I will count the tile, and I'll tell you. There could be 1 or 2 off, though, because I forget the exact tile that the storage rift is on, and the map didn't show it. I believe I know, like, roughly where it is. I'm going to count. Because I'm pretty sure it's almost 30 tiles. It's pretty far. We need one like 10 tiles or less. Ideally less. Let's see. Let's go get the tile counter out. Alright, tile counter, go. Oh yeah, I've still got to get back over there. Tile counter, go. Let's see, you teleport right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 at the doorway. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38-ish? 38, give or take a few. Can't quite tell, because I'm not sure where the exact tile is for it. Plus I might have miscounted somewhere in the weird area. It's about 38 tiles away from a bank. The closest teleport in the game. We definitely need one under 10. It's 38 and it goes through a combat room. That's rough. Or I think the average bank teleport in old school RuneScape is like 5 tiles away? 6? Because you move 2 at once, so technically double time. But the closest one is literally 1 tile away. But, yeah, we need something better than 38, ideally. That is really rough. Have some kind of quest where you get a teleport, kind of like Chapter 5's, or Chapter 2's 5-star quest. But make it so that teleport is like 3 tiles from a rift or something. Like literally the room with the teleport has like a random rift in the corner or something. I hope wherever they do put a good bank, it's actually a cool location though. I really felt like Hopeport should have had one. You know where I really wish they would just add one? And if they want to have like a quest requirement to get a better one later, then they can. But just to get new people back to the hometown and everything. If they really want Hopeport to be like a bustling city. Right over here somewheres should be a storage riftstone. Not in the same room as the Hopeport portal. But somewhere's in like this area. Should be a storage stone. So that all of the endgame players and just everyone banking has to interact with all the new players that are coming through. Ideally, an even better one than that will be in the future. But I feel like that area in particular really needs one. Hopeport in general needs one. I think it has 1 total, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure this is the only storage rift in all of Hopeport. Oh, there's also one over here, but I'm not sure why you would use this. Alright, there is 2, but the second one is in the middle of nowhere. Never sure why it exists there. But realistically, there's only 1. Because I think the only thing you would ever use the other one for is what, wall plant? Even then, it's probably quicker just going to there. Because if you grab aggro off a thief, it's probably better to bank wall plant at the apothecary than it is to do it at storage rift. Yeah, what is the point of that? I didn't even realize that one was there. That is so bad. Who has ever even used this rift? I'm trying to think of any activity you would do that would use this. I guess this AFK activity, if you fill up your inventory? Like the foraging AFK? Up to level 92? Yeah, that's pretty quick to go over there rather than go all the way over there. But the wall plant, you have to go through an aggro room, so if you get attacked, it's already slower than just going there. Maybe the people killing these and doing potatoes, so you don't have to go all the way to chef place. Like, that's a little bit closer. But barely. Plus, you probably still have to go that way anyways, because you need to go sell all the armor you were getting. Not just to store the potato. Where are we going? Oh, wait, wrong thing. I'm thinking of teleports. Let me go, put this away. Deposit all. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, where's all our stone? Flint. Grab all that. Was I just gave a lot of flint last time? Alright, maybe we do the same again. Seems like flint's like that one category I'm saving. Probably because it uses 3. So we'll go until we get 147. And then knowledge the rest. And then we gotta figure out what activity we want to focus on next then. I kind of want to do smithing, but it's kind of the same thing we were already just doing. So it might be time for a different thing pivot. I'm trying to think of, like, at this exact immediate time, like, what would be the most useful thing. And nothing comes to mind except to go do smithing. But I want to do an activity where I can keep a potion on me, and smithing's not that. So I need to do something for, like, 4 knowledge, then we could end with, like, some chill smithing. But I need some way to generate 4 knowledge. So that we can get Stonemason from 147 to 148. You know what I'm tempted to go do? Hello, Gatherer. I think we go on the Bone Spike Rally. The problem with that is you need a potion. There's no room for your potion. Unless I skip 1 spike or something. But then we're skipping 1 spike. So why did I store all of them if I was just going to do that? Because now I need to go grab all of them again. But yeah, I would love if there was a storage rift, like, right here. Storage rift, go. Like, somewhere's, like, right here. Like, next to the cabbage. Right here. Next to the cabbage. Storage rift. You have your cabbage, you have your guard, you have your storage rift. Perfect tile for it, right there. There would eventually be a better one than that. But, I feel like in the short term, we could really use one right there. This is the closest teleport option. The other one's just so annoying to do. Mostly because of the aggro room. You always have to pay attention if you want to aggro skip it. Or if you're not bothering to, you'll eventually get caught out by it. And have to waste like an extra 3 seconds just to go bank a bank that's 30 tiles away. Cabbage guard store drift, but you can't fight the guard and you can't store the cabbage. Yep, exactly. Perfect. See, it works perfectly. Also, I think this had some pretty funny flavor text. I read it on, like, launch day. But, let me go peek at this cabbage. Because there's no purpose other than to go in your inventory. I was, like, trying to figure out what to do with it. And it's like, oh, yeah, nothing. No world feels complete without cabbage. Kevin's ingredients at the cabbage stall. Wait. You can sell this in Chronopolis. I found my new mission. I must find Kevin's cabbage stall and sell this to him. I never noticed that the first time around. I read the flavor text, but I didn't notice. Because I was trying to figure out where I could sell it. And then it's like, oh, it's nowhere nearby. Yeah, I was right. It's definitely nowhere nearby. Alright, let's go sell this. I have a new mission. For no reason other than we can. I want to find Kevin's cabbage stall. Where even is that in Chronopolis? I don't remember the place being existing. If I was Kevin's cabbage stall, where would I be? What about this alleyway? Was that him? No. Kevin's cabbage stall. Kevin's cabbage stall. There's no reason why we should be doing this. I just feel the need to do it. Does it even exist? Because I don't recall a Kevin's cabbage stall. I thought it was this guy for a second. But it's not him. Oh, while I'm waiting, I might as well be combating the AFK raid den. Alright, let me go AFK raid den real quick while I'm trying to figure out where on earth Kevin's cabbage stall is. We'll find this thing. I'm gonna get the big map out. We're going all out for this. Okay, does Kevin's cabbage stall exist? Grocery room, is it? Let me go check. There it is, cabbage stall. Found it. There we go. Thank you. Alright, I found our mission. Let's just finish this raid then while we're here, I guess. But, yeah, let's go sell him his cabbage. I wonder if there's a dialogue box for it. The main reason I'm doing this, if you're wondering why I'm going all my way out to sell a 450 bronze cabbage, is, that should be good enough. I mostly just want to see, if it has, like, some kind of flavor text or something. But yeah, thank you, Lost Skill. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, we'll go there as soon as we finish out this raid. Yeah, we got this on day one, and I couldn't find a place to sell it. Because we never found a place called Kevin's Ingredients, but I didn't notice that that was a Chronopolis symbol at the time. Because I had no clue what it even looked like. But now we know exactly what that symbol means. Yeah, we'll go sell it to him and see what happens. I want to see if it does any kind of weird dialogue. Alright, let's go sell our one cabbage. We get our merchant one of one. I wonder what happens if you do 6 cabbages. Do a full merchant run of cabbages to him. We'll do a merchant run of 1 for now. I just want to see if there's like a special dialogue or something before I can use it on him. Oh, they actually sell for 900 each. Interesting. What do you have to say about this? Let's see. Doesn't seem like it has any special text. That's sad. We'll sell you 1 single cabbage. There we go. It was worth it for the 1 silver. That's weird. Yeah, he sells his own little independent little cabbage place here. That's so weird. But anyways, I sold my 1 silver cabbage. Anyways, what we're doing again? Oh yeah, we're gonna do some activity to go get 3.5 whole bars of knowledge. Oh, I'm considering Bone Spike. The only problem with Bone Spike is it has like a weird interval. But we haven't gotten to do them yet, but I don't know, I think I still want to let them hold for now. Mining, we already did 1 billion of. Mine Fighter, we could do Tentacle. We could get some real gear on and everything. We already did so much combat already, though. Honestly, everything that comes to mind is go do smithing. Go do smithing. Let's see. Are we going to go do smithing? I think I'm going to go do smithing. I'm putting the potion away, though. Or at least most of them. I'll keep a juggling 2 on the ground. Because that's all we need for the Stonemason level. Alright, I'll bring 2 with me. Yeah, we're doing smithing. Mostly because we have... Oh yeah, we never did check how many ores we had from earlier. We were doing a bunch of mining, but I never came back to check how many ores we have. This is time to bring out the timer. It's that time again. It's timer time. Let's see. Pin. That is exceedingly off-center. That is quite a bit better, but still seems slightly off. I think I made it worse. I made it even worse than how worse it already was. That's good enough. It's timer time! Alright, that's how long our potions have to live. All 2 of them. That's all we need for 148 smithing, because those double. Alright, we have... Oh wow, we did over 500 iron earlier. That's not bad. Yeah, we did about 500. We started at 2,600 something. And then we have 2,100 something. Oh, wait, the timer's still off. There we go, nice and even. How much XP drop are we getting? 11k? That's not bad. It's about how much we were getting when we were making the tool earlier. Oh wait, is this actually more XP per hour than making the tool? I just realized. I wonder if this whole process is under 30 seconds. It's hard to time. But we got a timer, so we actually could. Let's see. I'm going to look at the timer whenever we finish the set, or as soon as we start the set. And then again at the end of the next start. So we're starting at 740. If this is less than 30 seconds, this is almost more XP per hour than what we're doing. So we start at 740. Like, you know, the production. Which means we actually get potentially more XP from making the bars than we do from making the product. Though the product does have downtime of the bank, though. Yeah, which makes it even slower. No, it's about 30 seconds. If you had queuable actions, it'd be almost perfect 30 second. Does look like we've got it like slightly earlier, like maybe 29 seconds, but yeah, it's a 30-second action just like the other thing pretty much. If you click perfectly, it might be a little shorter. But with the average amount of delay you're going to have, it's basically 30 second. I think we got like 29 there. That's basically 30. Which means, yeah, this technically is a bit better XP per hour then. Mostly because the amount of banking you have to do with the other thing. Even though you can make 7 per inventory instead of 4, like this is basically only 4. The big difference is you have to bank and sell and all that stuff. So yeah, it's pretty comparable XP. It's just you're not getting a cool RNG drop that makes you 1 billion gold. You're just making the bar that does it for you when you get there. We are at 12.5 right now, basically. I do want to go run a bunch more bars so we can make at least a bit more gold. Because I do want that sickle 25. Then after sickle 25, it really comes down to, do we want to go forger or woodcutting? And due to carpentry existing, I'm considering doing gather first, or forger, I mean. I'm really considering going the forger route. As far as upgrading the tools. The problem with that is you need to do 3 of them. Hey, these people trading hats reminded me. I still need to finish the 20 hat grind on my 2 alts. I plan to do it when they do the Chronopolis grind. Between everything they got to do to finish out Chronopolis and or set up an AFK in Chronopolis, would require enough that I'd probably get every hat. Because I have both of them, they're pretty much like a few hours each away from getting trading unlocked. Obviously trading doesn't exist at the moment, but you know, for when it does, they're pretty much good to go. Then I just got to get them set up with a money-making method for AFKing. I just haven't really decided what I want to do for it yet. I'm considering watch person for both of them. Well, I'm not sure. It's just weird because watch person is already so AFK. They're currently the most progressed in guard. So I could technically have them go do guard. I feel like that's a pretty lame one to do though. But the final unit there is stationary, but it is immune to green. Which would be bad for the scout. I mean, bad for the guardian. I could have one do guard and the other one do scout, I guess. Just so they're both doing something different because my account's doing watch person. That way, if there ever are area bosses, I would have 3 accounts covered. I would have one with 500 watch person, which would be this account. One with 500 scout and one with 500 guard. Which would cover everything but mine to Matubin, which this account could easily also do. So that might be the play then. Have the guardian do scout, have the hammer mage do guard, and have our main do everything else. Pretty much. I think that's the play. Yeah, I figured out my game plan. I just got to get them to all their objectives they need to go do. And then they'll start getting their money printer slowly activated. And that way, whenever a boss comes out, or anything else that's like that, we'll be good to go. In case there is any area lock thing or whatever they do for it. We'll be ready. As we'll have a 500 in like every zone ready to go. I highly doubt something like that's going to be like that immediate or even anytime soon. Oh no, having at least one account with 500 in every combat seems kind of useful. Mine to Matubin would be the last one of all those though. As well as technically Chapter 5 and any onward one. Oh yeah, I gotta double stack this bar. The whole reason why I only grabbed 2 pots instead of 4 is I was gonna double stack them. And do a double-double kind of thing. Might waste a few %, but it'll be worth it just to not need to use as many pots. Probably should just grab 4 though, to do each one, but it's fine. I could take that much longer. Do gotta remember to go pick it up though. I still can't believe how long it's been already. It's been 8 hours. This does not feel like it's been 8 hours. Still, it kind of scares me every time I look at it. It's like, oh yeah, like 5 times as much time as I thought has gone by has gone by. Like, if I had to guess how much time the stream has gone by without looking at the timer, I would definitely say like 4 hours. It's been 8.5. I did not mean to drop all of them. Whoops. Oh, so apparently 321 hours so far in game. We're on track for the quickest we ever hit 1,000 in a game. We're not going to do it under 2 months, but it's going to be like 2 months, 1 week, 2 months, 2 weeks. The longest it took, or the quickest it was last time was about 3 months. Which was peak pandemic when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out. And we're on track to do it in 2 months and 1 week pretty much at this rate. It is gonna be slightly more than 2 months. Because that'd be kind of hard to do it in only 2 months. Because that'd be, well, let's say like 60-ish days. I don't think there's enough time in existence for that to happen unless I left the game idling like forever. Because we have, what, 16 days left? Times 16. It is technically possible if I sleep 1 hour a day. And play the game for the rest of the time. Honestly, there's probably some people playing like that. But no, we'll hit for the 2.5 month mark. Oh, don't really need to hit for it. It's going to naturally happen. But yeah, for me to have 1,000 hours within 2 months, we'd have to play for 23 hours every day for the rest of its existence. Or not for the existence, but you know, until the 2 month mark, which obviously is not happening. There's some people probably playing that much, but we've been like 12-ish hours a day, 12 to 16. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Wait, if you broke that down, let's say 60 into 1,000. 1,000 divided by 60. Yeah, you'd have to play for 16 and 2/3 of an hour. So almost 17 hours a day you would have to play to hit 1,000 hours within 2 months, which is in 16 days from now. Actually, we could do some inverse math too. Let's say someone gets 4 hours of sleep. How long have they been playing? Because we know it's 44 days, so 44 times 20. Well, that's actually pretty easy to do. That means some people have been playing for over 800 hours. That's kind of crazy to think about. Where it's somehow like a whole like third higher than this. But yeah, that means the highest person is probably around 880 hours right now. If you've been playing for 20 hours a day. Patricio has 1K hours? No way. Wait, let's break that down. To have played for 1,000 hours. Wait, how's that even possible? You'd have to literally be on like every second of every day. Wait. Let's do some inverse math. I forgot. Calculator's not here. Keep opening it as if it has a calculator. Come on, Steam. Get a calculator in there. Or maybe it is. I'm just not using it. Wait, is there a calculator here? Does anyone know? Is there a calculator Steam app? Game overview, achievements, notepad. They have a notepad, but not a calculator. Really? What, do they think everyone's just going to use their phone? What if I want it on the computer? Anyways. Let's see. Let me go check. To have 1,000 hours in 44 days, 1,000 divided by 44, you'd have to be playing for 22.7 hours a day. That is kind of crazy. That means they've slept for an hour and a half every day on average. As well as eat and everything else. Well, I guess they could be doing like slightly idle things to go get their food and everything. But that means on average, unless you're leaving the game idling on all night, to be able to have 1,000 hours, you would have to have, to have 1,000 hours exactly right now, it would be an hour and a half of sleep. Actually less. It'd be an hour and, basically an hour of sleep a night. For 44 days straight. That's the only way you could have 1,000 hours right now. Is you would need some time to prep food and other things. But yeah, it's about an hour of sleep. A maximum of an hour and 20 minutes a night. To be able to have 1,000 hours right now. If that's actually true, that is like, wow. That's some commitment right there. It's basically an hour of sleep per night on average. It's not even sleep at that point. That's just like a power nap. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, relative to amount of time. Yeah, it makes sense. Because what was my average again? We did the math earlier. Which one was this? We did a lot of numbers. Which one was my average per day? Wait, which one of these was my average? Let me just do the math again. Or did I not bother calculating for it? I don't think I bothered calculating for it. I don't have math for it yet. Oops, wrong tab. Yeah, let's say 622. So 622 into that. Let me go do it real quick. Because I didn't bother doing my average per day, I don't think. Because I don't have it in the calculator here, so it's probably not done unless I did in my head. Instead it aloud and forgot what it was. But, it was, yeah, 622. 622 divided by 44. We played on average 14.1 hours a day. So yeah, that sounds about right. Because we do about 12 to 16 on any given day. Monday's normally a little bit less, but some days, obviously a little bit more. Yeah, we're about a 14-hour average. But if Petistio actually, like, legitimately has 1,000 hours right now, that's like 23 hours a day. That's crazy, crazy. That basically means, on average, he's playing 7 hours more per day than I am. Because, you know, that's when I sleep. Normally. I assume he has a little under 1,000. Because if he somehow has over 1,000, that's an hour of sleep at night. If you even call that sleep. You gotta relog IRL. That's why it always throws me off. You notice whenever I go to deposit anything to that bin, I click deposit all from my inventory, but then grab it from the you know, interface. For whatever reason, that's the reason why I was drop alling earlier on accident. Is when you go to a storage rift, you actually can't do that. Hopefully they'll change that in the future when they go and make the right click deposit all as well, whenever they can get that coded. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. Because anytime I go to that interface right now, I click drop all instead of store. Because I'm still used to the other one where you could store all. That only works if it's like one material. Like the ore storage or the stone storage or stuff like that. Doesn't work on the storage rift. If you do it as a storage rift, you'll drop your whole inventory. Or, you know, all of the resource that you're trying to store. That's interesting. Yeah, but that means we've been playing for about 14 hours a day. Which means on average 10 hours a day has been allocated towards not Brighter Shores. Which I pretty much already know what most of that is. Like anywhere from 6 to 8 of those hours is sleep. At least a good hour of that is eating and prepping food. And then, you know, there's like about an hour for everything else then. Like other hobbies, brushing teeth, washing up, all the normal stuff. That's why I have Mondays as my catch-up days. Because most of my other days are probably close to like 15, 16 hours. But on Monday, I only play for like a few. But it allows me to catch up on other things like, you know, grocery shopping, whatever else. Or anything else I just need to get done on a given week. Being humans. Yeah, I definitely don't advise playing for more than, anything ever for more than like 16 hours a day. You need at least some amount of time to do other things. Even 14's like absurdly high. $23 a day, 1 hour per day server maintenance. That's funny. And then back to the grind. That icon really sells it. Yeah, it's actually really crazy if that actually is the case, though. I must want to go check something just to see if it actually is. I'm not sure how you would check it. Because I'm not sure what his Steam is. He's probably not Patricio in Steam. Even if there is, it's probably like 10 of them. Named Pasticio. That would be pretty obvious with the one that has like almost 1,000 hours brighter shore time. So I guess it wouldn't be too hard to identify which one it is. I'm actually curious what his exact amount of hours is, if you were to do the math on that. Because it's definitely really, really high. It's bare minimum 22 hours a day. But I don't know, people get enjoyment from that. I feel like that would lead to sleep deprivation at some point. If you go too long that way. Also, some of that log time could be the game idling as well. Like you forgot to turn it off and crashed one night. And it was running like all night long. Because whenever I'm not, you know, playing Brighter Shores, it's obviously like turned off. But if you leave Brighter Shores idling, then technically that counts as playtime. Or at least to Steam anyways. Because let's say you go to sleep for like 6 hours, but you forgot to turn off Brighter Shores. It still counts as if you played 6 hours the entire time you were sleeping. So that could also be a factor. Could be that he's actually sleeping a bit more than that, but he's crashed so many nights that he accidentally left the Brighter Shores running in the background. Or maybe he never even closes it. He might just like perpetually leave it on his wall. Could also be a thing. Like when he goes to sleep, he just listens to the Brighter Shores music in the background of the title screen. Just always leave it on, never off. Because I know whenever I'm not using Brighter Shores, I turn it off. That's generally any application. Like I'll turn it completely off. But it could just be that he keeps it on when he goes to sleep. Which could really inflate the number. Obviously he's still playing a ton. But it would change that number quite a bit. Alright, one more double boost, and we can go back to Stonemason. And after we finish whatever we have for Stonemason, we can go back to smithing. We're stuck in the mines for a while. This is our new home. Until we get some fresh air in Chronopolis. Poor chapter 1 and 2. We'll eventually visit you. At some point, we'll go back. But yeah, that's something that's actually been going up a lot too. I wonder how many hours Rat Splat has. Because he went from like 300 levels below me to rank 6. Like he was almost as low as like rank 30 something when leaderboard first came out. And now he's rank 6. I wonder if his amount of time played increased or if he's just gotten a lot more efficient. I feel like he has all for the holiday or something. Because he's gotten so much more playtime compared to what he had before. Despite how much he's moving up so quickly. It's one of the reasons I don't really care about rank. I mentioned it before leaderboard came out. I still like to kind of maintain our top 20 because it's kind of cool that we do actually end up having it. But beyond that, like I don't really care about any ranks at all. Not gonna lose sleep over it. And even once leaderboard does get fixed, we're actually not gonna be top 20 anymore, but that's also fine. Because there's at least 3 hidden people above us, I know for sure. We already know Meadow, but there's more than just Meadow. The one thing that's kind of funny is, as far as ranks, just by doing smithing for like a day, we've almost taken leaderboard. You only need 207 to get leaderboard right now for smithing. I went from 200 to 202 in pretty short duration. We'll have 203 some point in the stream. And once we do 206, we can start to do the AFK. Which in a week, we could easily be at like 220. I highly doubt all of them are going to move that much that quick. Leaderboard's pretty pointless in this game, though. Because aside from Merchant, there really isn't any skill-based skill. So, all of them are just basically a matter of time. And even Merchant's a matter of time. Like, obviously, someone who has, like, 5 hours to play Merchant compared to 10. Even the 10 person who's playing inefficiently would still obviously be higher. Still cool to see where everyone falls, though. Leaderboard's in one of those weird in-betweens where it doesn't mean anything at all, but, you know, it still feels cool. If you, like, achieve something and it's like, oh yeah, we ended up doing that. I just don't feel like it's worth going every way to, like, power grind one. If it, like, naturally happens, it's like, oh yeah, that happened. But I don't think I would ever, like, ultra power grind. Like, go, like, way out of my way just for it. It's a cool little thing when it, like, accidentally happens. Like, I need to train smithing anyways. And if we happen to or not to make leaderboard, it's like, if we do, it's like, oh yeah, we made leaderboard, cool. And if we don't, it's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's almost like cosmetics in the game, but with a number. Where a number is compared to another number. For the number go up simulator. Oh, it's almost like a cosmetic, but a numeric cosmetic. Or it, like, doesn't matter at all if you have or don't have it. But, you know, it can kind of look pretty cool if you do have it. But it doesn't really do anything beyond the cosmeticness of it. Oh, so speaking of cosmetics, the more I look at the 200 mining keep, the more it grows on me. I feel like the more I see the 200 smithing keep, I'm like, I'm definitely sticking with 100. But the more I see the 200 mining, it looks pretty clean. Can't wait till we get our 500 mining keep. No. Actually, what does the 500 mining keep look like? Actually, I don't think the wiki has a picture. No one has 500 mining yet. Wait, I just realized. Does the wiki even have a picture of it? I don't think that was one of them that had it beforehand. So yeah, I don't think there's even a picture of what the 500 mining keep looks like. I didn't think about that just now. But, yeah, it doesn't exist. That's kind of funny. Yeah, we don't even know what the 500 mining keep looks like. No one does. Unless someone's data mined the files or something. But, yeah, no one even has 500 mining yet. Reader Ore or Jester will be the first. Reader Ore is currently invisible or banned. I assume they're just invisible on leaderboard. And no one's actually gotten it yet. They're both around like 440, 450. I'm just not sure where the other person is because they're hidden right now. Hey, how's our hat collection going? Oh, blue has overtaken purple for the elf hat. Blue is officially our highest hat. Oh, Black Santa has taken elite as third highest. But yeah, blue elf. Honestly, blue elf does look pretty cool. I like how it looks with the cryonite colored armor. I still think blue pudding looks better though. And you can't go wrong with classic Santa. Oh, so I still have a random Santa hat in my drawer as well. I actually have like an entire drawer dedicated just to random holiday hats. I got like Easter Bunny ears. I got a random Santa hat. I got a, do we have a Halloween thing? I know we had an eye patch for, Talk Like a Pirate Day as well as a pirate hat. I'm trying to think what else we have in there. But yeah, it's literally just a random drawer with every holiday hat you can imagine, but IRL. That way, if I ever need to think of a holiday, it's like, oh yeah, I probably have a hat for that somewhere's in here. Just check the holiday drawer. I just realized we gained very little total level today. But in all fairness, did we train a single skill other than Stonemason that is below level 200? Because I'm pretty sure the main reason why it looks like we gained so few levels today is because what were we doing? We're training mining post 200, training smithing right now post 200. We are training watch person and detective post 200. The only skill that we've trained pre 200 this whole stream was Stonemason. I didn't realize that till just now. Because I was wondering, why does it feel like we're getting so much more Stonemason XP? It's because every single other thing we've been doing was over 200. All 4 of them. Well, technically 5 of them, but you know, 4 of them were over 200. Dog's going again. They heard something outside. Oh yeah, we still gotta go run that other ore. It kind of reminded me. We need to do that at some point. It's gonna keep bothering me until it's done. Until we can get those nice clean ore stacks going. But yeah, we should be able to do this to 203 as well as to 148 Stonemason, and then we go back to Stonemason, I think. And then when I think we're up to Basalt. The only problem with that is, unless we can etch enough, we're going to need to go further in. Because I'm pretty sure at 148 we need carpentry. It's not until 152 that we can actually use it. And I don't think we have enough basalt bank to go all the way from 148 to 152 just with enchanting stone. So that means knowledge again. There's the only problem with doing these production skills. If you don't have the items banked, you basically just have to knowledge gap all of them. And pre-200, that means you basically have to knowledge. At least post-200, you can do the AFK activity. You can beforehand as well, but it's just so much less value. Wait, what? I just realized something. Oh no, I was looking at the other number earlier. And maybe it did. Did they ban a bunch of people? Why is my hope port level so much higher? I could have sworn it said 1,000 something earlier. But I haven't trained any skill. So either 30 something people above me hid on leaderboard or they got banned. That's kind of funny. I'm not sure which. But I could have sworn we were hope port 1,000 something earlier. Today. And now it's 976. But I didn't do anything in Hopeport. So it had to either be banned or a lot of people just hiding on leaderboard. At least our ban detection is getting way better. It's probably not perfect yet, but it's definitely better than it was before. He took a vacation from updating and now he's just bot hunting in game. Also, thank you, Solter Malzak, for the 5 gifted memberships. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Oh, Group's gonna end up getting it earlier, too. I'm not sure if he's around right now. I know he's been in the past. We'll have a little surprise when he gets back later. I'm still not sure how the YouTube system works for gifting them. I think it was anyone who stopped in during the stream. Because I don't think they had to have been in recently. I think it just has to be like anyone who at any point stopped in the stream. So they may or may not still be here. But thank you so, so much. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. Hello, Soltar! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that's one thing we don't really do for the Brighter Shore streams. Which, if we ever do videos again, we always do the big old, the whole reason why we have the hellos. Anytime I do a video, it's like, hello, everyone! I am Tasta, and today we're going to be going over blah, blah, blah. That's how we start, like, every video. It's always kind of been our thing. Obviously, a lot of people do, you know, something like that, but this is the way we always kind of always did it. You know, like YouTube voice kind of thing. Obviously for streams it doesn't really happen generally. But like you start a video kind of thing. Not sure why I still do it. It just was something that kind of started and then it's like, I'll just keep doing it. Seems fine. Not sure what else to fill the beginning with, so it's not like we have like an intro card or something. So it's like, yeah, let's do this. Last Life. I wonder if they're trying to play as a hardcore right now. I feel like trying to do a Deathless run in Brighter Shores would be both very easy but very annoying. with how the current combat system works. Because if you're trying not to die, it is very free to never die. But the amount of nuisance it would be for how RNG is so annoying. You'd have to play combat so much slower than you normally would. But since we're allowed to die, we've died like a billion times. If we have a death counter for this entire account, I'm pretty sure it's over 300 deaths. Just because of how much you death warp in this game. Because it's literally a cell shop like just 10 tiles away, not even. Actually, how many tiles is it away now that I think about it? I don't think I've ever counted. Where is it? Because you come out like right there. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-ish? 13-ish? It's hard to tell. Too many boxes in the way. It's like 12 to 14 tiles away from your death warp. Which is not that bad at all. That's how far I wish a storage rift was. That's a perfect amount of tiles. Not too far, not too close. Like 12 to 14 to go and bank. No, unfortunately, you can only do that with gear. You can't do that with other items. Which, that'd be a good place to put a storage rift, too. Oh, that'd be a really good place to put a storage rift. Could you imagine? Like, right in that room. What's that, Lou Isabel again? Hope all's been well. But putting a storage rift in that room right there, where the quartermaster is, or in the infirmary. Imagine the infirmary itself. Even more of a reason to death warp. You go to the infirmary and like 5 tiles away. It's like, oh yeah, storage rift. Time to death warp. Another blue. Wow, elf is doing really good right now. There are 44 blue elf, which are our highest one right now. It's kind of funny because on day 1 we had like so many red Christmas trees compared to anything else. And now it's almost my lowest Christmas tree. And of course yellow pretty infamously took us 63. Which was very annoying, but then it became our highest at one point. But it's actually fallen behind a little bit. It's 7 behind the next highest. Or the absolute highest, I mean. Yeah, we can store all that away, get all this. Yeah, we're definitely starting to hit a bit of the grind wall in this game, but this means we have to play 4 times as much. No. But, yeah, we'll get through. I really don't mind grinds like this, though. I know for the viewing experience, I'm trying to do some things to try to keep it more interesting, talking-wise. But, I could easily do this for like 10 hours and not get bored. We could literally do a stream where all I do is make ore into bar. We're not going to. But I could, and I probably wouldn't be bored at all. Did you reach 1,000 hats already? No, we're not even close. Actually, what is the tally? We haven't added them in a while. The problem is it's really annoying to add all these, so I'm probably not going to bother right now. My brain can't handle it this late at night. But if you wish to add all these numbers, here are all of them except the last one. And then there's the last one. You can pause the stream and count, because I'm definitely not doing that right now. I will maybe later, like in the morning or off stream or at the beginning of next stream or something. To see where a hat tally is. My brain is in shut-off mode at this point. It's late at night. But that's our current hat number, whatever that is. It's definitely not 1,000, I know that for sure. It's definitely less than 1,000. But it is a very big number. Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of weird too. I don't think you can pause or wind back Twitch streams, can you? I'm surprised they never had that function yet. Or I guess they want that deliberately to always keep everything live. But yeah, you can't pause or roll back a stream in, well, not roll back, I'm not sure what you'd call it. Or scrub a stream. Whatever you'd call that little scrub bar thing at the bottom of a video. Or a live stream on YouTube. It allows you to go through to a certain point rather than, you know, always forced to whatever live is. So if something happens and it's like, oh, we just got a thing! And then you missed it, it's like, oh, no. You can still see it because, you know, you just wind back. Like that 4-star we got earlier in stream, right? I wish. We didn't actually get the 4-star, by the way. We got 3 stars, but no 4-star. Which is sad. We still have not seen the all-elusive post-200 4-star yet. It's out there somewhere. We will eventually get it one day. But not today. It would have been cool to get it on the 44th day, the 4-star, but we'll get it on a cool different 4-day. Or just on a random day when we just go grind something and kill something. It's like, oh yeah, 4-star 265 or something. Off the Wasp when we need to go gear on them or something. Because realistically, that's what we're getting the 4-star on. The 265 Wasp in Chronopolis. That guy right there, the 265. That are 284 because we can stab him with blue. Because honestly, stabbing the other guy with blue is probably easier than the Wasp. The problem with the Wasp is we have to use neutral damage. Whereas the blob thing is weak to blue. Which we do very well as a Cryo Knight. But yeah, as soon as we hit 200% meter here, we'll be able to go to Stonemason. Finish out all of our basalt. See what level that brings us to. And who knows, man, that brings us all the way to granite. The only big issue with that is I might have to go do some kind of side activity again to go get the rest of our knowledge. But if we do, hey, smithing. Never know. Oh, someone's calling our name. Hello. Oh, T. Wait, is that your hat or my hat? I assume that's my hats. Either way, congrats, or T, or one. I'm not sure which. But it is our hats. That sounds about correct. That's a lot. Not 1,000 yet, though. There's definitely people with 1,000, though. Like, anyone in top 3 leaderboard definitely is. Like, Meadow and Peticio and Yips. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. We'll get there probably by Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Something around there. Not really hat hunting. If you want to maximize hats, you got to do something that's like quick knowledge. Like Forager or Merchant or Combat. But I'm not really trying to get like 100 all hats or 200 all hats or something. However many we have by the end is just a cool number to look at. I'm not really trying to get a really big number. Just another thing for our number up, go up simulator to have another number go up. 20 numbers, in fact. That's a lot of numbers to go up. I wonder if he's going to do that every holiday. He's just going to be a lot of them. You know how many hats we're going to have there? Imagine if Easter we get another 20 hats that are all going to be like, you know, 80 something. Yeah, I'm trying to think whatever other holiday he would do. I know originally he only did what? He only did Christmas, Halloween, and Easter, I believe. I'm trying to think of any other holiday he did back in the day. I think those are the only ones that had like a special event. Because I don't think the New Year's events existed at the time. I know there's something Old School does, but I don't think he did it during the Andrew Gower years. Not sure if he would do an anniversary. Plus, even if they were anniversary events, I'm pretty sure he's doing it based on 1.0 launch, not based on beta launch. So it wouldn't be like November of next year, it'd be whenever the launch is. Which would be like, you know, March, April, May, June, July, whenever he ends up doing it. Oh, I need to go restart the timer, don't I? Whoops. Stakes have been made. Let's see, grab all that. Grab that. Yeah, only one more smithing level to go. As in 1/4 of a bar. But I always like to look at them as like 4 levels. So every time you get a 1/4 of a bar, it's like, oh yeah, you did 1 level. I think it makes it more manageable. So you could break up every single one into smaller little pieces. Because post 200, that matters. Because you can't just be like, oh, I'm going to go get like 10 levels in a skill real quick. That's not something that happens post 200. If you look at each skill as like 4 individual levels, it's like, oh yeah, we got our 3 levels into our 202. It's more manageable that way. I'm still not sure what I'm doing about 200 bone rate, by the way. Because the answer in the back of my head is we do 200 gatherer first. But 200 gatherer is not like a we'll get that done in 1 day grind. That is like a we commit a pretty strong week to it and still might not be done grind. If we commit like 70% of like an entire week to it, there's still a chance we come out of that without 200 gatherer. I think the best way we should do it is every day at maximum that we do a gatherer, we go, that's not gather, that's bone rate. We go from 1 bone to the next. So if I was to do gatherer, let's say tomorrow hypothetically, might not be that hypothetical, but hypothetically, let's say we do gatherer tomorrow, we'd go from 66 to 79, that would be 1 bone increase. And then if the following day, if we hypothetically also did it again, we'd go from 79 to 94, and then so on and so forth. Until we hit 200. In which case we definitely don't keep doing that because that would take forever. But yeah, then from 94 we could do from 112 and get a rank upgrade. Would make a little bit of an exception for this because for whatever reason they're so close together. Where you only have to do the ram horn for like 3 until you're at the 115. It's really weird. I'm not sure why they're so close together. And then the 115 can go all the way till... Oh, the 115 is the other exception. Oh, no, there's a femur in there. Never mind. The 115 goes to the 130 femur. 130 femur goes to 148 goat, but I'll probably do sage in between. Femur is actually going to be a weird one because I'm probably not going to grab that many femurs. Not only is banking really weird for it, but since I'll have a 25 sickle by then, I'm actually going to do 130 to 135. So only 5 levels of femur. So I get the dock leaf for 8 levels to sage, and then sage for 5 levels until goat horn. Because Dock Leaf and Sage are for 7% increase to the 7% Hope Forest potion, which we need for carpentry. It's basically just free carpentry XP right there. Even though it's not directly carpentry, but that's exactly what we'll be using it for. As well as free alchemy XP, of course. And then we get the sickle upgrade. Oh, which we actually get during the Sage. That's kind of nice. And then you have Goat Horn till... Oh, that's the current leak I think I could use too. At my current cooking level. We're only at like 88 cooking, but we need a 153 leak. So that actually would assist our current cooking if we do go for them. That would be the first leak that would actually be worth it. As is actually our current cooking level. And Goat Horn's one of those kind of annoying ones too, so maybe we would do that. And pivot over to the leak. The only problem is the leak has no benefit at all. We won't have the extra percent on it. However, every single one we get is 1 less leak we need to buy for cooking. Which might be worth it. These will help fill the gap between 148 and 161 a little bit. But they're probably both pretty comparable XP rate, though. There might even be Goat Horn even quicker by then. Because we should have, what, 20% bonus by then? Because 10% from the tool, 10% from the enchant. So we should have 20%. So the leaks without 20% might actually be worse than just doing Goat Horn. And then Ram Horn to Bone Spike, Bone Spike. Gosh, why is this such a small gap again? Why do you barely have to do Ram Horn at the higher level range? I feel like at the lower level range, you have to camp it a lot longer. Or at least at the level range we were at. You see, yeah, why is this one so weird at the higher level range? Like the mid-range, whatever you want to call this. We had to do Goat Horn from, I guess it was a Ram Horn. Oh no, is Ram Horn or Goat Horn different? We had to do that one for 13. Which is more like a standard bone interval. And after we get to that really good bone spike again, we ignore everything else. Because we definitely don't need that. I believe that's for the better Arborate potion, which we do not care about to the slightest degree. So yeah, we'd probably skip all that to go straight to Femur. These bone shards are just so good. Anytime you see a spike, the bone spikes, they are the best banking one. And probably the best bone for us to ever do. And then you have the really good, basically iron ore equivalents all the way at 197. The problem is this one's really annoying to do, though. I can definitely consider that 200 AFK. I'm not sure what you even get from that, though. You get a star beetle. What on earth is a star beetle used for? Do you just sell it? What on earth do you use a star beetle for? Star beetle. Because that's a post 200 AFK right there. I'll go check that in a second. Okay, what on earth is a star beetle? Oh, you use it for forensics potion. What level of forensics is this by any chance? 200? Well, that's dead content. Oh, that's unfortunate. So any AFK I would do for that, if I wanted to skip some of the gathering grind, is a completely useless secondary that almost no one would even care about when trading comes out. It's used for the level 200 forensics, which oddly enough I do need right now. But we'll stop needing very soon. Actually, no, I didn't even need it anymore. Never mind. That would only been good from 200 to 209. But yeah, that potion is very pointless. All the forensics in general is just so annoying. Because unless you're making it from scratch, it's not worth it. And the process to make it from scratch is not worth it. So, it's in a weird place. And that's what that beetle is. So that's really bad for Gatherer then. The best Gatherer AFK would definitely be the ones that give you Bone Right AFK. So for example, the best post 200 one that we end up getting starts at, oh, that's rough. Oh, that's really rough. 288. Wonderful. Obviously, there's other ones we could utilize in between if we really were going all out on it. But yeah, 288 is the first good post 200 AFK for Gatherer. That's not good. That's a bigger number than you'd want it to be. Obviously, there's alternatives prior to then. But the one that gives a really good item that you actually care about is until 288. If that lets you do the Bone Right AFK around the same level range. Which I could tell you exactly which one. It lets you do the, Wait, is there another one? I think it lets you do the 246 Knickknacks turtle figure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, hello, Lester. Welcome, welcome. The ball has been well. Oh, the timer just expired. Did I not reset the timer? Alright, let me go reset the potion. I think I reset the potion like 3 times, but every single time I forget to reset the timer. Which is driving me crazy. Because I could have sworn I just picked this up like 3-4 times already. But every time I keep resetting the potion, but not the timer, so I keep thinking I haven't done it. There we go. Reset timer. There we go. It's been done. Oh, because I keep looking at the repeat button rather than... I see what's happening. I'm clicking the reset button rather than the play button. Apparently clicking the reset only resets it and doesn't actually restart it. Only does if you have a perpetual timer going with the loop on. But I'm so glad we figured out how to make this thing on screen. So much more convenient, especially for merchant runs. So we never lose track of it. Plus, it's always fun having a random timer top tick down. Not literally tick, but you know what I mean. It actively ticking down would be a very annoying sound. But timers are more fun than no timers. It's more numbers to do more things. For our number addiction. More numbers better than less numbers. We need all the numbers. Fill the screen with all the numbers. Not enough numbers on screen. Alright, I think I only need one more set, and we are good to go on Bone Right again. So I might as well drink it now, actually. Give me that. Oh, inventory space too full. Of course it is. Alright, 2 more sets and we're good to go. And since we're on a boost, I might as well just run the rest of the inventory while we're over here. And then we'll go do all of our Stonemason things. Then once we depleted everything we do for Stonemason and need to acknowledge it again, we go back to smithing. That'll give us at least 203 smithing. And then, yeah, we're good to go. Well, so I think I almost have 1,000 iron bars. I guess I could start producing them. Because with how much time we have left, I think we can finish the rest of our stack before the end of the stream, hopefully. And kind of do a cash out like we did at the end of last stream. Where we cashed out all the iron tier 5 we had. I think we're going to do the same tonight as well. And just cash out every last one we have. I don't have any boost potion because I used all the cryo earlier for the other thing we were doing. We are about 12.5 gold. Should be able to finish the stream on about 14, 15 gold. Probably close to 14. And of course for our next upgrade, which will be our sickle, will be, what, 18 gold or so. So we're pretty much already there. We'll definitely have it by tomorrow. I just realized, will there be enough time? Yeah, there should be. This is a 30-second action. Barely. We gotta speed run that Stonemason. And then might as well store the rest away because we're not gonna be able to do the rest in time. The other last 6, it's not gonna make it in time for the potion. This one will, the other one won't though. Alright, off to Stonemason. Also to double check how many bars we have. There we go. Alright, how many do we have? Deposit all, deposit all. 663. Not as many as I thought, but we can make that work. Alright, anyways. We can now do basalt. As well as a weapon that we're never going to make. Should be this one right here. Yep, there it is, 148. And then we have our granite after that at 1... Oh, we have a lot of granite. At 169, nice. And then, these are useless. I'm not sure why I even gathered these. Other than I need some mining XP and didn't want to go get it through other means. But these are, like, so pointless. I just sell them to the shop. Because I'm not going to bother using the AFK for them, I don't think. At 195. I don't know, we'd make money from it, so maybe we'll cash them in. I don't know. The problem is that's like 3 nights of running that when we could be running something so much better. And if I just put knowledge into it, it would be way better. Because it's so close to the threshold. Anyways. Oh yeah, I wanted to go double check the Death Stone is what I wanted to go do. It's like the last threshold. 179. So yeah, that's when we hit the wall, is after the granite then. Once we hit the 169 granite, whatever that granite brings us to is our total amount. Because I have nothing banked there forth. Unless we could use that flint. Like, level can we use the flint? Okay, 189 we're saved again a little bit. But barely. And I'm pretty sure basalt goes over. Let me double check. Where's the next tier basalt? Not the one we're about to run, but the other one. Yeah, the other basalt we're already at 200. So at that point it's too late. Well, not too late. I still need post 200. Not much though. We do eventually need 206. No, time to get more basalt. Psst. But, yeah, it's going to be a little rough. Maybe we do that AFK, we'll see. But, yeah, getting to 206 will be a little rough, but then we're in the clear for forever. After we hit that 206. Alright, anyways. For now, basalt. Oh yeah, I don't need this timer anymore. We can go in now. You've served us well, timer. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? So we're doing basalt then. Long story short, let's go run the basalt. But I'm going to be walled off because I can't use this basalt, even though I can etch it right now. I can't properly use it until 152. So I need 4 more levels. And I am pretty sure doing all these being etched will not get us 4 levels. 1 for sure, 2 maybe. Beyond that, not so much. So we're still going to have to scrap together like 9 knowledge. Which would mean smithing time. Which honestly, he's probably going to be smithing for the rest of the stream after we finish out Stonemason then. Because once we etch all these... Oh, we're going to run out of gas soon too. Wait, hold up. I didn't account for gas. Oh no. Do we have to do a gas run right now? Are we going to bother doing that? If I do, it's only going to be 1 inventory. I'm not going to max it out right now, I don't think. But yeah, we finally ran out of gas. That's not good. But we might have to go out of our way just to do a gas run. Because how many is that? 6, 1. Yeah, we don't have enough. I'd have to do a gas run. I might just do that after this inventory then. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, I want to do 1 inventory though. I'm not going to fill all the way to max at the moment. I probably should, but I'm not going to. 240 should hold us over for the rest of the stream for sure. Hey, if trading ever comes out, I'd pay 1 gold right about now for a full inventory of gas. Could use it right about now. Actually, I'm not sure if I'd pay that much. I'm hoping that the market's closer to 500 silver. It's hard to know at any given time what the market will be at. Alright, let's go get our gas. Need a gas brick. Wow, Double A is still here. He was doing that all of yesterday and all of today. He has not stopped on his Stonemason grind. He really wants those levels. So we're getting really good at perfect tentacle room. We haven't messed it up in a very, very, very long time. I wish you could move quicker through this. I get that it's supposed to be like a thick gas water thing or whatever on Earth is supposed to be happening here. But, the movement hindrance definitely makes it a bit more annoying. Oh, wait, do they all spawn over there? Oh, it's that other guy that spawns weirdly. Yeah, I can go for a double over there then. I don't know, they're kind of weird. I'll say how they hide behind the thingy. So we're both in like perfect cycle. Oh, I got 1 tile on him though. Oh wait, he spawned over here this time. There we go. Don't you run from me. Get back over here. Let's see if we get a perfect cycle this time. Okay, is it random where they spawn in there? Or did I just grab it in a weirder order that time? I didn't know that one always spawns up. Yeah, it seems to be the same spot. Alright, let's go get our gas. Yeah, I'm only going to run 1 inventory. I'm not going to fill up the whole tank. We'll be here for the next half an hour if we were. But I'm just going to do one set. This should hold us over for the rest of the stream, which is all we need for now. Oh, so I still don't know why there's 3 vents in here, by the way. Ooh, forest green soapstone. I don't think I've ever mined in this room, ever. Though I will at 254 for the first time. And 395. But all these other ones we never bothered using. I didn't bother doing post 200 mining until, you know, post 200. Like everything beforehand, unless you're doing it on like an all account, just isn't worth it. Yeah, that'll be the first time we ever get to use it then, 254. I don't think I've ever seen anyone using this. You can technically do it as early as 35. Actually, there was one person one time. It was probably exactly at the 35 activity, though. They were low enough level where it was definitely the 35. Yeah, there's quite a few rooms where I haven't mined the rock. I didn't mine it there. I've never mined this one over here. The one in this one. The Myth Stone. There's a few other spots I've never mined at, but as we get higher level, we'll finally go visit them when applicable. Oh, so I just realized putting gas in it increases it by only 3 bronze. That's kind of funny. Why? Why is it that low? I think I just teleported back, but oh well. Technical room is more fun. Alright, we got our gas. We're good to go for the rest of the stream now. Why is this room so crowded? I feel like the smithing one is never that crowded. I feel like the stonemason place always has way more people. I guess it would be the same way if the guardian place was actually useful. Because the guardian one is set up that way. The problem with smithing is it has a double room divide. So it splits everyone doing smithing into 2 rooms. One room over here. And then one room over there. Whereas the other ones, they do have a double room, but they're right next to each other. So it seems like less of a divide. You just go from one to the other. But the reason why the bone rate one seems so much less populated is there are 0 people ever training bone rate. By normal means. Maybe not 0, but that number is very low. Compared to smithing or stonemason. I wonder if this is a statistic on the percent of bone rate levels gained post 20 through knowledge rather than actually training it. Because I'm willing to make a bet it's more than 50%. I am pretty sure more than 50% of all levels on bone rate beyond level 20, particularly the 20 to 200 range, has been done with knowledge or AFK activity. And not through actually training the skill. Forget what rock I'm even doing right now. Good old basalt. But even this room has so many people. Almost every single AFK stall is filled. Let alone all the people running the machine. Yeah, 11 people in the room. The one I'm pretty sure is max capacity because it seems so bustling as well. I'll go check when I go by there later. Because that room, it feels like the leather worker room, and that it always feels like it's only like 1 or 2 off from max capacity at any given time. Also, I don't feel like you can cancel smithing or the etching of the stones is the same way that you can the bone rate. Because I feel like whenever I'm dunking the bones, it's so easy to accidentally cancel. When you click a little early here, I don't think it really cancels you. Though, you know what I think it really is? It's the, alright, maybe it does still. But I think the biggest issue is when you're dunking bones, they look like they're finished about a second before they actually are. Whereas the bars and stones, the animation finishes at a time where it's more aligned with the bar. Because if you look at this loading bar above us right now, and then go look over at how yellow they are, it looks like they're, yeah, around then. Whereas bones, it almost looks like a full second earlier that they're completely done. But in actuality, they aren't. Hey, what's the nearby player here? Yeah, 19 in the Stonemason room. Pretty sure it's max capacity. It's like 19 or 20. So yeah, it's pretty much max at any given time. This room a little less crowded. It's still 13 people. Half of which are like true AFK though. Just doing the idle activity. Oh, is that what the soap's for? Is making a candle. Wait, out of stone? Is that what soapstone is for? No, never mind. He made a vase. Actually, not sure what you use soapstone for. It was like level 35. So what's the activity here? Make like a weird soap thing? Because I don't feel like that's for the other activity. I don't think soap would melt particularly well. But you could definitely chisel soap into an object. Yeah, there it is. Soapstone figures. I guess the soapstone is still stone. That's weird. Is that a thing in real life? Soapstone? Really hard soap. I feel like it isn't. Because that sounds rough to use. It sounds like soap that would last for like a year though. It's not just soap, it's soapstone. The soapstone brand of soap. Last you 1 year or your money back guaranteed. It's really hard soap or really soft stone, true. Oh, hello, Eddie. Welcome, welcome. It's probably just really soft stone. But it's funnier to think of it as really hard soap. Really hard soap is funnier than really soft stone. But it's realistically probably really soft stone. But really hard soap is way funnier. That's like the soap you would have in jail. Soapstone. You could stone someone to death with it and use it to clean yourself. Good old soapstone. You definitely don't want to drop that soap, that's for sure. Gonna lose a leg. If you drop the soapstone on you. Or I should say a foot. You know what I mean.
I stuck my dailies at a really weird time. Aren't they ready soon? Yeah, 2 hours from now. How much more stream time do we have, roughly? Before the timer's like, no. Because honestly, we might just end it when we go to our adventures then. Because that's around when we would normally end. Yeah, around there. Yeah, that'll work out perfectly then. Our adventure timer is also our stream timer then. Because that's about how much longer we'll go, about 2 hours, roughly. So that'll work out perfectly. Because obviously the adventures take a little bit. It's not like they instantly get done. Pretty close to instant, but not quite. But that's something I still haven't unlocked yet. I still have 0 post 200 ventures. Mostly because the other 2 are a nightmare to go grind for, and we don't plan to quite yet. I would either do 231 mining or 284 detective. Actually, 87? Yeah, 287 detective. That is rough. I'll get there. No time soon, though. Sometime next month, early on. The last shower soap brands you ever need? Yeah. The forever soap. We're actually getting a lot more XP from this than I thought we would. We're already at half a level. And we've done 120. Oh, no, that's about where I thought it would be. A little over 150. Because we said about 2 levels, yeah. The problem is we're still going to be around 7 knowledge short? 6, 7 knowledge? Probably 7. We're 7 knowledge short of being able to do stone disc. Otherwise I can't use these because the other one requires carpentry. And you know we're not doing that. So, yeah, we're going to need 7 knowledge points somehow. And I'm probably not going to do any activity quick enough to do it. So once we finish etching these stones, it's probably the last of Stonemason we could do for now. At least for today. But by tomorrow, I'll be able to go actually process them then. And keep working up our grind. Because for whatever reason, we have a lot of granite. I think the main reason I got granite is I knew I wouldn't get a lot of the death stone, which I didn't. Because we basically have to go all the way from 169 granite all the way to 189 tier 5 flint. Which is basically the iron ore of Stonemason. Aristocat. Or Aristocat. I know it's not a cat, it's the other Aristocat. Not the cat one, but the gosh, the government related one. Hey, CBD's here. I wonder what I was doing on his base 50 grand. Not sure if he finished or gave up yet. No, he's not gonna give up. Let me go check. I wish I could go to your friends list and just auto check someone. Like, I wish I could click on this, and instead of go to same server, I wish I could just click on check on leaderboard. CBD. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Still got to do scout. 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. A lot of 50. Wait, did he finish? Maybe it just hasn't updated. It seems weird to leave like 3 scout levels left. Oh, maybe he's making a Stonemason weapon for it. For the final few levels. Because there's a new enemy you could fight at 47. Or, you know, it's that exact level range. So he could be doing a weapon upgrade or something. But yeah, it seems like he achieved his base 50. Because he could just be not updated. He might already have it. Now to go for base 100. No. We tell you the way. Oh, so I like how if I go check how many people are in this room right now, the game thing will say there's probably like almost 15. Yeah, when you look at how many people are here, because they're all stacked on each other, it looks like almost like 2 people. But there's actually 8. Which is not that many. Where'd all the people go? Come back! Where'd everyone go? You do that in the leather maker room and it'll say like 19 when it looks like there's like 4 people there. Because everyone's just like multi-stacked on each other. Cooking reset in 4 minutes? Yeah, I've been ignoring them so hard. I've had my same cooking bounty since Monday. I don't think I've last run them since Sunday. We've basically gone a whole week without doing cooking. I just saw how rough it's going to be in like 2 more levels and I just can't be bothered to keep doing it now. I'll probably clear out what I have at some point. I really need to, but then, yeah, we're probably done with cooking. We're about to hit the wall if we don't go get fishing and forager and a bunch of other stuff. Unless we either want to do AFK stew or just burn money for XP. Oh, so many Santa hats. There's 4 people with Santa. And another person with Santa, except different color. And another one with Santa, but different color. And another Santa, but different color. It's all like all colors at this point. Oh, we saw a non-Santa there. How could he betray us? This is a Santa-only room. Oh no, I got an elf hat. How could I? I betrayed everyone. I got a yellow elf. Hey, that guy's wearing the other beanie one too. There's only 2 people in this room that are wearing non-Santa. Actually, only one. I think it's that guy who just saw in the pudding beanie. Oh no, there's 2 people in the pudding beanie. I do like the design of it. I do have to say. Out of any of them that aren't Santa, definitely pudding beanie. Santa Hatch is such a classic though. Alright, we're going to start putting some of the smithing AFK. Main reason for this is by the time we get 206, we need to have it fully activated. I was thinking to do that pretty soon as well because I only need an AFK detective probably for 2 more nights, maybe 3 at most. And after that, I need a new one. And ideally, my new one is 206 smithing. Which means between now and Monday night? Yeah, I believe now and Monday night, we would need to get, yeah, because that'd be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'd be 3 nights. Yeah, that's 100%. So by now and Monday night, maybe even Sunday night, but definitely Monday night, we need to have 206 smithing and all the knowledge to go with it. We're currently at 20 out of 36. As well as needing, you know, 3 more levels. Well, technically 4, but, you know, other one's pretty much done. And it will be by the end of tonight. Well, we'll keep working on it, keep poking at it. I feel like after stream has just been just production like this, though. It seems to be happening more and more. That's the only problem with, like, the really big, longer grinds. Is, yeah, more of it will get a little samey. But do we need it for the precious 4-star? One other thing to keep in mind is, we actually will be able to go make an improved 4-star for, the, raid den grind. Because one of the reasons I've been focusing Stonemason so hard right now is a couple days ago, I think yesterday, 2 days ago, we ended up getting a level 211 bone rate weapon for chapter 4. This is relevant because now we don't need 200 bone rate in order to go infuse one. So by then I'll have like a, you know, 200 something smithing, like 205, 206. We'll have our 199 stonemason ready to go. And then we'll combine all that into, boom, a, like around a, what, a 204, 205? Somewhere around there. You go double check the number. Yeah, let's say we did do it. Let me go double check it. I haven't actually even checked this number yet. Even though this is the goal we've been going for the last couple of days since we got that drop. I'm not even sure what the number is. Let me go check. So let's say hypothetically. 199 plus 211 equal... actually, I need the other number. Let's just say it's a 205 by then. 205 divided by 3. It would make exactly a 205. Perfect. Alright, we got a plan then. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I could have done that without calculating. Because you could just take any other number from it. But yeah, with our 211 bone rate weapon, a 205 two-hand, which will be a little bit annoying to get, but we will go do it for it, and a 199 stonemason, we will end up forming from it a 205 two-hand. That is a 4-star. It'll be our first post-200 one. It's not quite the same as getting one as a drop or something else like that, but I don't know, it's not awful. A 205 two-hand for it. That'll be our best weapon we could really run at the 219. Well, obviously our best would be a 219 two-hand, but the second best is a 205 two-hand. Because that's the best we're going to get. Until later down the line. And yes, a 205 4-star is better than a 219 3-star, I'm pretty sure. I think. Oh, even if it wasn't, we do not have 205 smithing by then. I mean, we don't have 219 smithing, I mean, by then. We'll have 205, but not 219. "209 Watchmen, you lie." Wait, what do we lie about? You said you stopped. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you were not here for the rest of the stream. What happened? Oh, yeah, I should explain what happened. I forgot you weren't here. So, you said you were going to sleep, and then we said we'd probably still be here when you wake up, and here we are. Oh, wait, why am I grabbing the etch one? But anyways, yeah, we did get an extra level, didn't we? So what happened was, before 218 at 217 and like 3/4 or something, we ended up getting a mace drop, a level 218 3-star mace. We're also getting a 218 3-star body that we're currently wielding right now. Right over here. This body right here. But, oh, that's funny. It sells for 219, but it's a 218. But anyways, but basically, we got a 218 yellow mace, and they're weak to yellow. And we already had the weapon from what we crafted earlier, the 199. So we were like, okay, let's just go for another level and test out the mace. We kind of already did a bunch of DPS calculators beforehand and already knew it wouldn't be worth it. But basically, yeah, it was barely worth it. We got extra defense, but our DPS was lower. Barely lower, but it wasn't that much of an improvement. What was nice is we were using only one yellow Tempest Day potion per fight rather than a healing potion, but we still needed heals, so it didn't really save that much money. But, I don't know, we just kind of tested it for once. Long story short, mace and a lot of other weapons completely trash until special attacks come out or a weapon rework. But yeah, we're just messing around with it for a level. That's why it says 219 instead of 218. Also, no, we did not get a 4-star. Unfortunately. We tried, we did not get it. At this point, we're settling on the 205 two-hand. That'll be our first post-200 4-star. And we can make it as soon as we have 199 Stonemason, pretty much. Because by then, we'll definitely have 205 smithing. And the bone rate component we guys are dropped, so we're already good to go. So I don't need the level for it for this one particular craft. The overall did go well. We did get three stars, but we did not get a 4-star, unfortunately. And we gave up after like 4 or 5 hours, whatever it was that took us to get to 219 from 216 or whatever it was. Well, we put forward for good effort, but we still haven't gotten one. We'll get one eventually. But no time soon, because we're pretty much done with post-200 combat for a long while. Aside from AFK and raid dens. They're probably not going to be particularly AFK at the starting level, but they will get there at some point. And our weapon's not going to be the greatest, but making our best weapon at a 205 4-star isn't bad. It should hold over till the whole time. We can technically run that the entire time, but we will eventually want a weapon upgrade just to kill them quicker. Once the EXP penalty gets too high, we're going to need a weapon to also go with it. The only problem is I won't be able to do it on the hags. And the reason why this weapon is so important is I'm probably not getting an upgrade all the way from now until 265 or 284. Which is a mile and a half away. So we'll be using that 205 4-star for a long while. Same thing happened last time around. I think I made like a 137 4-star two-hand. And I basically used it almost to 199. Or, you know, until we had like the 199 craftable stuff. So that was like a 60 level gap before we got an improvement. Due to bad RNG and just needing to make it ourselves. And the two-hand we did end up making ourselves with some scraps we had. Same way that we're kind of going to be doing it this time around as well. Except this time we're going to be able to make 2 of the 3 components, whereas last time I think I only made 1, the smithing component. But now we'll be able to make the smithing and the stonemason component. Not quite there yet, but we're getting there. And at this point, we're probably going for about another hour and a half. Our ventures are pretty much today's timer. Just so we don't forget them. And because that's normally what we would pretty much end anyways. Goals within that time is to go run every basalt into this machine and go get a smithing level if we can. Though if I do the smithing, I'll probably be doing it by selling stuff so we can go make some gold and get like 1.3 gold an hour. Because we're at 12.5 gold pretty much right now, which isn't too bad. We're getting there. It's not a lot, but number go up. And of course we need about 18 for the next upgrade, which I'm pretty sure is sickle at this point, we have decided. And after sickle, I think I'm going 25 all the foraging ones. Because I'm going for the woodcutting skip. I really shouldn't be, but I'm going to ignore it for as long as we can. And I'd rather 200 gather and 200 forager before I even touch woodcutting. Just so we don't have to do carpentry. But also because I want the 7% XP pots that we'd get from it for forest, so that whenever we do carpentry, it is 7% more bearable. Yeah, I hope you guys are ready in about 2 weeks from now for the, or actually maybe like 3 weeks from now when that happens. The 12-hour carpentry stream! No, that's why we're putting off woodcutting carpentry for as long as possible. Because eventually that's not going to be a joke. Last time I did carpentry, I actually got a headache so bad I had to end the stream early. It is actually the only time we've ever streamed ended a stream early because of like something health related. Or I had like such a bad headache that I just had to stop. I'm pretty sure there was other factors going into that. That wasn't just carpentry, but I like to believe that it was 100% only because of carpentry. Just could prepare all the conversation topics. I know. I'm gonna need to write up like a notepad of like 100 things to talk about, because yeah, it's gonna be a rough time. Confirmed that the skill who kills people must be removed from game. Wood-related puns? That wouldn't go over well. Yeah, don't get me started. We'll have like 1,000 puns ready. You just need to be willing to branch out. Ah, that's a good one too. But yeah, at some point we do have to get 200 carpentry. Specifically 208. Oh gosh, that's rough. We have to do 8 post-level carpentry. You know how long that's gonna take? That's like a year-long grind. No, but I forgot. We need 208 before we can ignore carpentry for the rest of the time, for the rest of our life. Until we need some kind of product from it. But yeah, 208. We're not going to do that all in one go, obviously. That's obviously a long-term thing. But at 208, we can basically ignore the carpentry skill. But not before then. You need to make sure you stick to it. Oh, gosh. It's starting. The one good thing about carpentry, though, it does have a decent amount of AFK time. And if queuable actions are out by then and it works on it, that's actually like a 3-4 minute AFK. Like probably a 3-minute AFK. Not 4-minute. But it's almost like a 3-minute AFK. Which maybe a little lower than that because I forgot. You only have to do 12 then 24. But yeah, it's like 2.5 minute AFK. That's not bad. If you can queue up both of them together when queuable actions come out, which hopefully you can for something like that. If you can, that's not bad at all. 2.5 minute AFK. That'll be so much more bearable. The actual activity itself is still just as bad though. But at least the AFK time would be like pretty much twice as much as it is now. Assuming queuable actions work on it. That's definitely a grind. We'd 100% wait until queuable actions are in the game. There's one of those where it's basically required for our sanity. Because at least then, you might be able to queue a whole set. Because you could queue both and then queue the cell. And then, boom. You just queued basically everything. You might even be able to queue the walk outside and bank them pretty easily. Which would be even more AFK. Because it takes more time for him to walk all the way to the storage thing out there than it is to go and sell it to the guy. Which might make banking them actually viable, finally. Because right now, it's not really particularly viable to bank carpentry supplies. But if you can queue a walk with carpentry, or, you know, if you can queue one part of the carpentry, queue the other part of the carpentry, and then queue up a walk to outside, not to the actual bin, but, you know, near the bin, that would be really good as far as AFK time. That's a solid 3-minute, and you'd be right at the storage bin when you return and go do an action. After you do carpentry, for you seeing roots, and you will need to think for a minute about which one they're talking about. No, I think the two banks do make sense when you compare it to like leatherworker bank and stuff like that. Because you have to keep in mind, carpentry is this worse leatherworker. And think about where the leatherworker banks are. And then think where the woodcutting banks are. And then it makes sense why it's like that. Because carpentry is this worse leathermaker. But leathermaker has the exact same divide. Where the one where you need to process it is at the place. AKA the logs, or in the other case, the leather. And then the other bank is a mile away. Like how leather bank is compared to the, whatever you call it, the carpentry one. Like, it makes sense why they're there. It's just not ideal. Because unlike the carpentry one you can sell immediately. Whereas the leather one you can't. So for leather, you basically have a choice like, oh, do I want to bank it or do I want to sell it? But when it comes to carpentry, you either sell it or you lose EXP rate. It's not a matter of, oh, both the sell and bank is about the same distance. The biggest issue with carpentry is sell is like 1 tile away, like a few tiles away, and bank is 10 miles away, which is the biggest issue that carpentry has. Is selling is way quicker than buying. I mean, is way quicker than banking, I mean. Selling is way quicker than banking. But when it comes to leatherworker, they're both about the same amount of time. I think banking is slightly quicker, but obviously selling is more enticing. So they're both pretty fairly even. But carpentry, selling is like 20 times closer than banking due to how few tiles away it is. I'm pretty sure it's 2 tiles away, whereas banking is 30-something tiles. Whereas for leathermaker, they're both pretty similar. The bank distance and sell distance. So you have more of a choice of which one you want to do. Whereas carpentry, you're basically just wasting time if you're banking. Which is the main reason why banking there is so bad. Even if you need the material. If you really need the material, obviously bank it, but otherwise, it's always sell. When you use crafting skills that involve wood, do you just buy it? Yes. At least currently. Well, when we eventually do carpentry, especially with queuable actions, I do plan to bank a lot of it. Particularly like the tier 4 stuff and higher. Maybe even some tier 3. But tier 4 and higher, I definitely plan to bank. Like the stuff that you can actually make 199s out of is when I start banking them. As well as anything beyond that. Because in player market, they're going to sell way better. So it's going to be worth the extra walk. That or we might even need it ourselves. But yeah, I only plan to do it at tier 4 though. Tier 4 is the earliest I'll start banking them. Like everything. Anything prior to that is just sell. It's not worth it. If you ever need a few, you can just buy from the shop. Yeah, I don't mind spending time banking when it comes to any skill. The only exception is carpentry. Low level carpentry is just such bad value to bank. Like tier 4 is like the lowest point where it starts to become worth it. Compared to selling it to the shop like 2 tiles away. So Dub is still here. He's been doing 2 days straight of nothing but Stonemason. You think we're doing it a ton. Imagine doing it for like 20 hours over the last 2 days. I think we've only done it for like 4 or 5 hours. He's not even Hammer Mage either. He's just training it like we are. Like, as a Hammer Mage, it makes more sense, but, you know, a lot of other people are just trying to get, like, 200 and other things for that. Get to those precious AFK activities post 200. I almost wish there was a way to run multiple AFK activities. They're just so good. Like, it's such a good feature, I wish we could do it more than once. Technically, you can with all 3 of your accounts all doing one. But, I wish one account could do more than one. I know that would never happen because that'd be so broken. It would almost be more effective to AFK than it would even be to train anything. Can you imagine that, though? Imagine if you could do more than one passive activity at once. The problem with that is, yeah, you'd have so much less needs to actually play the game itself. Because one passive activity is strong, but not stronger than actually playing. 2 passive activities post 200 get pretty close to almost like actual XP rate. Especially for how much nothing you have to do. And by 3, you would definitely actually be exceeding some in-game rates. While only clicking once for like 24 hour. Which is probably why that will never happen. More venture slots aren't as broken in that regard. Because of how they're scaled. But they're never going to make it so you can do more than one passive. As broken as that would be. And as funny as it would be, they're definitely never going to make it a thing. I just feel like there's so many passes I need to be doing right now, and you can only ever do one. And picking which one you need to prioritize is just so annoying. There's always at least multiple that you need to be doing at any given point. But you must only choose one. Yeah, if you got a sheer thing, you wouldn't get the EXP of it, but you could get the items of it. It would make alchemy a lot easier. Like, alchemy, when you need multiple components, would be so free. Because you'd have one account forging one account gathering the other, or whatever, and then, you know, boom, potion. It would also make some things viable that aren't currently that viable. Like XP potions that are the AFK XP potions, for example. Like if you had some all accounts kind of, you know, prepping them, doing the other AFK for, and then, you know, trading them over to your other account. I'm curious to see how that dynamic works if you actually can trade from account to account directly. Because it's going to be so easy to get other accounts geared. Like, this account could just insta-send everything and just like, oh, they're all geared already. Don't need to worry about trading or anything. Just craft a bunch of stuff for like half an hour and boom, they're geared. And even without the skill, if you just do trading and then, you know, trade it over, it could still work. We were going to get a lot closer to 152 than I thought we would here. Not too bad. Still going to be a little ways away, though. I just realized I do have to go waste money when we go do the 206 smithing AFK. I forgot, that was the weird panning one. That gives, like, no mining XP. Oh, we got a red Santa. Another one for the pile. I forgot, we actually have to burn money from 206 to 226 mining. Even more of a reason to do more iron ore before then. Because we're going to need it for the mining XP anyways to 215. But the rest of the way I have to do with the AFK activity. Whatever we don't do with the iron ore, we get up to 215. This is such a weird machine. The more I look at this machine, the more questions I have. What on earth it's trying to do. Because it's like hitting a stone with gas that then charges other stones, but that stone is like eternal and floating. There's so many questions and no answers. What's the examine of the machine say? Tempest Day etching apparatus. To operate, add stone. Ensure gas tank is filled and press the button. It actually tells you how much gas when you examine it too. I never noticed that. I noticed it above it. I never realized the examine also has it. Shows a 190 out of 1,000 machine. Yep, level is about to roll in. We're almost 3/4 the way there. And we have about half of the final 1/4 banked. We're actually in a pretty good position to finish out Stonemason in the next few days. That'll be one of our other goals by Monday. Because originally I said 206 smithing, but 206 smithing and 200 bone right, I mean, not bone right, I wish. And 200 stonemason are probably on the table. Yeah, bone right's still going to be a nightmare. I'm still not sure what to do about that. Not sure what to do about that bone right there. 150 coming in. We got a new AFK activity we're not going to use. Now we got, what, 260 stone left? It's not enough for a level, but we'll still go for it. I think it gets us like half. Yeah, like 3/4, somewhere's around there. Somewhere's around that like 2/3 area. Well, that should make it so we need 6 more knowledge for it later. 6 more knowledge, and that should get us to 152 later down the line. Probably not doing that on stream today, but it will get done off stream. One thing I do want to try finishing on stream today, though, is, aside from the rest of these stones, if you can, one more smithing level. And I'll probably do it by buying, or, you know, not buying, but, you know, selling the stuff. By making it into product and then selling it. See if we can get any good lucky drops, and, yeah, let's go sell everything out. The only problem with that is we have to click so many times right now. Whenever we go make something. And every time we gain a level, we have to do a whole additional click, which is getting increasingly more annoying to go use its bars. At some point, I'm about to do it with, like, iron ore only. But luckily, the second we get to 206, we never need to worry about it again. That is the infinite XP threshold. And then the rest of bars I can save for production down the line. Hey, what's the poll currently? Gold keeps dipping down. Gold is only at 39% now. Even amount of everything for what is everyone prioritizing? Gold's being the highest. The low amount of everything is 29%. Mat supplies like potions, raw materials at 24%. And no one's collecting any gear. Well, it's kind of hard to with the limited storage, but still. With under gear, I kind of implied anyone also going for like 200s in this area. The poll doesn't make that particularly clear. But technically gear is also like, you know, if you're getting 200 smithing, stonemason, and bone rate. Because that's technically gear. It's just future gear, not current gear. But that's still something that's prioritizing a gear upgrade. But no one's going for just gear directly. But it makes sense. It's like negative storage. You get like one of each item and it's like, oh, there goes my entire storage already. Pretty much. Something they definitely got to address more in the future. I know they mentioned in the AMA that they're going to add like quests that kind of expand it, which would be great. The problem is they're not here yet. Which leads to quite a big storage issue right now. At least we got the untuned storage improved. Also, hello, Jays! Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. Also, I didn't mention that at all, but yeah, happy weekend, everyone. It's finally the weekend. Almost forgot today was even Friday. Time has no meaning anymore. It is always brighter shores o'clock. I ended up subbing to you a while back? Nice. I can't see what content you have on your channel at the moment, but apparently I did at some point. Oh, welcome, welcome. The biggest fan is literal. Oh no, whoops. I just canceled my chat thingy. Wait. Oh no, what did it do? Wait, I can't see my chat now. Wait 1 second. I have no clue what I just did to break everything. I was trying to do something to check it, but then it wouldn't let me, and then it broke everything. Wait, technical difficulties. Wait 1 second. I broke all the things. Alright, I got it working again. There we go. Alright, anyways, what we're doing? Move this over. I just broke so many things so quickly. I think I fixed it though. You used to do Power Word at the time? Oh, nice. Oh yeah, Power Word's been a lot of fun. I played it the other week as well with some friends. But yeah, I was a little hesitant to it at first, but then I got around to it. I was like, yeah, this seemed pretty fun co-op game. I just had a feeling it just wouldn't really like go anywhere developer-wise. And even now, even a year later, it's like it's in an okay state right now. But still feels pretty samey compared to like a year ago. But it's still pretty fun. I think I have a couple hundred hours in it overall. All good. I understand what you mean. Yeah, when I played it the other week with friends after not doing it for like 8 months, very little has really changed since that one like really big update they did. But since that, everything's been pretty similar. They did do a update this month I haven't tried yet. Because when I tried it earlier this month, it was before the big update that they advertised at like the Game Awards or whatever they did. Never bothered checking it out yet. Oh, did they change a bunch of things? Oh, that's kind of funny, yeah, in that regard. Yeah, there's one reason I've been concerned covering guides for this game. Because it's in early access right now. So honestly, any guide you cover would be almost invalidated in like months from now. Like they're overhauling the entire combat system soon and stuff like that. I know one day when I was almost considering doing a merchant guide, literally the day after they did an update with a drop all mechanic that completely changed how you would even do merchant. So I was like, yeah, I'm just not going to bother with any at the moment. We've just been having fun streaming it, chilling, and just all that good stuff. But yeah, I feel like any guide you ever cover for this game is like 2 months later. It's like, oh yeah, that's all misinformation now. Not that it's misinformation, but you know, it's accurate for the time, but the game just changes so quick in some regards. It's like, it's not relevant anymore. Especially for an early access game. How many more points can I put into smithing right now? I can do up to 32. I technically need more than that, but I can't do it until we have the level for it. So that's 11 more. Okay, that'll be way more than enough for the stream then. 'Cause we're probably only going for about another hour or so. And in that time, I want to try to finish the rest of stone and try to get a smithing level. We got 164 left, so that shouldn't be too many. It's like, what, 7 inventory? 6, 7, somewhere around there. That will bring me quite a bit further than I thought we would, though. I said about 2 levels earlier. We're going to get like 2 2/3 or something. It's not bad. Oh, another purple hat for the pile. Oh, it's starting to catch up. I forgot blue took the lead earlier at 44. Purple elf hat's starting to catch up at 43. Yeah, we still got 39 of both Santas, it looks like. Both red and black variety. I'm pretty sure are 2 most popular ones as well. Kind of coincidental that we have the most of them. Sadly, we have the least of the blue one, though. I wish the blue was a frostier colored blue, though. Like, almost more like that kind of blue, like the elf hat. It's like too, like, not bright. I'm not sure. Dark of a blue? I'm not sure how to describe that blue. It's too blue of a blue. Need like a lighter off blue. Like almost like a snowy looking blue. I guess frost is more the right word. A frosty looking blue. Yeah, just the detective cape. I feel like I never get a chance to really look at it. Oh, and he logged out. Wow, that guy was sped ran that log out right there. He was at his AFK activity for like 2 seconds. It was like, oh, I'm out. So this is what you do with it. You log out and it keeps going forever. There's normally they sit there for like a minute before they do, or half a minute. That guy, the second it was there, boom, log out. Like, this guy's like still gonna be there. I don't know, I'm teleporting away, just get back. Like, that guy's still gonna be there. Let's see, how long does he take to log out? Or does he? Yeah, that guy took like 5 seconds. This guy's still here. Still here. Yeah, this is more like how a normal person does it. That guy was speed running that log out. Second it was like initialized, like, oh, I'm out. Ah, now it goes. Like, that's a normal amount of time right there. Oh, someone just spawned in. That's so funny. You see someone spawned in, auto doing it. This is their whatever their last action was. There's one mechanic I feel like is really underrated with this game. Like the whole passive logout activity thing. I wish like every game had it. That and the sense spell. Those two features I wish every single game had. Anytime I keep doing Old School RuneScape leagues and I go back to go do like a few tasks or something, like I'm going to an area where I haven't been as much, like some like underground place in Mauritania or some other place, and I'll be clicking like the space bar expecting like the sense bar to come out, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot, I got to figure out where the hitbox is. I can't just use this to like auto figure out where everything is. Because it highlights like every relevant hitbox and everything else, shows you where everything is. I keep trying to do that in so many other games now. It's like, oh yeah, that's not a feature, is it? That's a Brighter Shores thing. That and the passive XP. Just be able to gain XP for anything you ever want without having to train it directly. While you're logged out for up to 24 hours. Really solid. It's two features I wish nearly every game had. Because they're just so insanely useful. I almost thought those were pink boots for a second. Those are just barefoot legs. I thought these were pink boots. From a distance. When you get closer, it's more obvious that it's barefoot. It just says Pink Villa as the name. You know, it's like pink here, everything else. But it almost looked like pink boots, but nope, just barefoot. I didn't realize you could make your character barefoot. There's a couple people here too. They're like always wearing armor, so I like never see anyone do it. So why is this AFK activity so much more popular right now? I keep seeing everyone spawn in and doing these instead of the ones that are free. Because these all require supplies, and if you're buying supply and not mining it, you're burning money. At any given time, technically these statues should have more people than those. But like the last 6 people doing an AFK activity have all been on the other one. I am gonna have to do that for smithing though and burn money. But once we reach the better one, we can get it all through mining. Because we get it at 215 for mining and gonna have to do it for a long while anyways. But we can't use it for smithing until 226, so I gotta go all the way from 206 to 226. A little bit of an annoying gap, but we will get there. We mostly just need the 206 to get it started though. After that, it's pretty much already there. It's more so just a matter of waiting. And or power grinding it. After this, we have 2 more full inventories, maybe a partial, since I do want to get them all out of the bank. And then we should just need to go make some product out of our smithing supply and should be good to go. And hopefully we can do that in 45 minutes for the venture timer. Because we'll probably just end it on the ventures and just head straight to our AFK. Which is probably going to be active AFK raid dens. But the actual AFK is going to be the... I don't think I've actually shown in the last few days, but I have been utilizing this AFK. The 209 evidence filing. Because we need to reach the 219 raid den. Unfortunately, it's starting to get a little under-leveled. But we have no better method than to do that. That and the raid dens. Unless we want to do like investigations or something, but we're not going to bother. Not at that level range. If they were closer, we would, but they're far enough away that it's not that good. We're just AFKing the raid den. And doing the actual passive activity. Yeah, wow, we got way more XP than I thought we would from this. We're only going to need 5 knowledge later. That's not a lot. I was expecting we're going to need like 7 or 8. Oh, so speaking of knowledge, I still haven't dumped knowledge into a post 200 skill yet. I'm going to be very tempted to at some thresholds though. Like, if we're at 205 smithing, the temptation to throw a few knowledge at it is going to be so high. Its effectiveness is less, but it still will move the bar. Like, 3 knowledge points from where we are right now, on smithing, for example, would move it to 203. Even though it looks like it's almost already there, it's still going to require, like, 3 points. I think it's, like, 6.5 or 6.25%. Of the bar does. I think 6.25, that sounds correct. He's like 4 times worse than whatever it was before. So yeah, it should be 6.25 then. Plus the 5% of course still applies when you drink a potion. You would need 4 times as many of them to get the same distance you would need before. But hey, it's still progress. It's really good if you're getting close to a threshold on something. If you're a mile away, it's not really worth it. But if you're only like 1-2 levels away from a really important threshold, that'll substantially improve your rates, then is worth it. Like if we're level 201 carpentry, and we're like, nope, we're not doing the post 200 grind. You know, those 7 levels to go get that isn't that big a deal. It'd still be a lot, though. How many would that be? If you had to do that many, it'd be like, what, 10, 12, 15... 15-ish? 16? Around 16. Use the 5% and everything. You would need about 16 of them. Maybe 15 because of the 5% thing. But, yeah, let's just say 16. You would need like 16 knowledges per level. That's a lot. But it's more than 0. Like as far as how much XP you're getting. But yeah, 16 per level is not ideal. Technically every 20 you get one free. But it's also not the worst. Compared to having to train carpentry from 200 to 208. Doesn't sound too bad doing 16 per level. What does that come out to? 16 times 8. The problem with that is the amount of time it would take to get that much knowledge is like multiple days. But the amount of sanity we'd lose from doing 100 to 208 manually is something we may not be able to recover from. After already doing a 200 grind. Actually, what's the best AFK pre-200 for carpentry? Hypothetically. No, it's not worth it. The problem is it says 4 times worse. So they're never really going to be worth it. I wish it was. Alright, final stone inventory. And it'll also end with a few smithing things. And then end with the venture. Alright, final 20. Get a nice clean bank. I'm definitely going to need to fill up that gas later, though. We already ran out this stream. We have enough for like 400 something later. But that's not enough for our next category, which is granite. Or no, never mind. It's the 8 ore. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Wait. How much of that one 8 ore do I have? I didn't even put that into my calculation. When I was considering all the XP we had banked. I completely forgot about that one weird purplish rock that begins with A. Oh, another purple hat. Speaking of purple, on command, we got our purple hat for our 44 to 44 race. Purple elf is trying to catch up with blue elf and is now tied. Who will be the victor? We'll find out tomorrow because we're probably not getting another hat for either of those two today. 1 in 10 chance we get one or the other. And we're probably only getting like 1 or 2 more drops of them. She called herself Dragon Girl and has the dragon cape. That's funny. But yeah, 500 watch person cape. I want that so badly. There's just so many armor sets that you could do that match it so well. There's at least like 10 different colors you can color your armor that would match that cape. So if you ever wanted to switch, you'd be able to and still keep the cape on. And it would still match. Alright, there's all of our things. I can't use these until 152. Alright, we're good to go here. Oh yeah, this was the one I was talking about earlier. Yeah, 159. I don't think I accounted for this properly. Yeah, 159 we can run the A ore, or the A stone. I keep forgetting his full name. The weird purple one. Alright, well, back to smithing. Luckily, it's a short walk away. We're back. This time to go cash out, though. He's now actually going to make product out of it. And we should be making about 12 silver each on average. With it scaling up if we get a lot of purple. Because each purple, I think, is like about 57 silver. But if trading ever existed, one fun thing we could actually do whenever we do crafting like this is start handing like every X amount of them out. Like every 4th one or so, or every 3rd one we can start just handing out for free. It seems like you'll be able to trade anywhere. You just won't be able to trade bank to bank anywhere. So if I had one of these in my inventory, I could just simply trade it out. I'm also curious how crafting will work in the future when people try to get a certain item upgrade. Like if a guardian comes in and just he's like, hey, I need a level 154 weapon stat. And they'll pay like 1 gold or whatever it is for it. Because we could take a lot of stuff just like to order. The only problem with that is you'd probably want to have the cape corresponding to the skill so people know that you can craft it. That might actually be the only reason I need to go get a 200 smithing cape. Oh, wow, we're doing really good rolls already. Starting with a 2-star into a 3-star, that is nice. 57 silver into a 14. I think the duds are what, an 8 or a 9 or somewhere around there? Between all the higher rarity stuff, it comes out to about 12 each. Maybe a little higher. I wanted to lowball it just to make sure we were always making enough, but it could be like closer to 15. It seems like it's about 12-ish though. It really comes down to how many 3-stars you get, which is completely luck-based. Some hours you'll get more than others. But so far, our rolls are so good. Unfortunately, there's no fun other value we can get on these, like the cryo rapier. But I can't really make them because they give less XP. Even though they'd have a 120 chance of being perfect, which would be a lot of fun, but I just don't really need a perfect rapier for anything. I don't need it for Chronopolis. It's too high of a level to use anywhere else. I just don't really need one. If trading existed right now, I'd probably do it, but without it, there's no reason to. As I have no need for it, and there's no one I could trade it to immediately. Trying to get the perfect rapier of the 89%. The 88% would probably go pretty well as well. But a lot of people will seek the perfect 89. There's some people might just want any number above 85, which will still be fine. It'll just be like any number. And then people just give all the 85 and 86s to them. The 88 and 89% will probably go for quite a bit more. Particularly 89, which is max roll. But you don't have that on everything. Like, these are physical only, so you don't get the extra roll on them. For some kind of extra fun stat. Maybe they'll have some kind of other variants to them in the future. Physical weapons don't have any at the moment. Beyond rarity. Like, both of these are exactly the same. Like, if I check it, it'll be a 219. And guess what? This one is a 219, right? 219. And whatever this one is, the other one is as well. It's 234. And this one is, you guessed it, 234. But a lot of other stuff does have variance rolls. This is one of the weird ones that don't. Any of the physical weapons. But as long as they have at least one elemental stat, either through a shield or through a, elemental weapon, they will have at least one of them. But these are one of the few non-variant weapons. But they give us more XP right now, so we're definitely going for them. Oh, that's not what I need. I wish I could do that. I wish I could just throw that straight into the furnace. That'd be so much more convenient. But, nope. Gotta be the bar. So if any of you are wondering why we're lowering it to 199, there's a rarity cutoff at 200. It goes from 0 to 19, then 20 to 199, and then 200 up. And 200, making something slightly above 200 just isn't worth it. I think the highest it would have to be if you want to go or the lowest it would have to be worth it if you're just selling them and not actually, making them for some purpose would be around 250. I think is the cutoff where they're starting to get valuable enough where their extra value is better than the rarity decrease. But for now, it is way better to make a 199. If our only goal is just to sell them. But let's say we need like a 210 for something. We'd still make that 210. Even when I need a 205 later. Like when we make our 205 longsword for the thing we'll probably be making. Like, that's not ideal, but we need the sword itself. It's fine if we take a little bit less profit from it. I know, all of our luck went out. Our luck is dried up. Hey, never mind. Our luck is back. Honestly, we're doing really good on these two inventories so far. Sometimes you can go like 2 inventories without even seeing a purple. And what is that? Our third now? In 2? So close to that smithing level. That's pretty much our last final goal right now. Secure a smithing level. And then I think we got pretty much everything we wanted to get done today. Except for actually getting the 4-star drop. Still didn't get it, unfortunately. Not much you could do about the RNG, though. We could have went for 10 hours and still not have gotten it if we got unlucky enough. Which is why I put like a time frame on it, like, oh no. Just as like a, just in case. Because we could have been doing it for every second this entire stream and still not have it. With enough unluckiness. So I just wanted to put a cap on how far we'd go, and that cap was 219. We went from 216 to 219 and did not get one. 3 stars though, which are still helpful. Oh, so we make a lot of money every single time we sell these. It's pretty much as good as Leatherworker. Except smithing XP, which is way more useful right now. Not that Leatherworker isn't, it's just more immediately useful. Like, Leatherworker's useful, but until Armor Maker's in the game, it's just a money printer. Well, once Armor Maker does come in with Chapter 5, I do plan to go pretty hard on it. I don't plan to go, like, all the way to 500, but we'll get up to whatever our highest combat level is, so if that's, like, 250 by then, you know, we'll go to 250. Not like day 1, obviously, but, you know, in, like, the first week or two. Not like a rush to get it, but it's definitely one of those utility skills that is absurdly good. There's a few of them that are just, like, way beyond all the others. These include things like Alchemy, whatever your main weapon production skill is from Chapter 3, Armor Maker, stuff like that. Some of, like, the absolute biggest skills that are really important to have up because they just feed into everything. Particularly combat, but also everything. At least when it comes to Alchemy. But there's, like, I would say the 3 biggest skills in the whole game. Alchemy, whatever your weapon making skill is relative to your class in Chapter 3, and Armor Maker. Like the top 3 biggest. So be able to prep for Armor Maker is good. So Leatherworker is pretty important in that regard. I say that as I have only 64 Alchemy. I really need to get it up. The reason I haven't is I want to do like the Gatherer and Forager and all those kind of grinds first. Because once you get past a certain potion and it's not worth making anymore, like what's the point of making it? At least in the current state of the game. It's just in a really weird state at the moment. Where unless you do like every single one of these other skills first, you're just wasting XP at various thresholds. Where you either just need to go sell them or just not even bother with them and just leave them in the bank to rot. I guess when trading comes out, you could trade them out, but the usefulness of how much you need to get like through Forager and how much you need them through Alchemy is really weird when it comes to a lot of the gathering skills. Or let's say you did do all of them, there's still resources where you would not even use them because you would end up outpacing it with your Alchemy. I feel like a lot of low tier potions were like that too. Like the amount of 5% XP potions you get for Mindfighter on your way to doing any amount of Mindfighter grind is more than you will ever need for Alchemy. There's quite a few other ones that are like that. Maybe it's supposed to see the lower ranges like that. Maybe the higher range isn't as bad in that regard. But so far, it's still been happening, even at like 64. Though maybe not, because once we reach 77, I don't think we're going to have enough of the cryo thing in order to get a level. We'll have a good handful of them, but it's nowhere near enough to get to our next potion. Because the amount I have is like a couple hundred. It doesn't even get us to 83, let alone an actual good potion. Well, speaking of good, we have not gotten a single inventory yet without a 3-star. Why can't this happen whenever we actually want a 3-star? The second we actually want a 3-star, this is never going to happen. We'll be like 4 inventories in without one. Yeah, when we're just doing it for XP, we'll just get flooded with them. Hey, we got a white pudding. Hey, we got a smithing level too. Nice. Well, that's basically every goal completed then. Do we wrap it up here? Honestly, I might after this inventory. Just sell everything out. It's basically every objective we wanted. And that gives a little bit more time to do the AFK raid dens because I really need 219 already. Because currently my AFKs are locked up until I get to 219 detective. Doesn't matter how we get to 219 detective, but until we are 219 detective, we're in a weird bottleneck right now. Where I basically can't do any other AFK activity until that one's out of the way. Which means one big priority would definitely be getting to 206 smithing so we can actually start getting that rolling as well. And of course keep gaining Stonemason to the 200 gold that it has been having for a while now. Those are definitely our two biggest grinds for tomorrow. I see it does an update or something, but at this point it seems like we're not getting any updates this year. Or, you know, for the rest of the year. As he goes for the holidays. But still plenty of stuff to grind in that time. If anyone still has any last minute questions, anything you want me to go over, let me know. Because after we finish this inventory and go sell it out and go head to the AFK thingy, we're probably calling it there. Let's do the venture after I grab a bite to eat. Should be able to make something and eat within that time. Also, one thing that's getting really annoying, I might just start making the bars and save the rest. And just power mine a little bit more iron because we need 215 anyways for the other AFK. And just use that all into blacksmith. But it is getting so annoying to keep clicking that button a billion times. Well, we have to at this level range. We're at the point where we have to click it 4 times. And the next level we're going to have to click it 5 times. And then next level we're going to have to click it 6 times. I really hope they do something to fix that in the future. Hopefully a make all or something similar will definitely sort that out at some point. But yeah, that is not ideal. Every single time you gotta just like mash click it. Just to get it to that down to level you need. At this point, I might just make it into a 196. Because I believe you can queue that up by going down then up once. So you can do it with a 2-click. The problem is they make it a little bit less, but not that much less. Because there's one solution we could potentially do. I'll show it for one. Just to test it. Not actually going to click on it, but if we do this and then do this, if I click -10 but then +1, we'll make a 195. That's 4 levels lower than we could be doing it, but it's only 2 clicks instead of however many we'd have to do at a given level. And the amount of time saved is probably worth it. So going forward, I don't know, maybe we'll do it that way? I'm not sure. I might just do the bars and it's just way more convenient that way. Alright, let me go sell all this stuff out and they'll probably call it for tonight. Until tomorrow, we'll be back around noonish as per usual. Keep going on our normal grinds as always. Alright, back to Hopeport. Let's see, how many people are playing at this almost like midnight time right now? Ah, still 2,000 people around. Oh, should I go get that cabbage and go sell it for 1 silver? Now that we know where we can sell the cabbage. Gotta start our secret cabbage farm. I thought this was a little bit more filled than that. Apparently not. We did so good on 4-star though. I mean 3-star, man. If only we could do that good when we actually need an item. And that brings us to almost 13 gold. And we need 6 more than that. Actually, pretty much just 5 more than that in order to get our next tool upgrade. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna go get him to his AFK as I go grab a bite to eat. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by as always. Greatly, greatly appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow, same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time or so. And we'll go for, yeah, similar amount of time. About 11-ish hours, give or take a little bit, as we normally do. And we'll go from there. Main goals for tomorrow, I'm not quite sure yet. I want to try not making it so we are only doing smithing and stonemason again. The only problem is we're starting to get to like the post 200 grinds and everything. And it's kind of hard to get away from having to do a grind for like a billion hours. That's the only problem at this level range. Was I'm in my armor, right? Yeah, I should be. It's just hidden. I should be good to go. But anyways, guys, we're going to be calling it here. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you guys later. Bye, everyone, and thanks for watching.